So as soon as you injected them,
causation,
you
right?
listen. We went into another realm, right? So this is like talking about what my favorite color is. Has nothing to do with logic or reason.
So
Sounds like a white
easier
flag.
to
Sounds
infer
like
that something, right? It's easier to infer that it's actually the heat is causing it, rather
sounds
than
like you're quitting.
talking about the other things that are possible. But
It's
like
not an inference if you do it a million times. Not only does heat cause water to boil, but lowering the temperature, we're lowering the pressure rather.
What if it doesn't work the millionth and 1th times?
Yeah, okay.
How do you know?
So you don't actually believe any of that shit. So this is a mental game, you 99%ers play, of stuff you don't actually believe. What if one day you wake up, right, and you walk to your house and your mom is not your mom, it's a fucking clone, or it's a goddamn android? You will actually believe the shit you're saying. You know goddamn well you're not going to wake up one day and your mother's somebody else. So stop.
I was just asking.
Well, there's a possibility, according to you. Maybe the 1001st time you wake up in the morning, it's not your mom. Maybe it's a fucking clone.
I'm just pointing out that these causation things aren't like necessarily always that obvious.
But
like boiling, it's very. For boiling, yes, but not everything, right? There is not always you have like locality or something like that. Like, for example, with magnetism, you can have things that are happening like 100 meters away, and then they affect something very far away. Like, who the fuck knows how we're going to claim causation, right?
I just listen. I want to point out something to the chat. He used all these words to basically say we actually can't prove causation of tidal forces. We can't even actually prove whether any celestial body is causing anything, because we can't do that experiment. Instead of you just saying that, you just tried to frickin', smoke screen, red herring, bunch of bullshit.
Oh, by the way,
listen, this is the one thing you guys need to really understand, is that flat earthers don't turn people into flat earthers. Globers and their bullshit, just, deflections and smoke and mirrors. That's what turns people into flat earthers.
By the way, India, do you know, I've been looking at the methods of this paper he posted, right? You'll never guess where they put this accelerometer, right? This gravimeter. Where, do you know where they put it?
I don't know where.
I'll read it out, right? He goes, the MEMS device was tested within a basement laboratory at the University of Glasgow.
Yeah.
Let me finish. It says, the 3-layer device was glued inside a commercial ceramic MEMS package and in turn placed inside a die-cast box with a Peltier separating the box from the package.
Yeah. You don't have to be, what, you want to put it like on top of a roof or something? I don't know.
No, it should be isolated. It should be more isolated from the environment.
It is. It's in the university, in the basement.
Jesus Christ, that's dumb. That's not what I meant.
Okay. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. You're desperately trying to say it's not. Didn't happen.
Say what's not.
Yes, you are.
What are we trying to say? Now you're going to talk for us again. Jesus Christ, dude. You're a mind reader. You know what we think. You know our motivations. You know what we're going to do in the future. You're awesome, dude. What do you do for your next trick? When's the lottery? What number should I play? I mean, all this shit is gimmicks, and I expect this because I'm in the politics server and you guys deal with subjective nonsense over here. But, this topic isn't that, right? We deal with, objective reality. And objectively, what's measured with a MEMS accelerometer is a change in voltage, and that's all that's measured. The rest of the parts, right? The rest of the parts are inferences, right? So, and this thing is measuring a change in voltage that's so small, and the data is so noisy that drawing conclusions about X causes Y it really has no support. Okay, and even if it did, your whole argument about you only measure differential, well, the video that you're talking about is a differential, right? If you're going one way, if you're going against the orbit versus with the orbit, right, you're changing direction, and you should be able to measure this change, right?
Yeah, you're changing it's a centripetal. If you talk about the centripetal force, it's also not very huge. Whether you're changing the direction or not is not really relevant, because the centripetal force is pointing one direction in relation to you anyway.
Yeah, in which
gonna change.
direction does
A,
it
a
point?
change in direction is an acceleration, yes or no?
Yes, I said so.
Okay, then. So if you're changing direction, you're accelerating, and you should be able to measure accelerating in one direction, and then you have to accelerate in the other direction, the other side of the rotation. But
Yeah.
you're in a motion in one direction, right? You're in the orbital motion, and you're spinning. So you go up. You go up one side of the Earth and down the other side of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
also like
that doesn't exist.
You also like closer. You're also closer to the sun at one point, and on the other point, you're like on the far side of the sun, which means you're like at some point your orbit is smaller. And you're also closer, so the gravitational field will be a little bit stronger. All of these things.
You never had a little Lagrange point,
right? And then we are asking like how much does it add up to, right? You can calculate it, and then you can also measure to see if you can see some of this. And then they have measured it. So yeah,
we just
measured voltage or whatever you want to call it.
So we just want the differential between being, let's say, on the outer part of the orbit versus the inner part of the orbit.
Yeah.
So when you're on one side of Earth, you're going to be on the outer part of the orbit, right?
Yeah.
Facing away from the sun. And then you're going to be on the inner part of the orbit when you're on the other side of the Earth. Talking about the entire orbit, that the gravity is stronger at one, doesn't matter, because it's a differential of your direction from the rotation, not the orbit. The orbit is just a translation. So you have two motion. You have a base motion, the translation, and you're going to have the variation of that base motion from rotating up one side of the Earth and then rotating down the other side of the Earth. So with the orbit and then against the orbit.
Yeah.
So like think about it like this. We're in an airplane. The airplane's going at constant velocity, right? But it's going in a circle, right? But the plane is spinning. Now, if I walk up it can't even be an airplane. Let's say it's a UFO then. It's a UFO, a flying saucer. When we walk up the right side of the flying saucer, we're going with the direction of the UFO. And when we walk against the spinning flying saucer, we're going against it. We are going to have a difference in our acceleration. Okay. What do you mean? There's a difference? How do you know this?
We know physics, and you also know, you just explained it.
Because physics. So physics models need to be tested against reality to be validated, right? So you need an experiment. You still say physics, because physics.
That's the tidal forces measure this.
This isn't tidal forces. This is the orbit, right? And the rotation. This has nothing to do with tidal forces. I thought you only brought up tidal forces to show that a differential has to exist. Well, the differential exists in this situation.
If the felt acceleration changes, that's what we're talking about. Something is accelerating on one side and deaccelerating on the other side. Wouldn't you measure that with an accelerometer?
Yeah, you should. How come no one's ever measured that?
That's the measurement I showed you just now. That you are saying this is. Yes, it is. It's tidal forces.
Dude.
Same thing.
Tidal force in this paper allegedly caused by the fucking moon. Okay, tidal force is a gravitational force. This is listen. Tidal forces are a change in the gravitational force. This is not that, right? What I'm talking about is a change in the direction of motion.
You're talking about like acceleration. We are always changing direction. That direction is the centripetal force, right? But what direction does the centripetal force point? It points outwards. Which direction does the centripetal
so you're just like jumping back and forth between reference frames. Yeah, if you're on the surface of a spinning ball, yeah, there's centripetal force out here. But we're talking about the orbit. We're talking about combined with the orbit. So we're subtracting the change in acceleration from the rotation from the orbit, dude. The differential. There has to be one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, where's that?
It's measured in the fucking measurements I showed you earlier.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. All of these things add together.
You're just lying now. Now you are fucking muted, dude. You're just lying now. Dude, no. That paper, Whiskey says it, tidal forces. We're not talking about tidal forces. We're talking about motion.
Which
Are
way
tidal
do you
forces
think?
caused by gravity, yes or no?
It's caused by
Are tidal
gravitational
forces caused by gravity, yes or no? Yes or no?
Gravitational and rotation. Gravitational forces and rotational forces, both of them. Orbits.
What
everything.
the hell are you talking about?
Rotation is not a force.
They don't say anything about rotational forces in that fucking paper.
So, can I ask a question?
You just
No,
did.
don't.
Oh my God, you guys, are you gave
Want to
up?
ask me another one? Go ahead.
Okay, so which way does the centripetal forces point?
Dude, this is like, these are
Can
like
you please
real
answer the fucking question? Okay, I'm gonna ask it for you. So centripetal forces always pointed outwards. Even if you accelerate even if you accelerate it, like let's say you're accelerating the person, the centripetal force is also it's still outwards. It's not going to change.
That's fantastic.
Right?
You don't even want to read what you read.
Right.
That's fantastic, but like,
so
okay,
how do you measure that?
So the centripetal force is a vector, right? So it depends on what reference frame you're in, right? So
You're
there's a centripetal.
The accelerometer is in the basement on the university.
Okay.
That's
Jesus
the reference
Christ.
frame.
Okay, from the reference frame, the accelerometer on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, see, we're trying to establish what the orbit and the rotation. So we can't use it's not a single vector.
Indio.
It's not a single vector, right?
Indio.
So there's going to be two vectors, right? And then you add the vectors, and then you get a resulting vector. Those vectors are in different directions. They have to be.
No, I don't think so.
Because you have a translation. So were we just throwing out the orbital motion? Just that doesn't exist? Yeah, thanks you. Welcome to Flat Earth. There's no orbit. Thanks.
The orbital motion is still...
Yeah, there's no orbit. There's no measurable orbital motion. Thanks, dude.
Indio. He said that centripetal forces are pointing outwards always, but they are actually pointing inwards.
Inwards.
Yeah, I know. I neglected to correct him. Centrifugal force is outward.
Centrifugal force, sorry. Centrifugal
multiple times.
Yeah. So centrifugal forces, if you spin something up quickly, right? It's gonna...
No, listen, you used centripetal force, so define centripetal force. Tell us what, no, centrifugal force, forget that. Tell us what centripetal force is.
It's the force that is coming from like changing direction on a rotational body.
Why do you sound so defeated now?
Yeah, no,
what?
But the centripetal force applies to the body, not things on it. This is where you're fucking up. It applies to not things on it. It applies to the body itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. An object on the body is not the body.
Yeah. What gives you the centripetal force?
Something that is rotating. It's the force that is acting when it's changing direction.
Against the centrifugal. So
it's against the centrifugal.
What is this force actually doing?
It is holding it in rotation. It's holding it in rotation. If it wasn't any centripetal force, then it would go in a straight line.
So it's actually the material structural resistance.
Yes, it's inertia that is causing it to want to go in a straight line, and then you're holding it in place.
Define inertia.
It's like resisting movement. Acceleration, sorry.
So acceleration, yeah. So when an object is actually resisting not to break up, yeah?
Sorry, I didn't fully understand what you said there.
Well, you can spin a flywheel, yeah? If it's made of, let's say, stainless steel, yeah?
Yeah.
And this wheel is 1 meter diameter, yeah? and a thickness of 10 centimeters. Now, what's the maximum RPM this flywheel can withstand spinning?
I have no idea. I'm like, what you
So
want?
that's why you need to calculate the centripetal force, yeah, to see what is the maximum centrifugal force stainless steel at that diameter and thickness can withstand. When it's no longer withstanding that centrifugal force, it will break because the centrifugal force overcomes the centripetal force.
Yeah, true. It has to overcome
So
it.
the steel will break. And yeah, an easier example is overspinning CD-ROMs, yeah? Spinning them with a grinding machine, a grinding cutter. If you put them and spin them at 20, 30,000 RPM, the CD-ROMs actually literally explode, yeah, the plastic.
Yeah.
Because that plastic spinning at those RPMs cannot hold itself together. You overcome the material's structural resistance. So tell me now, what's this centripetal force about tides and moon and orbits and stuff? Where is it?
It's here. It's what do you want?
Well,
What answer? What answer do you want?
Come on, you're
now you're trying to say that gravity is actually also the centripetal force.
No. Yeah. Well.
On these,
Yes. Kind of. Yeah.
yeah, of course, because I gave
But
you
you want
the
to measure
idea,
it like
right?
that. But you want
Because
to
I
measure
just
it
gave
like
you
that,
the
right?
idea. That's why.
Yeah.
a guy, man. You got no shame, man.
You should bring apples
I
next
mean,
time.
you guys, like, I don't understand.
I know you don't.
I'm sitting here and I said, yeah, for like 20 minutes. Is this what you get from this? Or
Bro,
sorry, for the last 5 minutes.
eviscerated, bro, in the open Colosseum.
How? Explain me how.
You are
Give us the
harakiri.
Because this man is explaining to you how you're wrong perfectly.
He didn't.
Plain ignorance again. No, he didn't. No. Hands over here. La 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 la.
Yeah.
Okay, try and explain it again, and let's see if I
No,
misheard something.
you're gonna run a loop.
Apparently,
Just
there
run a
is
loop.
something he said that I missed or something. So can you explain?
No, you
again?
spoke about centripetal force, and you have no clue what it is.
Yes, it is.
And
It's very. It's not
then
very
you say, "Let me correct myself. It's the centrifugal force."
Yeah, that's what I
And
meant.
even if I talk with you about centrifugal force, you have no clue about that either.
It's the same thing. It's just like opposite direction.
Yeah, and gravity's just like spinning a bucket
laughing?
full of water around.
Well, isn't it like if you know the centrifugal
No, it's like
force?
a spandex off a fat chick with a bowling ball in it. That's what gravity is. Or is it
Oh,
and you said inertia was resistance to acceleration. Well, that's the definition of mass too. So like, what
Tell
gives
me
there?
when you guys want to have a discussion. I'll be out.
Blah blah blah.
Right, go find your.
I actually wanted to talk to him about the API on the phone because I actually find that more interesting.
Yeah, you want to get it away from the physical evidence as much as possible, I know.
No, this
I
is
don't
a
want to
flat
talk
Earth
about
server.
globe.
The
Flat
topic
means
here is the
boring.
dismantling of the globe.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
La 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 la. I didn't hear that.
La 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 la. I didn't hear that. You proved me wrong. That's fine.
Well, you have been by India, and Get Beget has just kind of put nails in
No.
coffins for you. You say la 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 la.
No, I asked him which way the centripetal force was pointing, and then he says,
"Listen, do you know what rubidium is?"
It's a metal.
Oh my God! Are you sure?
I would be quite sure, isn't it? Let me check. Rubidium is a chemical element.
Yeah.
Atomic number 37. Yes, it's a metal.
Okay.
First alkali metal in the group to have a higher density than water. Okay. Yeah.
And what are its states?
I mean, you can read the Wikipedia yourself.
Don't want a conversation now, do you?
Oh yeah, I'm fine, but I'm not gonna sit here and read the fucking Wikipedia for you guys. I'm not a rubidium expert. What the hell are you talking about?
So it's obviously a logical consistency.
Well,
It's one question, get an answer, move on to the next point. If you don't know, maybe I'll explain it to you. But your answers are now starting to hand wave away, like your Jesus argument earlier on.
What?
Oh, fuck,
yeah.
man.
You want me to read Wikipedia for you? What's the
No,
point?
what I want to bring this back to flat Earth, since like you said, like what you're talking about had nothing to do with flat Earth at all. So like I don't even know why we're talking about it. Are you here to just like waste time and like make sure that like we don't actually talk about flat Earth, that we get down bogged into the weeds of shit that don't actually mean anything?
Yes.
I think this is actually quite important for the model as a whole, but I mean, if you guys want to talk about something else, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah,
what model? Model of what? What are we modeling?
Physics, fucking why
There's lots
the
of
Earth
physics
is
model.
shaped.
So that you have a physics model that predicts that. See, this is what I was getting at. This is why I said, why are we even talking about gravity? Because this is where we're at. Okay, you guys think that there's a model of gravity, Newtonian gravity, that predicts a bunch of particles are going to form into a ball. You don't have that. You just think you do because they told you that when you're a little kid.
Okay.
But if I take Newton's laws and I write out all the equations, or I take a computer and I stick them in a simulation, that don't happen.
Okay.
It only happens as a special case. So the special case would be all the particles have identical masses, they're spread out evenly, so they're isotropic, and they're homogeneous. Then it would form a ball. But if that's not the case, when they run it in simulation, that don't happen. So what do we have? Gravity forms a ball. Well, we don't have a physics model. Well, what do we got? Do we have an observation? We have an observation of gravity forming a ball. Yes or no? No. No one's ever observed that happening. Do we have an experiment? No. What do we have? We have nothing.
We have some assertions.
And this is important for a reason. So the important reason is if you go and look at the first book ever written on geodetic surveying, written by a German named Helmer, his justification, because what they do is they make measurements and then project them onto an oblate spheroid, or map them to it. It's not technically a projection, but that's not the point. The justification, they say, since we can't measure everywhere, and the deflection of the vertical, which is the plumb line. So in geodesy, the plumb line's curved. Clovers think that's flat Earth. They're bullshit. Most globe Earth are bullshit. But that most globe Earthers don't know. They say we have to use a theory of gravitation and formation, or theory of rotation and formation, right? So they have to go, we're going to assume the Earth is spinning. We're going to assume the Earth has that it was formed by gravity, and we're going to use that assumption to justify us taking our measurements and projecting them onto an oblate spheroid. This is the first book ever written on geodesy, and it's carried on to this day. So this claim that gravity forms shit into a ball, it's fundamental to all of this shit, because that's literally the only thing you have. You don't actually have measurements of a curved Earth. So you have to say, this physics that say it's a curved Earth. Well, physics have to be validated by experiment or measurements. So if gravity forms shit into a ball, how come we go out into nature and there's no ball out there? So where's the ball that gravity made? Because it sure ain't outside. It's on TV though. It's a good place for it.
I can give him another clue. That magical university device instrument, he said it was in the basement of the university. The core of that instrument is that it's using rubidium. It functions on rubidium, using rubidium, inertially suspended on 6 axes. And when I asked him, what is rubidium? He said, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It's a metal. Then he searched it out. It's a metal. But he believes wholeheartedly everything those pseudoscientists, clowns, what they think they did. Because even those clowns, they have no clue what they did there. They just got access to a apparatus, a machine, and they were playing with it. They had no clue the principle that it's functioning.
What was the point of asking the rubidium question?
If you knew what you were talking about, you knew what rubidium is and what they are using for, and you would have known what that device is measuring and how. But you don't know its principles, basic foundational principles. So for you, everything is just blind belief. You just used your fingers to type on Google search, yeah, and it brought you a website talking some bullshit, some clowns that had an access to an apparatus that they had no clue what they are doing there, and you believe that.
But you don't believe that you feel an
And
acceleration
those
when you're standing on
clowns,
Earth,
what
even.
they actually did, yeah,
Right.
all they did was trying to make a work paper, yeah, to get a damn degree from their university. They came up, they spurted out ideas, theories, and stuff, yeah, and they got access to a machine that they completely don't understand what it is and what it does.
That's a bold claim from somebody who doesn't think
Yeah,
we
it
are
is.
feeling
It
acceleration
is.
here
I
on
know.
Earth.
I know.
It is a bold claim. I don't know why
But
that's so. Why should people listen to you?
nowadays,
I don't know why you're straw manning
the
him.
world
Really,
is full of handicaps occupying official positions in the government, yeah, like scientific, academic, whatever, and they are completely uh, fanatics, all of them, and inepts. They are paid just to be an obstacle, yeah, for any man to reach or have access to anything that is truly scientific.
brutal.
So yes, when I encounter people like you that worships these people that stand against us and knowledge and science, yeah, I do hate them.
But you still think you don't think we can measure acceleration here on Earth right now?
There we go. Here's another loop. You see?
I
Another loop.
told you I can measure acceleration, and I told you when I joined the conversation, I told you that I'm sitting in front of my house and I have two accelerometers available right now. One is in my car and one is on my phone. And both of them, they are showing 0 velocity and 0 acceleration. Because I'm standing at rest. Yeah.
But remember, remember what you don't know is that the secret information that your phone is storing, which is being filtered out by the software, according to a guy. Remember?
Well, it's not according to me. I posted the API to. I can post it again if you don't believe me. That's fine.
Yeah, I can make
it,
you
right?
apps and programs that they can show you whatever I want them to show to you, and
Well, you
then you
trust
will
the
believe
phone
it.
blindly, but it's better to know what the phone actually presents.
Yeah,
Right?
I know if you see it on the screen of your phone or on the screen of your computer, you believe it. All I need is to publish it on a website, yeah?
No, I think you need to
And
understand what.
you will believe it. And trust me, I can even make it the first page on Wikipedia if I want to.
Yes, but you trust the phone measurement now, you're saying, so.
Not when it's not moving, bro. That would
Yeah,
be
my
0.
phone is showing me that I'm not moving, I'm not accelerating, and I believe that.
So you
I'm at rest.
So you trust the phone then?
Because it's not lying, that instrument, yeah? But
Okay,
you are
but
telling me,
yeah.
that I'm in a constant acceleration reference frame, in a spinning reference frame, yeah?
You also measure it.
Because you claim the world is rotating. So that is constant acceleration. And it's not fucking measurable.
Yes, it is.
Oh, by
No,
some
it's not.
fucking bullshit. Get a tape measure out and
There
measure it,
is
bro.
there is no if you're gonna have
Exactly.
this
There is no way to measure it, so
okay.
fuck off.
Okay, great. Whatever.
Didn't you earlier say that you're going to use an accelerometer to measure something on the surface and then the center of the Earth to work out the differential? Remember you said that?
No, I said you can measure it on the Earth, the differential.
Well,
you said
you
you're
said
between the center of the Earth and
I
the
can
surface. Why
use
are you
my
not denying
phone.
that?
I was about to explain the concept, and then part of that concept was like
No, you're now going to try and edit history now, you see. You've been caught in a lie.
I was about to do that, but then I got muted, so yeah.
So you originally claimed that you can measure the center of the Earth's acceleration,
No,
remember? That's what you said.
No.
Well, now you're just lying, aren't you?
Brutal. Okay, I don't care what you're saying.
Brutal. It's not what I think, it's what happened, and everyone heard you, you see.
No, only you heard me. But
no, everyone in this room heard you.
I think it was you and Get was
No, I'll quote you specifically. You said that you're going to use an accelerometer to measure the acceleration of something on the surface and then in the center of the Earth, and then compare the differential in order to come up with a conclusion. It's moving, remember?
No, I said you put the fucking instrument on Earth, and then you measure it over the course of 24 hours.
Yeah, and then also compare it with the center of the Earth. Remember, that's what you said.
No.
She did. Now you're just lying. Fair enough. So good, man.
Yeah, he also said he's gonna put his phone. He's gonna put his phone on the ground, and after a couple of hours, the phone will show the acceleration. It shows bullshit.
Shows acceleration
no, it doesn't.
all the time. Yeah.
If I put my phone on the ground, it's gonna show 0 acceleration as long as it's motionless. When I pick it up, then it will show acceleration.
So it has here, like in the accelerometer, it has type accelerometer, acceleration force along the axis X, including gravity, and then you have forces of gravity along the x-axis, and then you have measured acceleration along the x-axis without any bias compensation. What do you think is the difference between those?
Listen, my phone shows 0 acceleration.
Yeah, and which of those three do you think it shows? They are not the same.
Did you not understand?
I understand what you're saying, but you don't understand what the phone is showing you, and I'm giving you like the options here. Which of these 3 options I gave you do you think the phone is showing you?
Why do we?
You know?
Earth must be a ball then, right?
I see
What
my
I'm saying,
phone
Jesus
showing
fucking
me a
Christ, you guys
zero
are something,
acceleration.
man. Yes, but can give you like many different types of acceleration. Which one do you think the guy who programmed the app is showing you? Which one of these do you think he presented?
It doesn't
He chose?
matter. It
Yes,
doesn't
they're three
matter.
different. They are three. They're not the same.
No, listen. If I go on a merry-go-round and I'm spinning, my phone will show me a constant acceleration.
Yes, it will because it hasn't. The way it, right?
So how many types of acceleration are there?
There's one type.
One type?
Yes.
Seriously? Only one type of acceleration exists
green and blue?
In physics? That's
I don't
all
know
you
what
know?
you mean.
How many types of acceleration are there?
What kind of list do you want? You want fucking spinning acceleration and
He's already
linear
scrambling on Google. He's already
acceleration?
doing this on Google, looking it
No,
up right now.
I'm just asking what the fuck you're. I'm sitting here. What the fuck?
He's just stalling for time, so that when he gives you the answer, he wants to style it like he always.
No,
he's just trying to make.
there is
He's trying
one
to make the
number.
tempo
It
equal
provides.
each other.
It has a fucking vector and it has a fucking number. What else do you want?
Yeah, guys, a guy isn't here to have an actual conversation. He's just here to coach.
I am.
So
I'm
let's
asking
move
you
on to
guys what
someone.
the fuck you. I am asking you what the fuck
No,
you
if
mean.
you were here for something serious, we'd be trying to present some evidence
Oh
for the
my
globe.
god, you guys are so dishonest, man. I'm asking you guys what the hell you're meaning, and you're not gonna explain it.
No,
What the fuck do you want
you're
me
just
to get?
circling the drain. You're just circling the drain, guy. I know you've been here for weeks. You've presented literally nothing for the globe, and now you're at the point of saying, "I'm not trying to prove the globe." Yeah, we get that. Let's move on to someone who actually wants to.
Okay, you guys don't want to explain what the hell you're talking about. Fine.
I've spent pages explaining, and you
Yeah,
just
it's simple. Earth's not a globe.
No, you haven't. He said to me, Get said, what types of acceleration does exist? And then I said, I don't know what you mean, and he's not going to explain.
Yeah.
Different
there
types.
are two kinds of acceleration. Yeah.
Is there? Oh, what?
Yeah.
Gonna keep cycling this train.
The
Yeah,
constant
you can go and Google it.
the constant increase in velocity, yeah, and the constant change of the vector direction.
Okay.
Both of these are acceleration.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that.
when you are in a spinning reference frame, you are not increasing velocity. You are changing constantly the vector. Therefore, you are in a constant accelerating reference frame.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. Now, it's not fucking measurable. Your claim cannot be measured.
What claim?
That the world is rotating. The ground beneath our feet is rotating.
Do another loop now, but yes, you can. And we'll do the loop again.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to measure that with accelerometer. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, so you can't
I mean,
measure it.
about an hour ago, you were saying
Let's move on.
Wait. An hour ago, you were saying you can use an accelerometer to measure something on the surface and the center of the Earth and work out the differential. Remember?
Yeah, differential forces. Yeah, I said so.
Yeah. So now it's a bit difficult, but before you could. You see, you're always changing your shit.
No, I didn't.
Guys,
I never said you don't
I'm just
measure
gonna put an end to this. It's getting too painful for everyone.
I told you, mute these trolls.
Yeah, right when he starts to explain, then you mute him out. That's good.
Yeah, because concern throwing is going to work next, right?
Sounds like
Are you very concerned for his fate? How concerned are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Dude, I'm concerned about your debating tactics.
Tactics.
You have a speech impediment, bro. Come on, really?
What tactics? What tactics did I use?
Just muting him before you even explain himself.
Oh, he's been in for like an hour.
First of all, I didn't mute him. He's been here a long time. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's just muted about an hour, right?
He contradicted his own position. Now he's saying we can measure the tidal forces from bodies that are hundreds of thousands to millions of miles away, but you can't measure the rotation of the Earth even though you're on it.
Right, that's great. He's not here to defend himself, bro.
Instead of crying for
That's
him,
his
why don't you
claim,
step
but
up and take
no,
his
you
point?
weren't here to listen to
I
it.
don't know his point because you guys muted him before he could say
That's
it.
all right. That's all right. You make your point. Don't cry.
I don't have a point. I just wanted to listen to his point.
You don't have a point.
The point you don't know that he had. You don't even know the point he was trying to make. That's the point.
I wanted to listen to it. That's my point.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you even know he had a point?
What was his point, bro? Like in general.
I wanted to listen to it. I don't know what it was because you muted him.
I do.
Because he's been having a conversation for an hour. And you've come in having no idea. You don't even know what he's talking about, and you're crying about it.
I don't.
And we're saying,
because
okay,
he muted him.
You have the discussion then. You're saying,
the only way you would know what we were talking about is if you invented a time machine and went back an hour and listened to it.
Guys, I guarantee you guys been here for over 15 minutes. I wish you could check that some way. He's trolling. He's just acting as if he just and oh man, I just witnessed this guy getting muted.
I just joined.
Yeah, these two guys are trolls. Nep and Cyclone, they're trolls.
Yeah, these people are
not troll.
Sorry, not you, dude. Sorry, I saw your thing come up. It's Nep, sir.
No, they're not trolls. You're an attention whore. Come in to get attention.
Yeah.
Just cry about
you have our attention. Where's your globe proof?
I wanted to hear that guy's argument. That's all I wanted to do.
Well, we want to hear
you have an argument. But you don't realize that because you didn't hear his previous freaking 25,000 words of nothing.
Well, I don't think I should say anything because you guys are going to mute me.
I
don't want to be muted.
Now the victim. Another victim card.
You even give an argument.
Concern trolling, yeah. Let's go.
Flat Earth boys.
You guys are going to mute me, bro.
Is there any believer?
Not for that. Not for making a good argument. We're going to mute you for being a retard.
Oh, there you go. Now I can't make any arguments.
You don't have one to make.
You don't have one. You've been asked multiple times to give one. You're not going to give one. You said, I just wanted to listen.
No, you're just going to mute me. You're not going to listen to me.
I can't give my argument.
You're right. You are correct. We are going to mute you because you're failing to make an argument. If you made an argument, you'd be allowed to talk. But if you're going to sit here and chew into the mic and waste our goddamn time, then yeah, you are going to be muted.
Sorry. Yeah, your guys' time is valuable. Yeah. Apologize for that.
Look at this.
More valuable than yours.
You guys just can't even come up with a single argument. You're just going to.
I haven't heard an argument from you guys at all, so maybe I'll shut yourselves.
You're not listening. You didn't listen to the previous guy either. You're just.
I'm listening to you guys. I don't hear any arguments.
Okay, here's my argument.
Why do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball? What makes you believe?
One at a time. Get.
That's not an argument.
Cyclone's talking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my argument is there's no curvature to the surface of Earth. What do you think about that?
All right, why?
Well, because no one's measured Earth curvature.
Have you measured the flatness?
Yes.
Well, that's all that can be measured.
How have you measured it?
Various methods, testing line of sight. So before we go to that, so are you in agreement that no one's ever measured the curve then?
Well, I just want to know why you think your assertion is correct. I'm just curious.
Well, because it's more about their assertion being incorrect because who's measured the curve?
All right, why are they incorrect?
Well, because who's measured the curve?
Who's measured the flat?
Well, the curve is the positive claim.
You have.
Dude, you're saying I'm in the flat Earth channel.
You've measured it. You've measured it. You've measured it. Nap. You've measured it. You ever been to the ocean? You ever been to a lake? Was that curving?
Well, I mean, I haven't measured a curve or a flat, but how do you know it's flat?
Does it look flat?
I don't know. It doesn't look too flat to me. With a bunch of hills everywhere and stuff, you know.
But the majority of the surface of the Earth is okay. Yeah, cool. The majority. No one said smooth, dude. Okay, we're talking about the vertical compared to the horizontal. It's not curving.
Mm-hmm. How do you know it's not curving?
You can see it's not curving.
So if you can't see something, that makes it not that thing?
Well, no, we go with this is what we see, so this is what it is, right? And if someone says, no, that's not what it is, they need evidence to show that's not what it is.
But you're saying
there's no measurable curvature, yeah, because that's what it is. That's what it appears to be.
You're saying the entire Earth is flat. Have you observed the entire Earth?
Well, nearly the entire Earth is water, so we know that water's flat. So if water's flat, then the Earth is flat.
So the entire Earth is
flat.
the entire Earth is water. Is that what you're saying?
No one said that. The majority of
70%.
Let me ask you this question:
world is water.
70% of the Earth's surface is water. Can you? And if the water's flat, can you have a 70% flat ball?
I don't know. Have you measured?
You don't
the flat?
know. Shut up. Okay, this is why you're getting muted, because you're dishonest.
Because I'm arguing like you guys. I'm just trying to make you guys prove something that you can't prove.
Nep is a
troll. Discord call.
No, we have measurements demonstrating water's flat.
You got a measurement of the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth, because we have connected water, and water has one property on the surface when it's connected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so you
is
haven't
that
measured
true?
the entire Earth.
You don't need to. You only need to measure a section.
Why not?
I just told you why. Because it's connected water. Water has one property on the surface when it's connected.
If you want to measure something, right, you don't measure part of the thing, right? You just measure the whole thing.
Okay, so who measured the whole globe?
Nobody, according to you guys.
Nobody. Well,
according to us?
Well, I contradict you. Little man,
you guys think you're right, right? Or are you guys wrong?
No, he's deflecting. He's deflecting from.
He just wants to run circles on you guys.
No, he said when you want to measure something, you don't measure parts of it, but you measure all of it. I am a CNC machinist, Miller. I make metal ultra precision parts, yeah. And when I do measurements, I do on specific spots. I take a measurement in a single point, yeah, and that's it. I don't measure the whole 3D shape that I'm creating.
So if you want to measure the length of your bar or something, you measure just part of it?
If I want to measure the length of my car, yeah, I measure from the front to the back. Yeah, I put a ruler on the
measure the whole length, right?
Side, yeah.
What do you mean the whole length? No, he measures part of the length, because he's measuring point to point. It's part of the length.
The whole length of the car.
Yeah, part of the length, because there's another part of the car. He can measure a length that, like, infinitesimally many increments, right?
I don't need to measure the left side, the right side, the middle side, and the in between, and all those measurements are irrelevant.
So if you wanted the whole length of the car, you would measure
if
part
I
of the length, like half the length,
listen,
and then be like, times 2, and that's the length.
I measure the length of the bumper. I measure the length of the fender. I measure the length of the doors and the back. Yeah, and when I add them together, they will give me the length of my car. Separate measurements.
Yeah, but you add them all together, the same thing.
So, but you're in agreement. No one's ever done that for the globe.
Yeah.
The globe? Why do you assume it's a globe?
Yeah. So no one's measured anything
Guys
of the
trolling
Earth
you
being
again
a
and again,
globe.
man. It's obvious to you.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying, but I mean, he'll still concede, won't he, Nep, that no one's ever measured any curvature or any globe.
I don't know. I don't think anyone's ever measured the flatness.
So what about the curve? What about the globe? Have they measured that?
I think the contention here is if the Earth is flat.
No. See, this is where you run away from the story. So one more time, we'll give you a chance to give an honest response. So do you think anyone has ever measured curvature of this ball that you think you live on?
I think people have said they have, yeah.
Oh, who said they have?
The NASA scientist people.
The NASA scientist people? Which one?
I think there's one named Steve Johnson or something.
Steve Johnson did the measurement. All right, could you show us that measurement?
I'd have to call him up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you call him up, right? We'll come back to you. Let us know when you've got Steve Johnson from NASA's measurement. Yeah.
Well, I just want to know if you have the measurement of the flat.
Okay. That's all right.
Yeah, we do. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it in the chat. I'm sure you're gonna
call him up. Who did the measurement?
I did.
What we said.
You did. What's your name? What's your name?
You're not
Steve
calling
Johnson.
me.
Oh,
you can come to my house, though. You can come to my house.
Oh no, I don't want to come to your house.
Yeah, I know you
clean
don't.
up first.
But that's it. Next,
that would be rude.
Look, first of all, your mommy won't let you get that far away down the block. So let's just stop.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You can try it yourself, dude. You got a laser, like a little pointer?
A laser pointer? I do actually have a laser pointer.
I know you
don't know where it is.
point it at people's cars and bullshit, but why don't you try
I
pointing?
point at planes. To be honest.
Perfect, man. Like I get it, right?
Yeah, let's go on Discord and make it a felony.
Right?
Can I ask you where you're from?
Me?
Yeah.
He's from
I'm from
Somalia.
Florida.
Florida. Can you make a elevation profile of USA and then you come here with all hills and mountains and tell us why that heights are there and explain everything, and that would be great. On the sphere,
he's already
of course.
got one piece of homework, Sasha. He's going to find that measurement that he thinks NASA did
No,
of the globe
I want
that
I want that he take and make a model of USA. He don't need even all sphere. I'm giving him elevation profile on USA on the curved surface.
Yeah, I don't think.
How do I do that?
Easily, every mountain, has between that two mountains is distance, and then you calculate the underground curve, and how you get the height of the mountain. Every mountain.
I don't know. I never climbed a mountain before, so.
Yeah, he's not going to do any of that.
Do
He's not going to do any of that.
Do you know how you have? Do you know how you? Do you know that you have a height in USA, in middle of USA, of the mountain? They say
what's the height?
this is Mount. They're saying this is in, let's say, whatever mountain in middle of USA. This is mountain this, and its height 2,000 meters. What that mean?
It means it's 2,000 meters high.
High from where?
From the floor.
From the floor.
Yeah.
And where is the floor? How they get the floor?
The floor is under your feet, man. It's right
how
there.
they get the floor? What's the floor? What's the zero?
They just look down.
Look down where?
At the floor.
What? The floor in the mountain, huh? They do. They look through the mountain to the floor, huh? And measure the mountain.
Guys, this guy is being like his father. He's being very evasive.
Guys,
come on,
we're not going to be helping this young gentleman with this.
They could just drill a hole maybe through the mountain.
No, maybe they can see sea level.
Sasha, we need to be helping this young gentleman with more simple shit. Right? Yeah. Now, you understand what water is?
Yeah, climbing a mountain is difficult, to be fair.
Yeah, you understand what water is, don't you? You understand what water is, don't you?
Yeah, I got some right next to me, yeah.
Awesome stuff. And we are told that 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, when we observe water, we observe that water to be level on the surface. Apart from the waves and shit, we notice it to be level upon the surface. It reflects light like a perfectly mirrored surface, right? You go to a lake, it looks level, doesn't it?
I guess so, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So when we observe and measure across distances of water with lasers or whatever, we do not find or measure any curvature. Do you understand that?
How do you measure the curvature with the laser?
Right. So, for example, hold on. You've got a laser and a target over a distance of water, let's say 25 miles apart. Now, according to the globe Earth model, there should be a hump of water between both laser and target, where if you were to aim the laser at the target, one, you wouldn't be able to see it because there would be a curve of water in the way, and two, the laser would fly above the target. Now, with direct line of sight targeting equipment, we demonstrate that the laser passes straight over the water, doesn't hit a curve, doesn't go flying off up into the air, and hits the target. So we demonstrate that the water beneath the laser is level. Now, if the water is level, that's 72% of the surface of the Earth being level, then the Earth cannot be a ball. Do you understand that?
So you can shoot a laser 72% around across the Earth?
Oh, when measuring different bodies of water. So lakes across seas, distances from 10 miles, 25 miles, 100 miles. Every single time we measure over water, we do not measure curvature.
Well, you shoot it across the whole ocean?
No, not across the whole ocean. but distances over the ocean. Distances over the ocean. Sometimes things are too far away for the technology, so thousands and thousands of miles. Yeah, limited technology, my friend. Lasers aren't going to shoot that far. But using the technology, because
it's air absorbs light.
Go on, India.
Well, I was just going to say air absorbs light. That's why not. You'd have to dump the entire power grid into like a freaking 50-foot tall laser and super cool that shit. And then maybe you'd get 300 miles.
Oh.
So air absorbs light as an exponential function with distance. So that means the further you go, it isn't just a linear thing like I need twice the power to go twice the distance. No. You need like 10 times the power to go twice the distance and 100 times the power to go twice that. Right? It's an exponential curve.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you said there what? Oh, like a curve, like on the amount of power you need.
Yeah, on a graph, dude. An exponential curve on a graph. You know what an You know what an exponential function is?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. So if you were gonna, so say you had a laser that could shine 20 miles. If you wanted to shine it 2,000 miles, you would need a laser that's 1,000,000 times more powerful.
Dang. But isn't the how far is the longest ocean? Like the
Who knows? It don't matter.
Well, someone's got to do it.
Look, you can go anywhere in the world and to any age, no matter how long ago, and they used water to level things. There isn't like some place where water's not level. Other than like a waterfall. A standing body of water is level, period.
Yeah, if you measure 100 meters over the water, like 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 20, 50 kilometers, these distances are quite big. If you don't find curvature at 100 meter, at 100 meter, the curvature will be very, very little, if there was. Now, at 10 kilometers, the curvature will be much bigger, will be higher than, taller than a man's height. At 50 kilometers, it will be exponentially bigger. And it will be much easier to see, but we don't find it not even at 50 kilometers, not even at 200 kilometers.
So
every time we test.
So what if you go I'm looking at the maps, the Google Maps.
Yeah.
And what if you shine a laser from West Palm Beach to West End, Bahamas?
What's the distance between those places?
That's over land, also.
No, that's the ocean.
Yeah, but how far is between those 2 points?
Hang on, let me use a little ruler tool. Gotta find it. Find the ruler.
I'll guarantee you, mate, doesn't matter what stretch of water you're going to come up with. If we had the technology to measure over that distance of water, that water would be level beneath the laser. Any laser test that has been done has demonstrated that the water is level. Now, this also is kind of military applicable technology, targeting systems, laser targeting systems that go up to a distance of 150 kilometers from vessels at sea to ground-based targets. Now, the military use line-of-sight targeting. But if you want, you'll understand that we can provide you with multiple demonstrations of flat earthers, quote unquote, that have measured over distances of water, and there's no curvature to be measured, none whatsoever. Now, if the surface of the Earth is 72% water and we're not measuring that water to be curved, then the Earth cannot be a ball.
But why is it, so I'm looking at this video, why is this guy like high up?
The new guy, do you know where should to be the curvature? If Earth is a sphere with this size?
Where they say it should be. Do you know where it is?
Yeah, Sasha, he doesn't know.
No, I'm asking him. Maybe, yeah, that's very important. If he maybe look where should to be that curvature, maybe you will have something in mind.
What do you mean where it should be?
There is a map telling you if you are on the sphere, how long you can see if it's sphere, if Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, you see, when you have a ball and you have a on it, yeah.
60 miles. Sorry, I got the ruler.
Oh, 60 miles. Yeah, 60 miles distance. You will need at least a industrial laser.
How much curve would be in 60 miles?
Helping guys.
Oh.
How much curvature over 60 miles?
Yeah, 60 miles. I have that chart. One moment, but
So it's like 64 inches.
No, we're going to be talking about
I guess it depends on the height of the observer.
2,400 feet at 60 miles.
That's from sea level, from point A to point B on the sea. That's going to change if you're at altitude. The geometric horizon is going to appear in a different place depending on your altitude. So for a 1 foot observer, the geometric horizon will be just over 1 mile away. But ultimately, between these two places, that's a shitload of curvature. And
so if you're 1 foot away, 1 foot off the ground, off the water, you should be able to shine the laser all the way to West End, and it should be 1 foot off the water.
If we're shining a laser from 1 foot above the surface of the water, if the Earth was curved, the physical geometric sphere edge horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. You wouldn't have a direct line of sight to something that was 60 miles away of the same, say, foot value, height and inches value off the floor. So this is what we're trying to tell you. So, for example, there's been a laser test that's been done. I think it's Lake Bissau. I think it's Hungary or Bulgaria. I always get confused. But a distance of 25 miles, both laser and target are situated about, I think, is 1.5 to 2 meters above the surface of the water. The direct line of sight, the target was hit by the laser. There should be a hump of Earth curve in the way. You shouldn't be able to see or hit that target at that distance. Any distance, I can give you another one that's been done over 10 miles where both laser and target were 6 inches above the floor. Now, if there was Earth curve in the way, you wouldn't be able to hit the target, but we hit the target. There's loads and loads and loads of them.
Where's that one?
That was done in the south of England between two piers, one in Brighton, one in Worthington.
The pier is 6 inches off the water?
No, this is just the location, Brighton Pier to Worthing Pier. The laser and the target was 6 inches, just at the sea edge by the water. Again, every single laser test that is conducted demonstrates there is no curvature. We hit the target every single time. And like I said, this is just direct line of sight targeting technology used by, the Navy and so on.
I don't know.
We just have to understand.
All the armies and militaries all over the world use this technology, bro. Like, they use lasers to target stuff, right? And they need a line of sight at 100 miles.
Yes, but be careful because they are not using 600 nanometer up to 1,200 nanometer kinds of lasers. Not between these wavelength. They use infrared spectrum lasers. Because those lasers are the least refractive.
So you need infrared red laser?
Is negligible for those kind of lasers. If you can get your hands on a infrared laser, that's gonna be awesome stuff. You can do a lot of amazing stuff with it.
Infrared lasers are restricted because they're dangerous.
Yeah.
And there's security risk.
But I've seen in USA a guy who actually made one DIY at home, you know.
This is like, I mean, all you need to do is get some binoculars, get a fucking high zoom camera or whatever, go to the sea edge and see as far as you can see. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you would have a limitation to that view. Unfortunately for the globe Earth model, that limitation of view doesn't appear to be interrupting our view of anything. You can literally see as far as you can see.
So, but what about like the sun setting? And you zoom in, you can't bring the sun back.
Oh, really? Can I show you a GIF?
Can what?
Can I show you a GIF?
Just post it, man.
Yeah, post
Just
it.
a second. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Give me 10 seconds.
So where's the 6-inch laser? I'm Googling it. I can't find it.
Yeah, I'll go find it for you. I did mention it. I'll go get it. No worries.
Oh, wait. 7.5 miles.
And why would you be able to zoom the sun back, really?
Because you can do it with ships, right? That's what he said?
Sometimes you can zoom ship back. Sometimes you can zoom ships back. Sometimes you can zoom the sun back. Depends on the situation. So the point of that is, like, you could be on the shore looking at a ship and it might look cut off, but if you take a high zoom camera, you can zoom in on it and it's not cut off. Problem is just your shitty vision. And the same with sunsets. The sun will look like it's cut off and then you zoom in. But that doesn't last forever. Because at some point, zoom is actually not related to the reason to angular resolution. Zoom has a limitation. Because zoom is just magnifying something. That's all it does. And if you can't resolve it in the first place, doesn't matter what you do, you can't magnify it into being resolvable. Right? Think about it like this. If I took a 512 by 512 picture and then I rescaled it, right? So I make it 10,000 by 10,000 pixels. I'm not going to see more stuff in the image than was already in the first image, right? Just by rescaling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's an optical zoom.
Only the other way.
It's the same thing. It's just scaling. You're scaling the same light that's hitting the lens.
Yeah, but this
it's not different light.
This GIF, the sun is still up though. It's not set yet.
Yeah, so like here the sun actually gets cut.
And how the surface looks like when the sun is setting.
It's dark. I mean, the sun is gone.
What is the shape of the surface when the sun is setting?
What do you mean the shape of the surface of the sun?
Of Earth.
The surface of the Earth.
Oh, it's a horizon. You know, it's
Say it.
You
almost said flat, but you stopped yourself. You almost said flat, but you couldn't say it.
Whatever sun is doing, what the fuck its surface doing?
Look, it just went away. Yeah, look.
Yeah.
Now it's set.
Yeah.
Now what satellites hang by ropes?
Let's say that it's dark. Let's say that sun now it's dark, totally dark. Did that change the water?
Why would it change the water?
That means the water will stay level.
He just
even if sun is going away.
Sasha, he just watched the image I posted and he said, now it's set. He didn't say the sun went away as the image shows. It just goes away. It doesn't go down under the water. It just goes away.
It goes down, yeah.
No, it goes away.
When it goes away.
Because the sun is round and you see the round part go like behind the horizon.
Not in the image, not in the GIF he just showed.
It's not even touching
the horizon. It's not even touching the horizon when it disappears.
I posted the peer-to-peer observation.
It's going behind it.
How's it going behind it when it's not even touching it?
What? We wouldn't touch it because the sun doesn't touch the water.
Dude, you for real? No one said the sun was touching the fucking water.
Yeah, but it goes
the
behind
sun is setting. What? Okay, dude, real simple. You can see the sunlight. You can see a gap of air between the water and the sun, right? That means the sun, and then the sun disappears, and it never touched the water. And I don't mean physically touch, I mean visually touch the water. It never made contact with that horizon line.
Because of the mirage.
Oh, so not Earth curve. Great, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
The mirage of the.
So it's not Earth curve, right? So it's not Earth curve.
Yeah, it's going behind the horizon, but there's a little mirage above the water.
So how can you tell it's going behind the horizon if there's a mirage on the water?
Is the
It's like a thin
horizon
line.
the curvature of the Earth?
No, the horizon. Well, yeah, it is technically, yeah.
Bro, you're just saying nonsense. You're gonna keep doing
He's
it.
just saying random words, man. He's wasting your time. It's so fucking obvious.
It's literally he's wasting the time. People just entertain trolls like him for 3 hours, 4 hours.
No, it's going behind the horizon. That's what's happening.
One moment. Let's take it logically. At 12 o'clock noon, daytime.
Dude, that's a high bar for this guy, man. Are you kidding me? You're going to take it logically with him. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Logically,
I try.
He's trolling you. They just ended these guys to troll you for hours on end. And send you
listen, we all know he's trolling. We all know that he's just, but it's good for other people to hear that this is what they have to resort to. Because we sit here, and there's still no gold proof. So 2 hours of just blah, 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 blah. No gold proof that but the globe is supposed to be obvious, remember? Just be like, it's obvious, everybody knows it, you're a retard if you don't believe it. So we got 2 hours of this guy, he can't show a fucking thing. All he can do is play games.
I mean,
and that tells everybody else in the chat that's a glober that this is what all they have is nonsense.
But you just saw the sun go behind the horizon.
No, I didn't. We saw the sun not go behind the horizon.
He's just saying words.
You just posted a GIF right here.
You just
I reposted.
Yeah, the sun didn't go behind the horizon. It disappeared before the horizon.
Has anyone?
Listen, this. I posted the GIF, but
right there.
For example, I want to delete now that GIF from my mind and my life, and I want to speak about geometry. I want to speak about geometry of the surface. And now, boy, you need to live with reality. That's all. It's nothing scary. It's nothing.
Can I try, please, with him?
He just posted it again. He just posted it. If you look at it, the sun shrinks down to nothing and just kind of fizzles into the sky.
Yeah.
So why is it like if you were to go like on a balloon or something, you would be able to see it if you go up higher?
I know.
What are you talking about? See what?
You'd be able to bring the sun back if you went up higher.
Because the angle changes.
What is that? How would that bring that back?
Like if you, like when you're in a crowd, why do you stand up on your tiptoes? So to see farther, right? You go up higher, now you can see farther. Is it because like the mall is curved?
No, it's because people are in your way, so you want to see over their heads.
Yeah, and what do? You go up higher and look down on everything, right?
Yeah, to see over people's heads and see over the horizon.
So if I'm on a giant checkerboard, right, and I see all these little squares, and eventually the squares are so far away, I'm not going to see them anymore. But if I go up higher, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's why you go up higher in a concert, because everyone's in your way, so you want to see over their heads.
Yeah, so now we're talking about a checkerboard, right? So now we're going to talk about checkerboard. We have checkers on the checkerboard. We can see squares, right? White and black squares extend to the horizon. Now, at some point, I'm at such a shallow angle, I can't see the squares anymore. They just all blur together. But what happens if I go up higher? Will I see more squares? Well, I see squares that are not visible, or they start to become visible when I go higher.
Well, you'd also see them if you zoomed in with the camera.
Just answer the fucking question. And you wouldn't see them if you zoomed in. That's nonsense.
Yeah, you would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. No, zoom doesn't magically. Listen, you don't see the checkers because the angle is so shallow, because it's such a small angle of view. It's unresolvable. That's called your angular resolution. It has nothing to do with the zoom on a goddamn camera. They are two different things. They're two different equations. They have nothing to do with each other.
Well, you could.
Listen, when you drive your car at night on a road, and let's say there's no moon in the sky, so it's almost pitch black night. Now you turn on your lights, the short range, and with the short range, you can see 200 meters in front of you. So, and if you drive like 80 or 100 kilometers an hour, it's relative okay. But if you go 120, the distance you see in front of you with those short phase lights is not really enough. You need to see a little bit further when you travel faster. You want to see the road better in front of you, further away. So you turn on the long range lights, yeah? And it's very comfortable to drive now, even if it's night. Now, let's say someone far away, like 10 kilometers, and he's on a hill and he see you driving your car on the road coming towards the hill, yeah? Now, when you drove with short lights phase, he saw your lights. He saw there is a car with some lights turned on, but those lights are not illuminating the ground to his feet. It's pitch black outside for him, and he's not capable to see what is around him. And even when you switch on the long range lights, he can see a brighter light, yeah. He can see some details, yeah, like the surrounding of in front of your car, yeah, the terrain, because your car is illuminating that area, and he can see it. But still, his lights are not powerful enough to illuminate in front of him the ground so he can see to walk on that hill. Now, if he takes a camera, yeah, to zoom in better, he can see more detail of that terrain in front of your car, but it still doesn't help him to see what is in front of him. Now, this is how light and angular resolution actually explains a lot what's happening here. But when we talk about the sun and the sunset, the sun is actually at 12 noon, right above you. So it's the perpendicular to the ground from the sun is right above you. And when it's sunset, yeah, when you see the sun setting, that perpendicular where the sun is in that location, the distance between you and that perpendicular now is about 6,000 miles if you are at the equator line.
A week ago, mate.
It's a very, very long distance. Now, the sunlight has the power output of 100 petawatts. So it's a very bright light source. It illuminates a huge surface area, but with a radius of approximately 6,000 miles. But when he's going further than that, the sunlight will not propagate any further than that and will not reach your eyes, and the night is setting. You understand now? So light does not propagate and travel infinite distances.
How far does light travel then?
It's according to the power output of the light source. How many lumens, how bright the light source is. So whenever you want a more powerful light, for example, when you go hunting, you want to use very bright flashlights so you can blind the animal, yeah, and it freezes and you can shoot him, yeah. Now it's probably not illegal to do this, but hunters still practice this method. And believe me, there are hunters' flashlights which actually take so much energy that not even a V12 doesn't take that much engine. When you compare the energy consumption, those flashlights actually beat a car engine, a V12.
Guys, I have a question.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a strong flashlight.
Guys, if 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 the Earth is flat or round or any other shape, does it affect the size of my penis?
Brilliant. Well done, you. That was awesome. Let's go back to the other gentleman who was talking about the sun. Are you still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So are you saying that
I'm
we
glad
can't see
you
the
stayed
bottom?
here.
Sorry. Are you saying that we can't see the bottom of the sun because the curve of the Earth is in the way?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Are you in the text stream? Can you scroll up until you see an image of 2 oil rigs?
Of 2 what?
Oil rigs.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Now, for example, if we're on a ball with a known radius value, it's just a mathematical calculation away for you to figure out where the geometric horizon was. We were talking about it earlier. If you're 1 foot, 6 foot, 2 meters above the surface, the curve is going to be a little bit further away, right? Yes.
The 1 foot, yeah. If you're like high up.
Yeah. So, for example, if you're making an observation at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the physical horizon is going to be at 1.2 miles away. Okay. Now, I've given you this observation of 2 oil rigs because it's an observation taken from 1 foot above the water. In relationship to those 2 oil rigs that are just distance markers, one's at 6 miles plus, one's at 9 miles plus, can you tell me in relation to those 2 oil rigs where the horizon, the sea and the sky appear to meet? Where in that image is the horizon? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond the 2 oil rigs? Where do you see the horizon, my friend?
Behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, it's behind the oil rigs, so at least 10 miles away, right?
Hang on, someone's lagging. I'm assuming you just confirmed what I said.
Yeah. So at least 10 miles away, yeah?
Huh? If it's 10, well, that's what it's marked as, yeah.
Because every sound or every letter in your accent, you
Yeah, whoever that is, you need to mute yourself. All right, so if we're making an observation from 1 foot, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away, but it's 10 miles away, kind of removing the assertion that the horizon is going behind physical Earth.
If it's 1 foot above the water, yeah, but I don't know if that's 1 foot above the water. I don't know if that's 10 miles.
Okay, Well, let's put it like this. This is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you the video if you want. You can see the gentleman put the camera down on the beach, and they are static oil rigs at a known distance from this observation in California. One's at 6 miles away, one's at 9 miles away. If the surface of the Earth was curved, the physical horizon would be at 1 mile away, 1.2. But we can clearly see it at least 10 miles away. So when you say, I can't see the bottom of the sun because of physical Earth curve is in the way, this observation demonstrates that there is no physical Earth curve. You can literally
the physical
see
water curve,
yeah. Yeah. So there's no physical curvature of the Earth. Like we were demonstrating earlier with the laser tests that are going between laser and target up to big distances. Should be hitting Earth curve, right? This observation shows you that the horizon isn't physical Earth curve. It's just the limitation of your view, depending on, the atmosphere and the day and the technology that you use. So when you say, I can't see the bottom of that sun, it's not because of physical Earth curve, my friend. It's for another reason, like was explained to you earlier. But it's not Earth curve.
So, so if you can see, well, how far was the sun in that video? I heard someone say 6,000 miles, right?
No, nobody knows. No, I was when I said that, I told you at 12 noon. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
When the sun is right above you, you draw an imaginary line from the sun to the ground, and it's exactly at your location because it's right above you at 12 noon. So that's a perpendicular line. Yes. Now, so the sun is perpendicular in that position above you when it's 12 noon. Now, when it is evening and it's setting, the sun have moved away that perpendicular line where the sun is perpendicular on the ground. The sun moved approximately 6,000 miles. So it's approximately 6,000 miles far away from you, that perpendicular line. So the sun is now perpendicular in another location, which is 6,000 miles far away from. You understand? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, but then it would be at least 6,000 horizontal miles away, right?
Well, the sun is in the sky, and we don't know at what altitude the sun is. We never measured, and we know that nobody has ever measured the distance from the Earth to the sun. It cannot be done.
Can I ask you a question? Because I think that I'm confused. I think that you are now mixing something sun and these things what Jedi told you. Not you get beget.
Me, Nemdep?
Yeah. Because Jedi told you something what it has nothing to do with what get beget is telling you now. You understand that? You understand that?
Yeah. A bit of concerned trolling would be appropriate now. You can just influx that now.
Did you understand what Jedi was talking to you, telling you?
Yeah, that it was 10 miles with the view 1 foot above the water.
Well, yeah. So the observer is at a height from sea level of 1 foot. So that's like you go to the beach, you lay down on your belly, yeah. You lift your head up, and your eyes are at a height of about 1 foot from the water level, the sea level. Yeah, your eyes are a little above the water. Yeah. So, and you look across the ocean, and from this height, observation height, these people who believe in the globe, yeah, and who promote the globe belief, they told us that the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. and with a sphere with this radius will have a arc curvature on its surface, yeah, because the surface of all balls is curved.
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah. Now that arc curvature has a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. Now that means that when you sit like that on the beach and look in the horizon will be at that geometric horizon, the curvature of the earth will be at 1.225 miles far away, 1 mile and 225 feet away from you. Any distance beyond that, so if we have like a boat sailing away from the shore, when it goes beyond 1 mile 200 feet, the boat will start going behind that curve, the hump, yeah, and will start disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Because the curvature, like it's going, it will be like you're watching someone walking uphill. It reaches on the top and then is going downhill the other side. And when it's going downhill the other side, you see him until he's down. He
On the
went
other
so
side.
far down that you can't see him anymore. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now the first oil rig and the second, they are at a distance. The first one 6 miles and the second one 9 miles. And the horizon line in that video, I know it's a little bit blurry. It's not high quality because the camera is at its highest zoom, you know, so that's the best quality we can get with that, you know. But it still can be seen that the horizon is behind the second oil rig. And behind the second oil rig, we see that the horizon is not very far away, but very close to that. And because we can see the horizon behind the second oil rig, because the second oil rig, we see it from the bottom all the way up, now we are safe to say that the horizon line is at about 10 miles or 11 miles, let's say, give or take. So the horizon line is way much further away than what the geometry of the globe sphere gave us. They gave us those numbers, the arc curvature and the radius of the world.
So you said it's a square, 8, what was it? 8 inches per mile squared? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 8 inches per mile square curvature drop. Yeah. And
But why would they
every time you double the distance, this drop grows exponentially because it's arc curvature.
Yeah, but
You know?
why is it squared though? Because that makes a parabola. That doesn't make a round curve.
This drop is drop mile square is a surface area.
Yeah, but you're measuring
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Not you,
Yes.
If you are on top of the sphere, what is going on with the surface around you?
It's falling away.
In which direction?
Curving down.
In which direction? One, like parabola, or
Yeah.
in every direction, like a sphere?
In every direction, like a sphere. Yeah, like down.
That means it's parabola everywhere.
Yeah,
So-
it's all around you, 360
Is it
degrees.
parabola everywhere?
No, it would be a parabola nowhere. It would
Parabola
not be
nowhere.
8. It wouldn't be squared, is what I'm saying. It
Where?
wouldn't be 8 inches per mile squared. It'd be a different formula.
What would be different formula?
You'd have to do a different thing.
Yeah.
It would be a-
Do you
It would
think
be
that
it would be height equals radius times 1 minus the cosine theta.
And do you think that 1.22 miles, 8 inch per mile squared, it's some flat earther math or what's that? What's that math?
I think it's wrong. Because look here,
You
this is
think
what
it's wrong. How about this? How about that you maybe wrong write the new books of other people? My God.
the real formula
Man,
would be
what's the formula? There is no the real formula.
There is no real formula. You
There
don't know
is
what you're
So
talking about.
look,
It'd be different.
There is 5 formulas, India. India, is there 5 formulas or more?
Yeah, there's at least 5 formulas. Each formula.
Let me help him a little bit.
Hold on. Let me just cover this real quick. Now, yes, 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, but it's an approximation that works for 300 miles at least. What you're using
Have you
is
graphed
also
it?
yeah. So, yeah. And
So hang on, let's go to
size your little Earth in your gift, and you put it inside the parabola, like you shrink the size of the Earth, right? Your little Earth there that you have a picture, and you put it inside the parabola. Why would you have it on the outside? Yeah.
Wait, which one?
Don't work, man. So
which image? The image I posted?
yeah, the Earth in the parabola, the big pink parabola, magenta, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is the Earth so big?
Because that's like if you were to graph it.
No. The Earth would be inside the parabola. It would be smaller Earth inside the arc of the parabola.
No, because the rate would. No, it's not how. Look here, I'll show you. It's 8. Wait. 8 inches per mile squared. You said.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared.
How many inches in a mile? Jeez, that's an ugly number.
Cubic at 7.96, 7.97, and 7.98.
Yeah. So we have a curve calculator that uses the 8 inches per mile squared versus the trig function versus the Pythagorean theorem. And the difference at 300 miles is less than 1%. Now, each one of those is an approximation. There is no correct formula. Different formulas get less accurate at different distances. So the sine function one, it's very inaccurate at short distances. And they all become inaccurate at greater than 1/8 of the circumference. And all of them increase in inaccuracy past that. So
I think the cosine is gonna be more accurate because that's how you describe a circle.
Okay, so sine and cosine, you obviously don't know, is inside is a right-handed triangle inside of a circle.
No, it's because you're doing the. You're
There's
doing
no no. What are you talking about?
Do you know the Do you know the oh my god, what's it called? The equation for a circle?
Yes,
equation.
x squared times y, s squared times y squared equals 1 for the unit circle.
Yeah, in relation to cosine.
No.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Tell me what it is. Yeah, tell me what it is.
It would be
y squared in relation to cosine. Tell me what it is.
So it would be, hang on, let's do this one. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's right here. It would be cosine, wait, hang on, because x and y.
Sine and cosine are infinite series. They're a Taylor series. They're an infinite series. They never end. They are always approximations. There's not a single exact solution to any sine or cosine function, ever. Never has been, never will be, and there can't be. Because they're an infinite series.
Yeah, they repeat, but so does a circle, dude.
No, not repeat. It goes on and on and on forever.
Yeah, but so does a circle. Circle has no beginning and end.
Dude, I'm talking to somebody that don't know what they're talking about.
All right. Dude, I honestly, I don't know if you've taken high school calculus or anything.
We're talking about trig, not calculus.
Yeah, but you use sine and cosine in calculus.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. So this is how sine and cosine are derived. So you see this little graph I just posted? This right-hand triangle, so you have the x-axis and the y-axis. In the relationship of where this little point is on the x and y-axis,
right, and
defines the coordinate. Okay,
and so let's say you wanted to plug something. This is also
an infinite Taylor series.
All right, listen.
So, but this coordinate is an approximation, no matter what.
But dude, you know what you can do?
Is it an approximation or not?
Yeah, every calculation is an approximation, but it's a better approximation.
Not every there's exact solutions to problems. Not every calculation is an approximation.
No, Indo, what I'm saying is all you have to do is plug in two numbers here, and you get a curve or a distance.
You get an approximate distance.
No, you don't. Look.
Yeah. So because the cosine function is an infinite series, and the sine function is an infinite series. It never has an end.
Let's say you wanted to plug in.
It's not exact.
Can you just listen, Indo? Can I just speak without you?
Yeah, you can speak and keep saying the wrong thing. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So you see why this is elegant, okay? And you posted perfect proof. I was actually
we need aesthetics, right? Now this is about aesthetics.
All right, we get it. You love interrupting.
No, like elegance, it doesn't matter. Your complaint is that this is not the right formula. Okay, give us the exact formula. Oh, you don't have one. So now your only bitch left is, well, this is an approximation and that is an approximation, but this approximation is more accurate. Yeah, what distance is it more accurate? Not the distances we're talking about.
Yeah,
not at all distances. You just made that shit up. No.
Yes, because it matches the curve better, man. Gosh.
No, and you're not measuring a curve. You're measuring the distance. You're measuring the distance to the horizon. Right. You're measuring a point on the circle. It has nothing to do with the curve. You're measuring droplet distance. It has nothing to do with the curve. Doesn't measure a curve better. You're just saying nonsense. This parabola argument is a non-argument because they're all approximations.
All right. Can I just speak, bro? You've been interrupting me nonstop. I mean, if you don't want me to talk on this point, I understand.
I don't want you to talk shit. I want you to say accurate things.
I'm going to say an accurate thing.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So here, if you plug in the height with the radius in this equation, you'll see that if you plot those points, it'll give you a height. You see what I'm saying? Like, imagine that whole circle that you posted, and thank you for posting that. I was actually looking for that exact thing. I'll post it again. And you plug in those 2 points. If you rearrange the reason it's set up in that way is to find the exact thing, which is the height.
The height of what?
The height of the of what you should see above the horizon from a given distance. So that's what you would see.
What are you talking about? But you have to find the horizon first, right?
What do you mean? The horizon is there. So if, like, let's say you plug in a height there, it would give you how far past, like how far you should be able to see at that height.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude,
Right.
But you need, yes, it's going to show you, it's going to tell you where the tangent is, right?
Right. It tells you where the tangent is and how far that tangent is.
That is an approximate. That's an approximation, dude. There's no way around it. They're all
Right,
approximations.
it's more accurate,
You're just claiming that. You're just saying it's more accurate.
It's more accurate to a ball.
You're just saying that.
So, okay.
What's the difference in accuracy at 100 miles?
All right, Indo, let me ask you a question.
What's the difference in accuracy at 100 miles? 100 feet high, 100 mile distance. What's the difference in accuracy? 8 inches per mile squared versus the trig function.
I don't know. Let me plug it in. Hang on. I gotta find the graphing calculator.
Well, India, why he doesn't plug in all the numbers and tell us for observation height how much it's geometrical horizon in his math, and everything will be cool.
That's what he's doing.
Oh.
Let me do, I'm just gonna do tangent on circle calculator. Can't find it.
You know, we have a curve calculator that does all this shit.
Yeah, but if you guys are using squared, it's not accurate.
It has it all. It has the trig function. It has 8 inches per mile squared. And it has the Pythagorean theorem all in one. And you can compare the results.
And India, I don't understand one thing. If people has the better, how to say, better formulas, the better math, why they don't make an app? Make a fucking be rich.
The difference in 100 miles is 500 meters.
Yeah, 500 meter height. So that's a lot.
Okay. In 100 miles. So for a 100-foot elevation, in 100 miles, the difference is 500 meters. So 500 meters, 1.5
half a
kilometers.
kilometer.
Yeah. So at 100 miles, that angle is so small that it's almost not measurable.
Yeah, but you describe how far
because you see in actual angles, right? But that's not how we see. We see in angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's that whatever distance that is, right? 500 meters. What angle does that subtend at 100 miles?
Well,
a very
what?
small
How many
angle,
meters
right?
of the what?
At 100 miles away, 500 meters subtends a very small angle, right? So you can't tell the difference from just looking at it, the difference between 8 inches per mile squared and the trig function. That's the point.
Yeah, but if you're trying to
8 inches per mile squared doesn't come from us. I can give you a Vsauce video where he says it. I can give you Andrew Thomas Young, who's an astronomer. He says it. It's not our formula.
It does. It does matter. Because if you take, you have to be 500 meters into the air.
No, no, we're talking about the difference if I'm looking at something in the distance, right?
Right.
8 inches per mile squared predicts that, let me see this for a second. I'll post this too. 8 inches per mile squared
if you have the calculator,
predicts that the drop is 1.263 miles. The drop, so I'll just give it to you. All right.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't even 500 meters. It's 1 meter.
I don't know. I think hang on.
Yeah. So it's 1 meter. So I'll give you the thing for this too. And this isn't a flat earther calculator. Glober made this. So here it is. So look at the graph, right? So you have in that graph a surveyor drop. It says 8 inches per times 0 squared. That's miles squared. That's the distance. And if you look, what's the drop? Right? 2,032 meters. Now, if you go right under that, it says drop. It says D equals R divided by cosine R squared divided by R minus R, right? That drop is 2,033 meters. It's a difference of 1 meter at 100 miles.
Oh, okay. So so horizon, yeah, the square root of height. But here, where's the drop is the cosine.
Huh?
But I'm pretty sure you're still using the wrong formula here. Hang on.
Yeah, the formulas are right there, dude.
Indio, he's fighting for 1.23, I think.
He's fighting for 1 meter.
No, because
the
it's
parabola is
way
wrong,
off.
and it's a 1 meter. Dude,
yeah,
show us where it's way off.
It's way off at greater distances.
It's a 1,000.
Okay, I'll do 1,000 miles. How about that? Okay, let's plug in 1,000 miles. Oh shit, man! The difference is 1 meter.
It's impossible for it to be 1 meter.
Why is it impossible?
Maybe
because you said
10.
so.
No, because if you had the radius of a circle, right, and then you have a parabola, right, that the parabola is going to fall at a different rate than a circular.
Yeah, and the further you get away, the further they're going to be apart, right?
Yeah, exactly. So at some point, I know it says your calculation there, but it's got to be wrong because it's not falling at the right rate. So for it to stay at 1 meter from 100 to 1,000, that's literally impossible. You realize that, right?
Well, mathematically, it's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you just refuted your own point there. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, listen, it's not on for me. Listen, according to the calculator that I'm using, shows no difference. Your claim is there is a difference. Listen, why don't you show Why don't you show us what the difference is? Actually, I put it in the wrong value.
Oh, did you put the wrong value?
Yeah. So the difference at 1,000 miles is 598 meters. At 1,000 miles.
Can you post a screenshot?
How's everybody doing this morning?
Yeah.
Well, it was wrong because if he increased the factor by a factor of 10. Or wait, you went from 100 to 1,000, right? Yeah, by a factor of 10.
No, I
and
thought
it
it
didn't
hit
increase
0.
at all.
Yeah, because
I was just answering
100.
where
I just used 100 twice. That's why it didn't change, because I used the same thing.
Yeah, I was answering what old dude had said in the side chat. That's what he said.
So here's the difference in values.
Can you plug in that?
It goes from 126.263 meters to 128.741 meters. The difference is negligible.
It's 20. Am I looking at the wrong thing here?
Meters and
2032.
Oh, I did miles.
How much is on 10 miles?
Thank you, Sash. I mean, we're going 100.
This is doing in kilometers. 2,003.200 kilometers for 8 inches per mile squared, and 2,008.798 for the surveyor drop at 1,000 miles.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, I gotta independently put this in, but this graphing calculator is different. Hold up.
but being as we're not making
Do you
observations
think at 1,000 miles, do you think that value matters?
Yeah.
At 1,000 miles.
Yeah,
How would
it
it
does.
matter? How would it matter? Explain it to us.
Because
we took a picture with a camera. We took a picture with a camera. We did an observation. We took a picture with a camera, and we used 8 inches per mile squared to approximate whether we should be able to see something or not.
Right, but at larger distances it matters. So the thing is, like, let's say.
Do you think you can see 1,000 miles? First of all, can you even do a 1,000-mile observation through the air?
Yeah, you can.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
With the SR-71 Blackbird.
You know what the SR? Oh, that's funny you mention that, because the pilots of the SR-71 Blackbird claimed they could see Canada from over Nevada.
Right, but that's because you guys are using your 8 inches per mile squared calculation.
Well,
that's why you think it's weird.
I don't use 8 inches per mile squared because that doesn't take the observer height into account.
It does. If you just plug in the
8 inches per mile squared does not take the observer height into account at all. That's from the level of the foot. 8 inches per mile squared is the drop.
Right.
It's not how much something will be hidden. It's the so if I drew say the tangent line was at my feet, I'm on top of the globe. Everyone's always on top of the globe. Let's say I'm on top of the globe and I draw a tangent line from my feet, a straight line. The measurement from that straight line at some distance, say 1,000 miles down that line, and if I go down until it intersects the globe, that's the drop. Right. So that's what 8 inches per mile squared is. It's not about how much is hidden.
But if you go up into the sky, right?
Then you can't use it.
Yeah, you can't. How can you not use it? You just plug in you increase the radius.
Drop.
Yeah,
if you increase the radius, then of course you can't use 8 inches per mile squared. Like, dude.
No, listen. Not if you increase the radius. If you use the equation the other way around, is what I'm saying. You realize it's just all variables, right? You can replace your distance measurement,
everybody knows
and then
that.
get the height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a goal to this?
The height of what? The height of what?
The height of where you're flying, right? So you plug in the height of where you're flying, right? And then you can see the
We wouldn't use 8 inches per mile squared to determine whether you should see something from an airplane.
But I'm pretty sure you can do that.
Well, that's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I thought we were talking about the horizon.
But you
We're
should
going
be
up
able
in the
to.
sky, though. Why are we going up in the sky? Do people go up in the sky to do this stuff? I've never heard of that.
Well,
no, because
he's claiming that we use 8 inches per mile squared, no matter what the elevation of the observer is, and that's nonsense.
I thought that was the wrong equation. Can we make a claim? I mean,
yeah. According to him, it was the wrong equation. I was trying to show him that it's equivalent to, or nearly equivalent to the sine and cosine.
I know
because the parabola is a red herring, man. It's just a red herring argument. It is because it doesn't. Nobody's using it in those situations. It's a rule of thumb estimate, and it's the drop. It's not the line of sight. It's not how much something will be hidden. It's how much the surface of the Earth is supposed to drop away from where the level of your feet.
So when you draw a tangent line, right? The tangent line from a specific point, you'll have two heights involved, right? You have the height. Well, it depends on where you want to measure, like straight lines from the surface, aka the actual equation. You can have those distances known from the quote unquote ground, right? The hypothetical ground from the parabola or from the circle, as you would more accurately represent the Earth. And when you go up in an SR-71, you can make those large observations because it's more accurate to use the with the cosine equation, right? So your point saying like, oh, how come the SR-71 could see Canada? It's precisely that, because if you draw a tangent line with a whatchamacallit, on a parabola,
Canada from
those
Nevada.
points, yeah, that's possible
From
because the
okay.
Earth is round at that specific falling rate.
It's supposed to be 600 miles under the horizon. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not. It's because you're
The
using the
Rocky
wrong
Mountains
formula.
in Canada? It's not
'Cause
the
you-
wrong formula. Okay,
It is.
I'm going to give you the distances and the elevation, right? So you're going to take
Mhm.
90,000 feet, right?
Okay, 90,000 feet.
Yeah,
Make sure
90,000
you
feet camera elevation.
make sure you convert that to inches, though,
Why?
because I think your little calculator has.
Nobody uses 8 inches per mile squared for the obscured height. That's the
Excuse me,
drop.
hey, India, 1 second. If we were able to listen, bro, like the guy that said that you can see that right on a ball, would you also be able to see Canada from Nevada on a flat system?
You would technically be able to see the entire Earth. Like,
see, he hid. He can't say it. See, he went right away, and now we're hiding from the question.
We'd be able to see the entire Earth.
See,
Yeah.
you just see it's a completely
And where
different
would
argument.
we stop
this
seeing the
entire
entire
time?
Earth?
This guy's been lying. See, it's that easy.
How have I been
He's been leading you by the nose for over an hour. Like, oh, give me that formula. Oh, well, let me just have a look at this. He's not doing anything. Doesn't care. Just wants to keep you talking. That's all.
So how am I lying?
Not using that function.
Everything you're saying is a lie. You've never done any of it. It's just from your imagination. Everything you're saying is just made up. Everything.
When I gave you the observation of the two oil rigs, I didn't mention 8 inches per mile squared. I used the correct formula, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Oh, so this is a total red herring.
Yeah.
Jesus, you should have told me to shut up and just like,
So the
steward
square
him.
root, I mean, that's still a parabolic equation.
Awesome. And as we figured out, my friend, being as we're just doing local observations of distances like 10, 20, 30 miles, the deviation between whatever function or equation you want to give us is fucking minuscule. In actual fact, at local distances, nothing at all. No one's making observations of 1,000 miles, mate. These local observations that we're doing when I gave you the observation of the two oil rigs, that's fine. No issues.
Yeah, and what's the height of the oil rig?
It's not in contention. We're trying to find the geometric horizon that should be obscuring things. At altitude, that tangent line from your eyes to the surface of the Earth before it starts curving away from you. That, for the 1 foot observer, should be at 1.2 miles away. The horizon's at least 10 miles away, and we're being fucking kind to you because it's actually 29 miles. But ultimately, my friend, doesn't matter which equation we're going to use for these local distances, totally fucking fine.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you be worried about measuring towers?
Chanted like a religious nut, oblate spheroid.
So,
fuck?
so you would want to know.
I did.
You'd want to know the height because if you could see past, you can see you can see something farther away if it's taller because it
We're not
peak
interested.
over.
Sorry, we're not interested in the height of the object.
Fucking idiot.
We're only interested in the distance to the
Okay.
objects.
So what
So
if
we have
the
a
what if the height of
comparative.
the object was like half an inch? Dude?
It's
Like,
irrelevant,
really?
dude. Listen,
Yeah,
It is
come
relevant.
on. Come on. Yes.
Brandon, shut
Dang,
the fuck up
Spurs,
before you
dude.
get muted.
Mute me, bitch.
Okay.
I got your bitch hanging, dude. These nuts. Anyway, next. We're concerned with the horizon distance to figure out if it fits the globe. You understand now? The horizon
Right,
distance.
But you don't know. So like, let's say you couldn't see the base of the object, right?
Doesn't know. We can know where the horizon is because the horizon is defined as where the land or water appears to meet the sky. So there's a dividing line. The thing that you just thought 20 minutes ago, sunset over, right?
Yeah.
That thing. We're trying to figure out how far away that is.
Right.
Okay, so we can do the math, and the math says, and I posted another screenshot in the calculator, the math you seem to approve of is identical to the one Jedi just told you, and it's 1.23 miles from a 1 foot observer height. The camera is 1 foot off the water. What, 1 foot off the water?
How do I know it's 1 foot off the water?
Well, I mean, we can post the video.
I mean, yeah, if you want to post a video. So
But the important part is we know the distance to the farthest oil rig is 9.46 miles, and we know the horizon is farther than that. So if the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 something miles, and the horizon that we actually see is beyond an object that's 9 miles away, we know that the horizon is farther away than the globe prediction, 10 times farther. And then we can say, okay, what globe does this match? And you do the math, you punch it in, and it says, well, this globe is 300,000 miles in radius and has a circumference of 1.6 million miles.
So that comes to the assumption that this guy is 1 foot
Not an assumption.
off.
You can watch the video.
Where's the video?
Now you're really grasping at straws, dude. No
What do you
need
mean
to,
grasping at straws?
Just got posted.
Why don't you let things sink in and not just go to the Insta?
You mean why don't I just agree with you out of nowhere?
No, let it
Is that what
sink
you
in.
mean?
Let it process.
In a good faith argument, my friend. Yeah, but we've posted the video for you now, where you can see the gentleman put the camera down on his tripod, just above the surface of the water. This isn't in contention.
And there's a bunch of these. This isn't. Well, you could go do this yourself because there's probably like 80 observations of these oil rigs showing the exact same thing. There's 13 from this guy, but there's another guy named Pablo's dog who goes there like 2 times a week and makes the exact same observation with even more of these oil rigs. Because in this particular part of the sea, there's like a line of like 10 oil rigs. And the horizon is always past the oil rigs, and they should not be. The horizon should be a lot closer. See, and the reason the horizon is important because of this, because you can't do any prediction of what should be seen or not seen without first finding horizon distance. If you look at the equations, right, of that I posted, right, you can't do any of these other equations, drop, surveyor drop, obscured, until you find that horizon distance. Can't find the tilt, can't find the dip angle, can't find the sagittal, can't find anything until you know the horizon. The very first part of all the calculations. That's why it's important. You need the tangent line to do all the other calculations, right?
I don't know. I don't think these things are 9 miles away then.
Oh my goodness me. Oh my fucking goodness. Watch the video.
God.
Use Google Earth. That's static oil rigs at known distances from this observer. That's why.
Yeah, maybe they're farther. Maybe it's even worse.
Actually,
I mean, because he's fully zoomed out and he can see them like clearly stay.
Are they closer? Are they less than 1 mile away? So what were you fucking talking about, Sunshine? Now you're just.
He'll say anything, but you see, he'll pick any direction, but to make forward progress. You see, anything. In a minute, he'll say, "Oh, the whole video's fake. Oh, they organized it. Oh, it's fake. Whatever. Anything, just to get away from accepting."
Yeah, I can't trust that it's a flat earther. This guy was not a flat earther in the beginning until he went out and made these observations, and
like
now he's a flat earther.
I'm sorry, they're major trolls. Why do you guys like waste your time debating them?
Dude, I've been saying this for fucking 2 hours now, and they keep doing it. Fuck's sake.
Bro, like these two guys, Jedi and Batman, are trolls. Flat earthers aren't real because they do know the earth is round. They ain't stupid. You are stupid for believing them. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, great. That's a very compelling argument, Nino. Last time I was in here, you like vanished. You made some stupid statement and vanished.
Bro, are you a flat earther?
Yes, I am. Yeah, that's another compelling argument. Social.
Just laugh.
Listen, social. You should quit smoking. So after you quit smoking,
to science and to everything humanity.
Disgrace to science? You mean the science you have no clue about?
I have clue. I know. You know what? I've been actually watching debates between flat earthers and scientists.
Yeah. So change the subject. The science you have no clue about.
They jump
so the science you have no clue about. So the science you have no clue about.
Oh, the Earth is flat. Well, you know
So
what?
the
In the
science
south,
you
we
have
can
no
see
clue
the
about?
North Pole stars, but in the north, we
So
cannot
if
see
you're
the
not
North
going to
Pole
actually
stars.
address the topic, I'm going to just ban you from this channel. So last
I know,
chance.
I
So
do
the
address
science
the
you have no clue
topic.
about?
I do know. I do have clue about science, depending on what we're
Okay, so
talking
tell
about.
me, what science proves a shape? What science is that? Is it physics? Is it astronomy?
It is physics, and more specifically, cosmology.
Yeah. How does cosmology tell me how cosmology proves the shape of the Earth?
How cosmology proves it? Okay, so basically,
Yeah.
there
Don't
is
answer
something
my
called.
question. Don't answer my question with a question. Just tell me how it proves it.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me just open ChatGPT for helping me. Right. All right. So,
Oh,
point
Jesus
is,
Christ.
there is outer space, yeah, and outer space is emptiness.
Dude, another troll. Thank you, please.
So
Yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
move
banned.
on. He's going to chat with Chat GTP, and we're not going to do that. So he can stay muted unless you want to talk to him.
No,
please don't.
I kind of want to embarrass him, but he's probably not worth the time. So I'm just gonna, because he keeps doing this. He's like a legend of being a troll on this channel, which is why he's getting the death penalty right now.
I know, but he wants to use chatbot. What's the point?
No, he's getting the death penalty. I'm getting rid of him.
Oh, good.
It's sad, man. It is so
See, they all want to just tell us their myth. You see, they just can't wait to tell it to us and repeat it again and again until we believe it.
It's so sad.
Best argument, laughing, and social shaming, and calling me a disgrace to science. I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Trust the
In other
science.
words, what he's thinking, what he's trying to say is that you're not following the scientific method. You're a disgrace. But what he actually means is you're not agreeing with all the rest of the scientific community. You're not following consensus.
So it's interesting because I looked it up, and on Google here, the oil rigs since 2023, they're actually 2 miles away from the shore from where this guy made the observation.
You're making that shit up, dude.
You're looking
You
at the
just
wrong
literally
one.
lied, bro. Like, why
I'm
would you do that?
Santa Barbara, right? Santa Barbara.
Yeah, Santa
California.
Barbara's pretty big, right? But he has an exact spot in the video where he took that from.
This retard is looking at the wrong ones,
platform Habitat Hill House, Santa Barbara, California.
Yeah, just stop.
Is that not the place it says in the description of the video?
If you're
No, his observation location is what you got wrong.
Indio, can you hear me?
Yeah,
he said he says flat stationary 9.41 mile Earth curvature test platform habitat / Hill House, Santa Barbara, California.
Dude, just stop. Okay, if you care about truth at all, just stop. You can look at the video. Like I said, don't repeat yourself. You can look at the video. You can see him next to some steps. So that's remarkable. You know exactly where he is. You can find it on Google Earth. He goes to the water's edge and he sets his tripod there. Like, there's just, that's the truth of it all. I'm only describing what I saw. So please stop if you care about truth at all.
Yeah. And it's from Miramar Beach, not the closest point of the shore.
Oh my goodness.
Miramar Beach.
Miramir.
This is.
There's literally a screenshot and him measuring all that stuff on Google Earth that you can just watch the video.
Yeah, but I'm trying to measure the.
From where? You didn't even look at where it was from.
Dickhead.
Yeah, that's exactly where I got the measurement from.
He just wants to keep you talking. So you go round and round in circles. That's it.
No, you didn't get the measurement from that. You measured it from the closest point of the beach to the closest point of the oil rig. And I don't even know if that's 2 miles. I think you just made that shit up.
It's 2 miles. All right,
2 miles. Take a screenshot.
I'll even look for the exact steps.
Take a screenshot. Post it in the chat. Take a screenshot.
I'll look for the exact steps.
Take a screenshot and post it in the chat of your 2.2 mile measurement, dude. And where it's measured from. We want to see the line. Post that in the chat.
All right, I want to measure from the exact point he was at, right?
Yeah, no,
Number
post
one,
that shit
and
in
then
the
I'll
chat.
post the
You
2
can
miles.
shut the fuck up until you post that in the chat.
Dude, please, why are you still engaging with this guy, for fuck's sake?
Because
I mean, you got a better option. Anybody else want to speak up?
I'm just telling you, he's literally going to waste your time. He's done it already for 2 hours. I told you like 40 minutes ago. He's still here doing
There's a reason why we keep talking to them. Don't you understand? The more they sound stupid, the more people don't listen to them anymore.
Yeah, but right now there's no one else listening who's like.
You are so wrong on how many people are listening to us right now.
Are you kidding me? This is sent to YouTube. Like, this is being streamed.
This is live, dude. It's not just us talking to them.
All right. Fair.
I want to speak up.
Yeah.
Can I speak up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Why every time I join this chat, you have 10 people who are muted? Is that
Why do you care?
no free speech?
Why do you care?
Is that your answer, man?
Yeah, but why do you care? Why is it your
care.
business?
Why not?
Why is it your business? Why is it your business?
Why is it a business?
Why is it your business? Are you a mod in this channel?
Business.
Yeah, why?
It's like we deal with babies, yo. That's crazy.
They're losing their minds.
It's crazy. And you know what I was gonna say earlier? You kinda know, like man, like I used to pay attention to politics, and you don't understand this bullshit until you pay attention to like everything all the time. And then you start to see a pattern and consistencies here, inconsistencies there. And but you realize that people get duped in the news cycles. Like they claim that they're not interested, but they parrot exactly what is in the news cycle, even though they claim that they don't watch the news, they don't care about the news, they don't care about current events. Meanwhile, their entire, day is spent talking about things that were in the news cycle and in current events. And that's kind of what Flat Earth has moved into now. Um, like I posted a a little video screenshot of like what you would get if you were a globe earther looking for just any information at all. And if you can see in the short video that I have there, it's like 20 seconds long. It's just a bunch of anti-flat earth nonsense.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, but these people, their arguments are a mirror of what I can find on YouTube or from any fake authoritative source. Like, so instead of, oh, I'm not going to watch the news, I'm cool, so I'll watch Bill Maher. Kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll get my information through something cool. I'm going to watch, I don't know, Vertasium or something. Like this is why they see somebody that they like that's cool, who's a podcaster or whatever, and they're like, oh, this guy's sewn it up. Obviously, flat earthers are retarded. The end.
Yep, they just pick a personality who they like, and then they worship them after that. A lot of truthers are doing that, by the way.
I just find it interesting of watching like all these little tricks and gimmicks. You know, a lot of the people from the other server, we've dealt with all this before, like many times. None of this stuff is even old. It's just like the only thing that I find fascinating is that even though the people in this voice chat that are Globers and pull all their dirty little tricks, they don't know any of the people that have been trying to do it for the past, I don't know, 5 years on the other Discord. They all do the same things. They're all like NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
So we got
because
gaslighters
of
that
the
are going to sit
algorithm.
here and tell us, why are you talking to this guy? You shouldn't be talking to him. Who just want this place to sit here in silence, right? Because that's the idea. And like the people that talk and you go down rabbit holes, the idea is to make sure that no information is actually transferred. Don't talk about curvature. Don't talk about the lack of spin. Go into infinite detail about bullshit that don't matter, like that other guy did earlier.
talking about MEMS accelerometers, and then in the end, I ask him, what does it have to do with the shape of the Earth? He's like, oh, nothing. Well, why did we just talk about it for an hour then? That's exactly it. We didn't talk about flat Earth for an hour. We talked about something that had nothing to do with flat Earth for an hour.
Then the like in one of the little video clips, the guy, says that a flat earther says, and I'd agree that you have a building where its foundation is the corners are 90 degrees to each other, and dude like put like a rectangle on a circle and then zoomed in like for nobody that knows like how wrong that is. It's like I don't care how much you zoom into a circle, you try to put a 90-degree angle on a curve, it's gonna come back suck my dick. That's what AutoCAD is gonna tell you. So it's crazy how much misinform you guys want to talk about misinformation. All of this shit that you can find about flat earth is misinformation.
Yeah.
That's the irony.
They're literally creating 10 times as much as what the truthers are creating, like in terms of like the fake opposition. 10 times as much content that they're making, and they're shadow banning, and they're upranking algorithms, all the rest of it. It's literally like uphill out here. And soon they're going to have AI. Soon, guys, they're going to get AI content creators because they're going to line it up such so that automatic machines are just going to pump out YouTube channels and voices and videos. It's going to be next level.
Soon you'll be on Discord debating an AI fucking chatbot with a fucking voice overlay. And
yeah, that's coming. That's coming, boys.
Well, have you seen the fake Instagram thoughts?
Nope.
They have legit fake Instagram models that are just completely AI generated, and they do all the stuff that the Instagram thoughts do, right? Oh, I'm in the Tahiti, and I'm like getting a drink, and I'm doing. It's like a picture in a bikini, whatever. But now they have an AI doing this, and they have, and like some of these have millions of followers.
Yeah,
it's like sad, dude. Who are these simps that are simping for a freaking AI generated image? Like, you should be ashamed of yourself, dude. You're simping for something that's not even real.
But here's the fix, bro. They've got also AI Instagram accounts to rank up the followers. They're literally creating this artificial world where you're like, oh wow, that guy's got 1 million followers, and really he's got like maybe 1,000, and the rest is just fake clicks. And then they want to pretend, they want to create this fake illusion of, oh, he's doing well, she's doing well, look at this, look at that, to really stretch people's, like, I don't know, just their whole psyches all over the place. See?
I should make like an AI generated fake like homeless drug addict account and like post stuff on that. Have the AI generate like drag stuff.
Yeah, so like in terms of like what's real and what's not, it's getting harder and harder to tell online, and soon it'll be impossible to tell. Because it will just mimic it so correctly, and with these idiots, as you can hear, it's not hard to mimic them at first. And these chatbots are going to do a great job.
It's really not even trying to learn to mimic. What it's trying to learn to do is to trick us. That's really all it's like whatever we respond to, that we train it, that like, yeah, if they see an image that looks like this, they respond this way. If they see an image that looks like that, they respond that way. I mean, the AI is not technically saying it to itself, but that's what it learns to do, right? It's a feedback loop, right? You're training the AI to trick you. It's sad.
Essentially, yeah.
It really is sad. You're training the AI to freaking fool you.
And there'll be
essentially
that comes in here, and all it needs to do is learn the basic tactic they use, loop it around, make a claim, you debunk that claim, then they say another thing, then you debunk that, then they loop it back to the first one, then loop, And it'll just be going on forever. They'll just have us in a loop in these Discord chats, and we'll say, we're exposing how stupid they are. And they'll say, no, you're exposing that you're stupid for talking to an AI chap.
Oh,
So
there's a. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference because the thing about these AIs is that they're horrible at logic, but so are the Globers. So you can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, whole point. Exactly.
By the way, it's called guys. It's called the Mott and Bailey technique. Right, a Mott and Bailey is like a construction, right? We have this smaller little place where the serfs live, and then like a bigger Mott behind that, right? And then essentially, like you debunk the first bit, they move back. You debunk that, they move back. There's constantly they leave a bit out. You debunk that, they move a bit back. Mott and Bailey.
It's better than what they usually do, which is like the Alice in Wonderland technique, where you say shit that doesn't even make sense in any like English language or thought or rationality, and they stay with that until you're like, "Am I crazy? Is he crazy? Like someone's crazy here. I don't know who's crazy." Like,
yeah, they do that as well, bro. That's a good one. The Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, look, like here's the image. Here's the image, guys, in the side chat of the Mott and Bailey, right? So they'll set something up for you in the Bailey, then they'll leave an escape clause, and they'll go back to the Mott, and then it's the new Bailey. They'll create a new Bailey. You destroy that, and they'll go back to the Mott. See? And if you try and cut off the avenue back to the Mott, they'll just start going, "Oh, you're a schizo, and they'll get on the personal side until the new Bailey's created with a Mott.
Okay, so the sun is disappearing behind the horizon. Okay, is that a visual horizon or geometric horizon? I don't know. You tell me. No, the burden of proof reversal. No, I'm just asking you a direct question. Well, what do you think? It's literally. I can literally like do it right now. I don't have to think, and I can just be one. I can just do it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you even know trigonometry? Do you know calculus? No, it's not about calculus. It's about trigonometry. Does trigonometry use cos theta, sine theta? Oh, yeah.
I'm constantly doing that stuff. Just constantly. It's like ice skaters. They go left and right in order to move forward.
Okay. Who has measured Earth curve? Aristophanes, with the stick and a shadow. Greek guy, 2,000 years ago. No, that's calculation, not measurement. Okay. So you want us to take tape measure and go around the whole Earth? I mean, you guys are ridiculous, man. You stupid flat. Okay, I'll just do any conversation you want to have with them. I'll just do it right now.
Because there's only a certain amount of ways it can go. Oh, by the way, I was going to mention to you, and everyone, the rest of the people in here, some guy was talking about George Orwell's article about. He wrote this article in the 1940s or something for this magazine, like a 500-word little thing, right? Where he talks about the round Earth and flat Earth, and specifically the debate between round Earthers, quote unquote, and globe Earthers, quote unquote. So he goes into that. Okay, but what if he does this argument point? How can he refute that? Blah blah. Let me post this article. What he writes, right? It's just incredible because it's almost like watching Discord. It's like this guy is predicting the future almost 100 years on. Post it. Here we go. Here it is. So here's the article that Orwell wrote inside chat. And if you read this, it's so funny because it's like watching a Discord room. The man goes through a Discord debate. He literally forecasts a Discord debate 100 years later, basically. This guy says this, then he refutes with this, and that guy says that, and he refutes with that. But then he could say this, and he could say that. And in the end, they both go away, not agreed. Literally.
you should read this aloud, man. You'll really trigger him, man. This is good stuff right here.
Everyone should read this article. It's only 500 words. I'll count the words for you guys.
Orwell's already making logical fallacies already.
Oh yeah. But then don't worry, he hedges himself later. Not dumb.
He's dumb.
Sorry. No, you'll see what he says later. He hedges it. It's 1,500 words. I beg your pardon.
No, he's already made a mistake at the beginning, so it is dumb.
I know, but later on you'll see what it says. Just read the whole.
I know, but later on doesn't matter what he says later on if he's already made a mistake.
But you'll see.
It's a mistake. It's a common mistake of explaining possible explanation for a necessary proof. What he says.
I know, but later on he basically claims a complete ignorance. In other words, he says like, kind of like, you know, don't look at me, guys. I'm just observing, kind of thing. I'm just talking out loud. I'm just a reporter, you know. I'm just here to report the news, guys. Yeah, he waves the white flag and basically says, you know, guys, not me. I'm not part of this. I'm just waving the white flag. Come on, don't shoot.
Anyone can say that. Anyone can say that. But
this is actually I'm telling you, he's not dumb.
No, he's not dumb, but he's not logically sound either.
No, I understand, but in other words, he says something almost like he's thinking, right, if I say something stupid, how do I get myself a jail-free card? Or just claim I'm reporting on it, and you know, it is what it is. I'm just here to tell you this. You know,
such a basic way of covering one's tracks. It's not even, it doesn't take genius to do that.
I know, because the whole point is in the article, he's not trying to like deduce this or argue that. He even says, look, I'm not going to get in the argument here. I'm just looking at these guys. I'm just talking about hypothetically what Shaw says. If you read carefully how he puts the words, he's very smart. So he's allowed to. He kind of puts his whether he knows or he doesn't know about the flat Earth doesn't even matter right now. The way he, it's almost like he's in a courtroom. These people know how to structure it. So it's almost like if anyone comes for him with well, you said this, so he'll be like, no, I meant this, and it's like an escape clause. You see.
Who are you guys talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about the article George Orwell wrote in 1946.
Oh, okay. For a second, it sounded like you're talking about Snack. I was like, oh, I know that guy.
That guy's an asshole. No. We're talking about George Orwell wrote this article about around the globe, the debate between the two. He's not making a position. He's not saying either way, but he's saying, look, here's the debate between these two groups, right? And this is in 1946, by the way, which is already interesting. Right? But anyway, the article he talks about, and in this article, he basically accidentally or coincidentally basically makes a screenplay, or let's say, of what a Discord debate looks like. An average Discord debate about flat Earth. He scripts it basically accidentally.
It is an interesting article in this. Yeah, it's not. I'm just saying I'm not impressed by his.
My personal belief is that he does know the Earth is flat. He just needs to say he doesn't because he needs to play this game. He needs to play this persona, which he knows how to play. He's not dumb. And the reason why I think he's that is because I think he wrote that book. He wrote the books Animal Farm, which is very prophetic as well, and 1984. Not because he's just this literary genius and he dreamt this. Not because he's one of the insiders, but he's not an active insider, right? In other words, they know him. He's a friend of theirs. He gets to do what he wants. He gets to live above the rabble, but he doesn't act in any way. So in other words, he gets to write books, but as long as he doesn't make it too obvious, he's allowed. He's one of us. Okay? If me or you wrote that book, anyone in this room wrote that book, you wouldn't get published for love nor money because you're not plugging in the right agenda. You're not plugging in the right context like they want to plug into it. So he's one of them kind of thing, but he's not an active one of them. See, so therefore he has to play like a you know, like a pleb, basically, a lot of the time. You know, I'm just like one of you guys, you know, I'm a bit ignorant, you know, all this sort of stuff.
What I thought was interesting about like the movie and the book and stuff, people should check out both. You know, the book's a very short read too. It's not like a huge novel. They're like hundreds of pages. Is that when he's again interrogated or tortured, you know, virtually enhanced interrogation, he said to him, "You can go if he says like 2 + 2 = 5." And he's like, "Well, I'm not going to do that." You know, I'm paraphrasing. You know, I know 2 + 2 is 4. You're not going to, you know, you're not going to just make me just say something I know is not true. And he says, "Do you really believe it beyond our mathematicians, our scientists, our thinkers, our great thinkers, that they would not be able to, you know, prove that 2 + 2 = 4, you know, 5?" And that's when it's like he started to break down because it was like all of society against him. And that's way that globalists always want to frame this. They always want to frame the debate. We know the Earth is round. We've been to space. We've got the science. That they're constantly speaking down to you as some sort of system of authority. They want the whole power and weight of all society to crush you into saying that 2 + 2 = 5.
I think I think where the intelligence lies actually is that they don't take it to the level of 2 + 2 = 5. They actually couldn't pull that off, in my estimation.
Well, not yet, but eventually they can. You know, like
We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see.
That's this is my position. I agree that whatever, like it is just but I'm saying that in my estimation, there are these certain things which they don't, certain ground which they don't breach, certain points which they think it would strain their credulity too much. Where they slide in their deception is in the world of the physical world, the world of biology, or anywhere where things are a bit messy, a bit complicated. They hide in complexity and scale more than they try to just reverse basic. I mean, I understand the flat earth is a basic fact to someone, but they don't. That's not what they hide. They don't hide in the basic fact.
That's chewing gums.
They hide in complexity.
Yeah, in other words, they can't make it completely obvious and start telling you 2 + 2 is 5. But they can't, like, the people's sense of incredulity isn't that extendable. That's, in other words, right? But most things it looks like, especially if it's unprovable, if it's too big, too old, too new, too small, too blurry, too hairy. If it's too anything, well, well, then you don't know. Let us tell you.
Yeah, and that's why I bang on about logic, is that's the only way you can sort through stuff which is too big, too small, too complex, is with logic. And if you don't know those things properly, then you're just basically going to be meandering.
And by the way, and in the book, right? And in the book, that's exactly what basically all the themes that people are being lied about are all like, for example, the statistics of how many people died in this, or how many people got arrested for that, whatever. Basically, just stuff which is just like completely like, just like mundane. And in the end, the fundamental knowledge of everyone's reality of how they believe the world works is just scripted, and they just believe it. But all of it could be different. All of it's contingent facts that are being told. The book doesn't even talk about logic, basically. In the book, you will never see the word logic or necessary facts. None of this stuff. Forget about that. Yeah, it's just people buying into basic facts being told to them by authority. And there's like this guy saying, the we, right? Well, who would know better, we or you? Huh? You're just one guy. What would you know? But there's millions of the collective, as if that wouldn't know more than just you. That's what they're pressing on that massively. And because our psychologies are wired to be attracted to the collective, right? That's the activation of their intuition. It gets hacked that way. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Brutal.
The analogy I've recently discovered is that, like the same way they think the more people that fix my car, the better. Because more people working on my car is going to be better than just one guy working on my car. So if there's a whole fleet of people dedicated to my car, like, wow, I'm getting special service, or yeah, that's going to be a better car. And they think with truth acquisition, it's the same. So if I've got 100 people out there scouring the world for truth, I'm going to trust them than just me, or some other group of like 2 people or 10 people. No. The 100's going to be the most accurate. You've got the most people dedicated on it.
That was really powerful when you did that. I don't remember who exactly you're talking to, but I was like, wow, I've never heard this before. Where's this going? And he actually stepped in it. He said, yeah, like a fleet of mechanics, like 20 mechanics working on my car is better than just one.
And it is. Also, I'd choose, if you gave me 20 mechanics on working on my car, or just one, I'll pick the 20. I ain't dumb. But then when it comes to truth acquisition, I'll be like, hold on there, horsey. That'll be a fallacy. You see? It's different. But people don't, they just assume it all is the same shade. They all just bundle it all together.
Yeah. Again, it's skill versus objective facts. The expertise only for skill, not for facts.
Yeah. And that analogy, whatever, that example, just really highlights that out, because you know that if you ask them about the car, everyone, unless you're really dumb, everyone would pick the fleet of mechanics. Everybody, because it's the right thing to do, man. Most likely. Yeah, but with the truth acquisition, they're going to go, yeah, of course, it's the same. They're all going to say it's the same.
Again, the fact is, whether it's a fleet of mechanics or it's some really fucking amazing niche shop or it's something authority consensus something, it's a heuristic that we go off of. Everyone operates on the heuristic of consensus and authority at some level in their practical life.
But you see, in some cases, it's better to go with it. Like, for example, what would you choose on your car or whatever? Would you choose a fleet or just one
I'll
dude?
readily admit, in my life, when it comes to just practical living, I run off of lots of heuristics all the time. Not just consensus and authority. There are shit tons of heuristics I run off of. But your point is correct. That when you're trying to determine what's true or false, heuristics won't cut it.
Yeah. And but hold on, but by giving that example, you like you basically trap them, so to speak, right? You basically get them to step on the landmine because they've already accepted. Like, for example, you give them the question of the truth. Don't give them the mechanic question first, or you can. Either way, they'll step on it if they say yes, because they're going to merge the two. They're going to think it's the same, which shows that, but it's clearly not. Right? But that's what they all do. They all think this. Especially the average Joes, not the best of the rest on Discord. We're talking about average Joes. Just go and ask someone on the street. They'll be like, of course, dedicated scientists, but of course. Dedicated truth researchers, but of course. I'm going to go with them, not that guy in the library or not me. You see? And the whole Orwell thing is about that, basically, you see? Because it's just basically like, well, is the we's better than the me? So oh, by the way, the other dude that wrote the other dystopian novel, Brave New World, Aldous Huxley, he was also an insider. Like his brother, I think, was a prime minister or some shit, like in parliament or something like that. I mean, it's crazy connections these boys have got. These boys are, lofty connections, let's say. So it is. Think of the mockery, like to publish those books, right? They were both published in the 20s, like 100 years ago, basically, right? Or whatever it was. I can't remember the dates, but it's a long time ago. So imagine that they published these books knowing that the next 100 years is going to be that shit and worse. And they just publish it. Like, think of the mockery. Think of the confidence.
One of my friends has a shirt that says on it, "Make 1984 fiction again."
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because people don't know the reference. I mean, they kind of might get it, like "Make America Great Again," and also the reference between 1984 and fiction and stuff. So it's quite clever, because when someone gives her like a head nod or like a fist bump, he's like, "Yeah, that guy gets it."
Bro, there was this one moment, right? I couldn't believe this. Is like one of those like Twilight Zone moments, right? In 2020 or 2021, right? The COVID thing was happening, right? And there was this footage from Parliament, right, in the UK. The UK Parliament were debating the case, whatever, in the extra measures, whatever. They're all called in. They're all talking about it, and they're passing some law about how to like restrict movement. They have to pass the law, blah blah blah, and they have to make a change, an alteration. In order to do this, they have to make an alteration to a law that was already passed in 1984, like the year 1984, right? So this guy gets up and he says, and he goes up to the mic and he starts saying his statement. And literally, he only clocks this as he's reading it, because before he didn't clock, but he's reading it and goes, right, we have to change this. We have to change this law and enforce the restrictions upon the people. And we have to make the amendment to this law in 1984. And he goes, wow, that's a bit of a strange. What was the word he used? Like a Faustian, a bit of a strange Faustian coincidence. And he just continued on with his statement. He didn't even realize before, because maybe he didn't read it before. Maybe it was sent to him by email or something. He just had to get up and read it. But as he's reading, he's like, we're making restrictions on people's liberties, blah blah blah, in accordance with the law in 1984. We have to alter that law. You see, like to make it a bit stronger. And you realize it's like, wow, look what's happening. You see, and there's that split second where even he's like, whoa, man.
Yeah, look at this Venn diagram, Grizzly, I just posted. in chat.
Yeah, man, it's like it's peak, bro.
You see, even with this, right? Like you look at where the threats come from. 1984, the authoritative right. Like they want to burn all the books. They want to, control words.
Well, I suppose they're doing the opposite now. Instead of burning books, now they just publish 99% garbage and they flood you with dog shit instead of burning the good shit.
Yeah,
they've flipped the strategy on that.
See, I've noticed too, like when I if I've posted this before and someone who really identifies on one of these political spectrums, they'll come at me. They'll come at me, bro. They'll be like, no, that's not Fahrenheit, or that's not Handmaid's Tale, or that's not Brave New World. Because it's like you're constantly like all the political spectrums is really the problem isn't okay, people think like, well, what do you want to do? What's the solution? The solution isn't, like getting rid of individual. Like if you were to say, okay, the Brave New World, like get rid of that whole area of the political spectrum, get rid of all emotion, everything is science, that this opens you up for an attack from the other sides.
No, bro. The solution to this is not removing this shit one by one. So there's like 4 things to do. You just remove the root cause of all this, and then all 4 go away at once. You see, so you just go a level deeper than this. This is like, let's say, this would be the branches level. The root level would be like what's giving rise to all this, and that's an acceptance of government and a disassociation with self-government. See? So people are saying, govern me for me, rather than I'm going to govern myself. This is the root problem. You see, once they abscond from governing themselves, immediately all this begins to grow, right? If they don't abscond from governing themselves and say, right, I'm going to self-govern, then this cannot happen. Because people are like, what do you mean? I ain't getting governed like 1984. Like, what? You see, because then it starts off on a different parallel now. You see, but that's the root problem.
Yeah, because like in 1984, in this graph, right, it shows that would come from the authoritative left. We. It's all we. It's all for the greater good, okay? They can change anything that goes as long as the greater good is the final
the
goal.
funniest thing is, bro, if you ask, you take any sample, 100 people, 1 million people, even ask anybody in any nation you want, whatever you want, right? If you ask them, what is the greater good? Here's a blank page, whatever.
Yeah.
Here you go. You knock yourself out how many words you want. They're all going to come up with a different set of shit. Every single one. Swear to God. And it will have some similarities, though. Some stuff will just like echo, like it will just like rhyme with each other. Like all the samples will rhyme with each other. There'll be some bullshit about our nation or our values or our liberties and all this like vague shit. But in the end, it's going to be the greater good is going to be basically what's good for as many people as possible. They're roughly going to say that. Huh? Without and yet on any one of them, if you say but what if that means you're suffering? They'll be like, oh no, you see, in the end, everyone is completely deluded as to how they should live their life. Completely. You see?
I got a kick out of. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, last thing. Like they want all the good things for themselves and for others, right? All the good things, but in order to understand how to achieve that, they don't want to hear about the hard yards. But you have to govern yourself. You have to look after yourself. You can't just automate everything to others and keep your liberties, like basics like that. They don't want to hear it. They want to say, no, you can have both. I can do nothing, give away my responsibilities, give away my government of myself, all of that, and get all the stuff I want, and get the luxuries, and this. And so they basically are making a delusion. They're basically saying, I want to jump in a swimming pool and not get wet. They say, I can do that. Saying that. Or I'm going to climb that building without walking up any stairs. Stuff like that. They essentially don't want to hear about the essentials of what needs to happen to avoid all the depression, all the dystopic stuff.
When oh, go ahead. That's how you're done.
The dystopic stuff only happens because they forego their own government. You see, their own self-government and their own self-sufficiency. Because they forego that, something comes along and delivers it for them. You see.
What I thought was interesting is in the early 2010s, a lot of people got this libertarian kind of streak, right? Atlas Shrugged, Iran. They got a lot of this stuff from the right-wing politician Ron Paul. And when they started doing this, they started looking at, hey, individualism, right? It's all about individual rights. It's all about being the best individual you can. Government has no business in what you're doing. And a plot device in the movie was, at one point, this guy develops, and not even a spoiler here, okay? Develops a type of, he develops a type of metal, a new type of steel called Reardon steel. And this steel is like bigger, stronger, faster. It blows the market of all the other steels. But at the same time, the government says, hey, you need to give me the formula for this steel. And people are like, no, it's none of the government's business. But what they didn't know is that in this futuristic world where, you know, the Atlas Shrugged was taking place, like air traffic and stuff had decreased, right? Global climate change and whatnot. So everything was done by rail. And the other thing too is that there's like a World War IV going on, like a mini World War IV. And the government said, hey, we need to give our troops the best possible armor and weapons they can. And we need your steel to do that. And then all of a sudden people flip the script. They're like, oh yeah, he should give up the steel. I'll go, well, you just told him a second ago, like in one framework, you said he developed this patent process to develop a better, stronger steel, and he owns it. He should get the fruits of his labor. He should be able to capitalize to the max on that. Then you said, oh, they're over there fighting terrorism or fighting some sort of, you know, global threat, and then he's got to give it up. Then I go, like the worldview doesn't match.
I know, but you see, their values change, and they always superimpose something new at a later date if they want to. So, but I didn't tell you that before, but I'm saying it now because I thought of it now. You see, and it's always something new because there's always a trump card. There's always a trump card. Like, we can't do this unless this, right? Yeah, we can't do that unless that, right?
Yeah, you're greater good.
Kids. Like, we can't kill kids unless it's an abortion. We can't kill people in other countries unless it's collateral damage, right? Oh, we can't do this unless. You see, so there's always an excuse for it.
If I can ask for it, this is not a kind of a sidebar. The other night you were talking about what was it, Armstrong? Something to do with Armstrong, and there was like a book that you were citing from. You know what I'm talking about? So
no. So with Grizzly,
no, it was somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah. So with Grizzly, what I was talking about with you is like how their subjective view of everything is for the greater good. Their greater good is so subjective; it's not even really defined. It can change mid-sentence while they're describing the greater good. They could suddenly pivot and contradict themselves in their same breath.
But the more you probe them on it, the more it collapses into utilitarianism. You'll just see it. You'll see it's predictable. And the more you prod it, because it will start all romantic and all woozy and vague, and you'll say, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?" You'll start optimizing it, cutting through the drivel and the and the fat. And in the end, it's like, as much good as for as many people as possible in accordance with the authorities, in accordance with the scientific studies. In the end, they're going to spit that out. You're going to draw that out.
So from your point of view, like for example, right? Let's say if I was like, say if I'm making an argument for oblique spheroid, right? And I bring up hydrostatic balance, then your next question would be, okay, well, what's the hydrostatic balance? And then I tell you gravity, pressure gradient, force. And then your next question is, what's gravity? Right? That's kind of what that argument would be, is like, picking. Yes?
No, because as soon as someone measures something and shows a cause and effect relationship, then the argument ends. Why don't we do that? Everyone should always do that, and then everything's going to be great. But some people don't want to do that, bro. Usually they're scientists and researchers and laboratory dwellers. They like to just go with an assertion and assumption and just tell you it's a fact. Yeah. So according to the current standard that we all live by, for example, abortion is available for every individual woman for the greater good. I don't know. The pharmaceutical industry exists there as a source of medicine and greatness for the greater good. The militaries exist to protect us for the greater good. The transport systems are there to transport us around so that we can work for the greater good. See, that's just like the standard understanding. And if you don't understand that, then you must be some sort of crazy person, because why wouldn't you agree with that, right? In reality, there is no greater good. It's a nonsense.
Have you seen Hot Fuzz?
What is that?
The film Hot Fuzz with
No, I haven't seen a film called Hot Fuzz.
You've never seen Hot Fuzz?
No.
Okay, man. It's a British film.
No.
It's a classic.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, is this like gonna be really cringe, dude? Are you gonna talk about some sort of porn or something?
Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, it sounds well dodged. Yeah.
No, bro.
Right,
Hot Fuzz is about British police officers. He's a really high-ranking cop, and they're fed up with him in the London police force because he keeps overachieving. So they send him to a little village. So he thinks it's gonna be really boring, but loads of crimes happen, and then he has to get to the bottom of what's going on. And basically, the villains, their excuse is that it's for the greater good, you know? They just keep saying that. Oh, they keep going, oh, it's for the greater good. I'm surprised no one here's seen that movie
No.
because it's
What's it called again?
Hot Fuzz. If you look it up on IMDb, it's got a very high rating because it's a classic.
You said Hot Fuzz, F-U-Z-Z?
Hot Fuzz. It's got 7.8 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a comedy.
Yeah,
dude.
this movie
Yeah.
so funny. Hot Fuzz. I saw
Right,
it.
but it sounds like a very like British, everyone outside of Britain probably wouldn't even heard of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's a comedy. I mean, that's not a problem because like like the Idiocracy is a comedy, but it's also talks about why these globals are like that.
Yeah.
It's a
there's a
movie
lot of-
about a cop who knows too much. You know, he works too much, so it creates everyone. They become all crazy because of it. That's funny.
It's funny. It's funny. There's a lot of movies which actually show a very, let's say, truthful light on what's really going on in our real world, right? But because they're movies, it's like, oh yeah, it's just a movie. That's not real, it's just a movie. But a lot of the movies that have been shown to us have actually reflected the real world very well, in a very jarring way, usually a very dystopian way.
Well, it's like they say art imitates reality.
Yeah, I mean,
But
if you look at the thing is, the people make it. The reason why it's provided for us to see is not an accidental, like an organic thing. The artists, they just start coming up with it because they feel the vibe of the place. No, a bunch of art is looked upon, and some art which is dystopian is selected and specifically curated to be put in front of us as a way of mocking us and a way of predictively programming us.
Well, I like Albert
machines.
Camus' quote about art, which is that art is a confession of a guilty mind. So if you look at it from that point of view, it makes a lot of sense.
But the reality is, who's putting that in front of us, bro? These are the same people who are telling us about the globe Earth, for example. Right?
Well, I mean,
Telling
does
us
it
about
surprise you
pharmaceuticals.
that Hollywood makes films that have some sort of agenda when the people themselves are going to have agendas? I don't want to say that. The only thing that comes to mind, like the big one, is LGBTQ plus agenda in films. But obviously that's gonna happen because loads of Hollywood people are gay.
There's loads of agendas that are being operated all at once, and none of them are good for you in terms of like what's the ultimate outcome. The ultimate outcome of all of them is to deceive you, to get you to make mistakes in your life. And there's loads of them.
What, like you're saying even Van Gogh's paintings, they're created for some sort of agenda pushing?
No, but that's what I'm saying. The stuff that that's put in front of our noses and told to us that's the greatest stuff. That's been curated, selected, curated, and sometimes even manufactured in order to make us believe certain stuff, certain things which are false. So, for example, a lot of the Renaissance. Let me finish. A lot of the Renaissance art and all the stuff about all the great battles and all of that. A lot of that is fabricated or simply said, "Oh, that's true. That happened." when really it's just a representation of something that didn't happen. See, in order to create the history, the fake history that exists.
That's true. That's true. But what I wanted to say is that it's for all issues that you see in the media. It's all fabricated. Like we all know that Earth is flat because when we see it with our eyes, we can see it's flat.
But in order to make all these people, I understand, but in order to make all these people believe otherwise and believe in a globe and believe in all this fake history, they have to create a bunch of content. You see, a bunch of content, including books, historic materials, museums, where they've got to put stuff there, either reinterpret it, so it's actual, let's say, excavation, and they reinterpret it, or manufacture some new shit and give you the storyline that they want you to believe. And that's been done across a bunch of different let's say industries, right? So whether it's archaeology and history and museums, all the way through to books and theology and religion, all the way through to like geography and globe Earth and Aristophanes, all that, there to curate and make all that and present it to us as that's the leading light on this, that's the leading light on that, and Newton and all this. All of that's been carefully selected and curated for us.
I mean, I'd agree to some extent, but only in application to the past where the internet didn't exist and libraries didn't exist, where you were forced down a pipeline of media like the gladiators, right? The gladiator shows and various other things like that. But nowadays, do you not agree that because of the internet, because of libraries, because of all that, there's like an underground counterculture?
Bro, libraries have existed going back to pre-Roman times, dude. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, yeah, but not everyone has access to a library like back then. I don't think so. I think they were specifically for like, I mean, I'm going off Game of Thrones, which is a fictional book, but isn't like the religious people did have access to the books and stuff? I don't know.
It's an open question. How many people were literate, let's say 2,000 years ago? Some people are going to tell you a lot of people, and some people are going to tell you, no, they were mostly slaves and they didn't have a lot of literacy. So it's mixed. It's very difficult to tell who could read and write necessarily, how many percentage. It's hard to even tell how many people were even alive back then. It's hard to even tell how many people are alive now, bro. It's very, very hazy out there in terms of what's true, you see, because so much lying has been done and so much crap has been thrown all over the landscape, bro, in terms of like tidbits of information. You can do it, let's use this tidbit and that tidbit and make a connection and say and what's true. You see, it's difficult because a lot of this has been fabricated. And when you're dealing on fifth-hand information, dude, a lot of the time. Because if I ask you, for example, how do you know that, for example, the Battle of Waterloo, right? There's a big Battle of Waterloo, right? And whoever, some couple of fuckwits fighting,
right? 1066.
Whatever. Or if you want to go further back, that's great. But if I ask you, how do we know this happened? How? Lay out the evidence for this happening, who was there, and how do we know? This is what you're going to produce. You're going to produce to me a couple of horseshoes, yeah? A couple of leather satchels, very muddied, right? A couple of muskets or a couple of spears, and then a bunch of scrolls, right? And you're going to say, look there, Grizzly, we've got all that, we've got all the muskets, we've got the greased satchels, we've got a couple of horse hooves over there, we've got a skull with an arrow through its head. Look, we've got all that, and we've got all these scrolls telling us that this battle happened, right? So is that enough for us to know the Battle of Waterloo happened, right? And we've got all these other diaries that say it did happen. This guy talked about it. This guy talked about it. And they didn't know each other. Oh, and this one in a different language. There's this other diary in another language from another land found, and he talks about exactly this battle, mentions that satchel. Well, come on, that surely proves it.
So I did. Don't you analyze the bias of the source to determine?
The point I'm making is they could have made it all up. They made it all up. This guy, or they could have said, literally, guys, we've got to make sure this battle happened. All right. Find some random ass stuff at the back of your garage and bring it over here. And then you guys, we're going to hire 25 writers to talk about this battle from 25 different viewpoints. Boom, they didn't meet each other. We just tell them the basics.
But don't
they could get that going in a daytime. And yet history is literally completely made out of these suppositions. Well, if he said this and he said that and they didn't know each other, and they were enemies, that's definitely true. I mean, since when? Since when do two scrolls that say something make anything true? And since when can you take a couple of horseshoes and a couple of skulls and work out what happened there? Bullshit.
Well, I disagree because I think that it's in human nature within a group for there to naturally be a whistleblower, because humans are truth-seeking.
Yeah. And you know what else? You know what also happens? The guy that got butthurt in that battle, he's going to be like, you know what? I'm going to say some lies and just fucking ruin it for them. There's also that intention that humans can have as well. So which one do you know is true 1,000 years later?
Well, okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. But the way I'd tell would be sure,
All you got is
just
the
have
scroll.
to,
All you got left is the scroll. That's it.
You just have to analyze the bias between all the different sources.
It doesn't matter. All you're basically saying, oh, I need 1,000 more scrolls. Okay, you got the same problem. You just multiplied it.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, it's impossible for a lie to become widespread enough that.
What are you talking about? The biggest lie of all, the globe, has become widespread. You're talking nonsense now,
Yeah,
bro.
but I don't agree. I don't agree with you on the whole globe thing, obviously. But
oh yeah, of course you don't. Of course you don't. And if I ask you for evidence, blah blah blah, the whole shindig, you're gonna start doing somersaults, right? Evading, leaping,
when
blah blah blah. Right?
can't you see the So when you look into the horizon of the sea, right, and you see a boat coming with it comes the flag. Some often can not the flag. The well, maybe the flag. Depending
Dude,
on where the flag
dude, one second, dude.
is
Is everything okay, bro? Dude, you're very incoherent and you're jumping around. Are you? Is
Yeah,
everything...
here, let me try. Do you know a guy named Winston Churchill? You ever heard of that figure before?
I watched a film on Winston Churchill. Yeah.
Okay, he said if you think, is this guy smart? Is he intelligent? Is his wisdom somehow something you want to listen to?
Well, it depends how you define wisdom and intelligence.
Well, how you define? Would you say a world leader who battled a world war and came out on top? One of the most powerful superpowers ever to exist on Earth. And
well, I think intelligence applies to different realms. So, maybe
what
in
on
one
earth are you
realm.
all talking about? What does
Yeah,
what does that statement mean?
Well, for example, Winston Churchill was a wartime leader, but he wasn't a peacetime leader. So clearly, intelligence to the degree that he has a battle mindset, but not to the degree that he can bring harmony when there is no need for battle.
Okay,
what
maybe
the
I
fuck
got
are you
the quote
talking
wrong.
about? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, are you saying, bro? Are you on drugs?
No, it's not ridiculous. For example, a sports athlete, it can be seen as intelligent in the realm of sports, but a mathematician is seen as intelligent in the realm of maths. So, or math. My bad.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm on the double check to make sure I got this quote because I started drumming up Winston Churchill and get the quote wrong. So here's Winston Churchill. Is basically his take on how to fight wars. Okay, inside your worldview, anyway. He said, "A lie. Okay, the truth doesn't have a chance in the world of lies. A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has even put their pants on."
Yeah.
Okay, well, I disagree with Winston. No, I agree with him on the extent of propaganda. In on a societal level of propaganda, lies spread very quickly, but I feel like the truth is often revealed given enough time.
But what do you think
give me an example of that, bro. Give me an example of where.
What do you think about the lies that we tell to ourselves?
Well,
like, for example, we know that animals, it should be, it is wrong to kill them unnecessarily, but they all eat animals. You see, we all know that their lives should be respected, but we all eat them. We tell lies to ourselves. It's exactly the same for the Earth issue, bro.
Well, ignoring the veganism debate, I think that okay, for example, like.
I just want to see.
Here's a better example.
No,
listen to
let
this
him
one,
see.
okay?
I want to see what truth does he think has been revealed after being considered a lie or false in the beginning. I just want to see what level he's at.
WMDs in sorry,
you're on that
weapons
level.
of
All right. There you go. And
WMDs
because you
in
picked that,
Middle East.
And no, it's all right. And because you picked that, right? We know what level you're working on. So you're working very low political,
Why is that low?
national. I'm still part of the collective. I'm going to go and vote level. That's where you're at.
I don't vote because I don't feel that there's a choice.
Yeah, but if a better political party comes along, then I'll start voting, right? If they got a clean guy, if they got an honest guy in charge for once, then I'll vote, right?
Well, if the Labour Party actually pushed marijuana legalization, then I'd vote Labour.
Then I'll get out of my chair, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So you're on that low political level where you're literally just a grunt.
Okay, but refute what I said. Originally,
what lie was used to push the story WMDs in Iraq? Evidence.
It was a lie that emanated from at least Bush.
Okay, where did he get the evidence for that?
Well, he got it from his intelligence, but it was
okay.
Who
got it from? Who got it from who?
Someone lied.
Okay, let's figure out who lied. Okay, let's figure out who lied and who was. Okay, NASA. NASA took systematically photographed every square centimeter of Iraq all the way through 2002. Then they said, here is photos of nuclear missiles with a 45-minute launch window. Here's a photo of a roving chemicals manufacturing laboratory.
Is that true?
Yeah. The Colin Powell presented 7 photos to the UN General Assembly, said these are photos taken from our space agencies. They show Saddam Hussein has a reconstituted weapons of mass destruction program. They sent in the ground troops, right? They sent in the UN weapons inspectors. The weapons inspector said, we found nothing. Okay? There's nothing there.
I'm skeptical about the NASA claim being the source of the lie, but I'll take your word for it.
Would you be skeptical? See, this is what's interesting. You're skeptical now because NASA was implicated. The reason why Colin Powell used NASA, because people like you just now, you know for a damn fact that there was no weapons of mass destruction in that country. But suddenly if you say, hey, NASA took photos of it, now you're kind of scratching your head. Well, maybe there was weapons of mass destruction there.
Yeah, exactly, because NASA's unquestionable, isn't it? NASA's untouchable. Yeah, they would never lie. They're independent. Yeah, they're good.
Well, if the implication you're making is that there were weapons of mass destruction there, or
no, he's not implying that. No.
Okay, well, NASA was.
He's implying and actually clearly stating that you're going to be biased upon evidence depending upon who it comes from. If it implicates NASA, if it leaves NASA clean, hey, you're going to react like that because you have inherent trust, authority.
Well, quick question: did NASA make the conclusion that they were there, or just provide the photos and the intelligence agencies made the conclusion that they were there?
You came in broken there. What did he say?
He's asking, did NASA provide the photos or did they provide some intelligence?
Oh, all the above. Yeah, there's no line of demarcation between who took those photos and who said they were nuclear missiles. That is all fully contained within the executive branch of the federal government and mostly contained.
Secret.
Yeah, there's no hand. There's like people like to say, oh, it was a mistake, like the telephone game. Like Crit took the photos and then I handed them to Grizzly. Grizzly looked at them and said something and handed them to Chad. Then Chad handed them to somebody and he get to Elijah. And Elijah said, hey, here's a picture of Bigfoot. When originally I said, hey, this guy's walking around the forest dressed like a monkey for some reason in a gorilla suit.
Oh, yeah. No. Well, I guess my question isn't necessarily so much the telephone example, but more like Crit took the photos, handed them to me, and I told everyone that these are weapons of mass destruction as the CIA.
Without being able to know that.
Just saying, this is.
I should have said then, no, you're full of shit, right? What do you think you're doing right now? Are you trying to start a world war? Are you trying to bomb the cradle of civilization again with depleted uranium munitions? If that was the case, I would say something. NASA remained silent. Still to this day, no one has come clean with these photos taken from space. They still represent weapons of mass destruction.
At the very least, they're complicit then. At the very least, they're complicit.
The point is, they knowingly know, even within the worldview that you guys are working at on this low level, everyone knows what the game is. So they already say, if anything, there's a big room full of top generals and war chiefs, and they say, look, guys, we can just pretend they got WMDs. We'll get the photos together. We'll sell it to the public like it's WMDs. We'll go in there. We'll get Colin. We'll get Colin on the stand. He looks really honest. He's black. Everyone's buying that. We've got the ratings to support that. He'll do the speech. We'll draft it. Next week we said good to go. Yeah, all good to go. We know you know your roles. Boom. That's how it was organized. Rather than like, oh, he passed it to him and he made a mistake. Oh, so accidental. Oh, we'll just have a review and improve our system so it doesn't happen next time. No, this is all bullshit. Okay.
Oh no, I agree. If NASA just provided the photos but not the intel per se, or make the conclusion, then they should have definitely had said something. That no, hey.
The point is, it's all organized, dude. It's all organized. They don't even. So it's not like this guy Powell goes into this UN presentation and basically like he's saying something, but then it turns out that he was lying. Imagine he reads the newspaper, goes, "Oh my God, you telling me they lied to me?" And he storms into some CIA chief's office. "How dare you have lied to me? You gave me that briefing. You told me they had that." I don't think that happened because he already knows it's all a lie or it's all a script. Like there's no like surprise, like oh shit, like there's no soap opera going on. That's just a game for us to believe in. They don't actually, they know it's bullshit. So there's no Powell versus CIA director conversation happening where he's upset with him for lying to him about WMD. No, there was never such a conversation because there's no need. They both know what's going on already.
So based on this, you're using that to say that NASA's untrustworthy with anything.
I'm saying NASA's untrustworthy because NASA doesn't provide any data or any actual specific measurement or any specific, for example, no telemetry data or no measurement figures, no actual genuine photographs or genuine observational data whatsoever. It's all CGI or completely minimalized, so it doesn't really expand upon anything. It's all minimized. There's still not a single photo of a whole Earth until the last one was apparently in the 70s, which was fake. But there's no other pictures of Earth, sir. None. Even from NASA. You see, so they don't provide anything that's actually of meaning.
One could say that NASA has stronger evidence for weapons of mass destruction than they do for a globe.
Mm.
Okay, that's
NASA doesn't provide, NASA doesn't provide anything meaningful apart from fake footage and CGI footage and all the rest of it. In terms of actual, where you'd be like, oh, look at that. There's like literally. But by the way, did you know that NASA has got a balloon program where NASA is the biggest consumer of helium in the world? You know that? Did you know?
Well, I mean, it's clear that you don't like NASA.
No, it's clear that I'm just holding NASA to a standard which it can't meet right now. And it should be able to meet it, considering the funding it's getting, considering the prominence it has, all the equipment that it has. So it should provide, for example, it shouldn't be losing telemetry data when it went to the moon. It shouldn't be losing that. That shouldn't just be getting lost. That should be available for us today, but it's not. So either they're very incompetent or they're very... Dude, it's one of these two things, bro. It's one of these two things. Especially with regards to this moon telemetry data, right? So it's one of these two things. Either the NASA people, either they're incompetent or they're frauds. So which one do you think it is?
Well, I'm not aware of this lost telemetry
where is
data,
the telemetry? Where's the telemetry data and all the figures, all the numbers, etc. for how the rockets flew from the Earth to the moon, and then how that module flew back? Where's the data for that? Like, where's all the readings for that?
I mean, it happened in 1969, right?
Yeah.
So I just think that their computers back then were very limited, and it's not surprising if some sort of
So you see, now you're making excuses for someone. You would never allow these excuses to happen if it was in your personal life. If we set up this exact situation, but it was like a personal issue. Hold on. If we set up exactly this situation in your personal life where some guy did that, and you got to believe a guy, but you can't. But the best you can, but you have to believe him on only what the equivalent of NASA is giving, right?
All right.
Just
What about this?
You would never believe it in your personal life. You wouldn't.
Let me give you this analogy. What if I told you that I play Counter-Strike? Yeah, you're aware that yeah, you know Counter-Strike. Yeah. So let's say that I said, oh, I beat the #1 Counter-Strike player in a game, and I just lost the save data, and then let's say that's actually happened, but I've just lost the video because it saves all the games, it records them, what it used to. So, you know, that wouldn't be okay. That maybe the claim is a bit out there, but let's just say it happened, and then the mistake of losing. It's reasonable, you know. It's a reasonable. You go,
No,
okay.
it's not. No, it's not reasonable because of the amount of people and the amount of expertise, supposedly, allegedly, that was used to make that mission a possibility. So it wouldn't just been one person or one computer that would have had the data. It would have been multiple people, and multiple people would have had the knowledge and understanding. So it could have always been recreated in terms of the specifics. But that's not been provided.
If there's like server corruption or just hard drives,
Dude, stop making the excuses, bro. It's okay. I get it. You don't have to give the list of possibilities.
Uses, obviously, but
great. And the thing is, you would never accept those excuses if it was in your personal life or in your personal business or in some real life scenario where you were involved.
I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean?
You would never. If for example, someone said, imagine you gave your car to your friend or to someone who, or imagine you rented your car or to your friend, doesn't matter. You gave them your car for the day, and they came back and they said, I lost your car. Would you accept that?
Well, if he gave some sort of reasonable explanation to why it got lost, I might believe him. But if he was just saying, if he looked like a crackhead and, you know, he came back.
It was your friend. No,
yeah,
it was your friend.
If he comes back from the car journey all cracked out and methed out and everything, I'll be like, oh, did you sell my car to buy meth money?
No, but if there's no reasonable explanation, and he goes, how'd you lose it? Oh, I just don't know. I just lost it. Would you accept that?
Well, if you can't even give an explanation to why I lost it, then obviously I wouldn't accept that. But
exactly, you wouldn't. Yeah, but with NASA, you do accept it, and you never met those people. But with your friend, you wouldn't accept it.
Well,
but with a bunch of strangers, you do accept it. And the reason you do accept it with a bunch of strangers is because they have the power of authoritative consensus. Everyone else already believes them, and they are the official experts. So therefore, you've got to go with the experts. That's what makes you believe them blindly, but not believe your friend who would have done that.
I see what you're saying, but you know, I went to school, and if I was indoctrinated by the school system, and if I ever said, you know, oh, you're saying that photosynthesis is caused by CO2 to O2, I think you're bullshitting me, teacher. The teacher would just reprimand me. So I've been indoctrinated into the school system all the way up.
What's that got to do? What's that got to do with anything? That might be the case, but what's that got to do?
Well, the very people that teach you are the same people that believe this stuff. So, I mean,
great, but the thing is, you're supposed to be smart enough to understand. You shouldn't just believe consensuses or authorities. You shouldn't just blindly believe them. And you're doing exactly that. You're making excuses for them blindly as well, which is double trouble for you.
No, what I'm trying to say is, if they're lying, then
they're either lying or they're incompetent, bro. One or the other. Which one is it? Pick one. There's no third option, brother. Lying
well,
or incompetent.
No one's that incompetent, so it'd have to be a lie.
Well, then they must be lying.
They must be lying, yeah, exactly. But I don't think it's reasonable to assume that every single school teacher is just lying.
We don't talk about school teachers. Talk about NASA, dude. Talking about operatives at NASA. Okay.
Well, yeah, but NASA releases, you know, scientific studies and stuff. Surely.
It doesn't matter. They lie, right? Because they don't provide actual data. They lose stuff unexplainably. They're either very bent or very incompetent. Now we know they're not very incompetent because that would just make no sense. That would make absolutely no sense. How is an incompetent person? Well, then I would ask you, why are you believing the outputs of incompetent people? Why are you believing their measurements if they're so incompetent? And therefore, why are you believing anyone who's lying to you? Well, either way, you see. Either way, you got a problem. You got a problem. You've literally got one incompetent. Hold on. You literally have. You literally, truly have a non-credible source. Truly, where like you shouldn't be believing anything they tell you because of the incompletedness, the lack of reasons for a bunch of losing of data. For example, the fact that there's only one photograph of a full Earth since the 70s, and it's been 50 years later. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Right.
Okay, well, look,
the point is,
I'm not.
If they were telling the truth, there would be a webcam on the moon, bro, looking at Earth permanently. There'd be multiple webcams. You could rent your own one and do a 360 on that motherfucker. Seriously, all of this would be possible if they went to the moon. None of this is possible because they didn't go to the moon. They lied to you. Okay.
All right. Well, you've made a lot of claims. For example, you've made the claim that we don't have any.
Bro, with reasonable abduction, bro. All backed up.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's backed up, but I haven't seen the sources, so I'm just skeptical to your
You
claims.
can't ever shut the fuck up. Yes or no?
The source would be, because remember, I'm just disputing the given story, the given narrative. I'm just disputing that. If you want me to provide evidence directly, I'll just give you long range observations and I'll give you laser experiments, all that. I'll give you some actual good reason to doubt this bullshit. And basically, the reality is the onus remains on them. They got to prove this curve. They got to prove this movement of Earth. They got to prove space. They can't prove any of that. And I'm just poking a hole in their fake balloon that they've blown up in its place. You see.
So as far as I'm aware, like satellites can take pictures of the Earth, right? Or are they not far out enough? Maybe they're not far out enough.
You don't need space to have a satellite. You don't need a globe to have a satellite. You don't need movement of Earth to have a satellite. All of that could be happening on a different model. So what's the problem? I don't understand. Why'd you bring up satellites? Forget about satellites.
What the fuck?
Well,
how do
you explain 3G, 4G?
Bro, are you deaf, dude? You can have 4G on a different non-globe Earth.
How do you explain the technology you're using?
Technology has nothing to do with a globe.
Are you deaf?
Let's
Technology,
wait.
guys.
The Earth is not a globe just because you have a mobile fucking black slab. Fuck off.
Dude,
wait. Hold up. Let's say you go to a middle of a desert in the Middle East. The biggest desert is the Sahara Desert, isn't it? Well, anyway, that's in Africa. Wait, that's in Africa. I think. Sahara Desert.
I think you're on drugs, dude. No joke.
I'm not. I wish I was. But
So how do satellites work on a flat Earth?
you take out a satellite phone and you make a call, and obviously there can't be any radio towers around you.
You can get satellites without space and without a globular Earth. Is that clear?
How?
How does that work?
It's called a satelloon.
A satelloon. I've never heard
balloons.
of that.
Have you guys heard of balloons ever? Like.
Yeah, it's when you attach a satellite to a balloon, and so it could hang there really high in altitude and connect with make signals between each other with the solar panels using the sun's light, which they would receive more of because they're in the sun's view more often during the day because it's much higher. So they would collect energy potentially 24 hours a day if they were high enough, and therefore they would just then work for many years on end. You would need a lot of maintenance. They would just sit there.
Wait. This is important that I address this. You're telling me that the reason you can make a satellite phone call in the middle of the desert is because there are hot air balloons that have similar capabilities to what I'm describing as satellites, but you're saying don't exist.
What you call a satellite is basically these two massive solar panels going either side with this contraption in the middle. That could be hanging on the bottom of a balloon. It doesn't need to be
He's saying that he's making phone calls connecting to satellites in space. He thinks that his cell phone is connecting to the space.
Exactly, and I'm telling him if you're using a normal phone, you need a tower. But if you're using a special satellite phone, which is only available for like 3% of the population, you'll be connecting to a satellite which is hanging on the bottom of a balloon. You don't need space. You don't need a globe.
Right.
You remember those Chinese satellites that were spying all over the place, and the U.S. shut one down, the spy satellite?
Yeah, we could see them with like cameras and stuff.
Yeah, a bunch of people photographed this. Yeah, there was a satelloon supposedly from China. It could potentially it was the one that just like broke for some reason, and they by the time they recovered it, a bunch of people photographed it, so they had to make up a story about China and espionage to like make it fit into the narrative.
Well, then they can see it in the sky.
But you guys also know that NASA is the biggest consumer of helium in the whole world.
I mentioned that earlier, dude. High five. High five. You knew that as well.
How fast do you think satellites
those do exist
or could move? Like, how fast do you think they could travel? Because the ISS travels a lot faster than I think a satellite would be able to travel, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, but we don't know what the ISS is, like how they're using that. There's lots of footage to suggest the ISS footage is actually fake. In other words, they're not at the height they say they are. They're not moving how they say they are. There's trickery going on there. So it could be a plane, it could be a bunch of other craft or some other way they're creating those shots. But it definitely doesn't prove a globe at all, or the movement of Earth at all.
You know how they claim that? You know how they claim they can take photographs of the ISS, and they're saying that thing is moving at 17,000 miles per hour, and you
It's
can take
ridiculous.
a photograph of it.
That's ridiculous. There's no way you could photograph something moving at that speed. You're having a laugh.
Well, that's why they do like just not long exposures, but just
Okay,
rapid
so
highlights, right? And they know where it's going to be. So
But
they
remember,
just
if you think about it,
go click,
their
click, click,
claim,
click, one of those quick catches there.
Their claim is one thing. They claim one thing, and search their phenomena, and you can see something in the sky. Let's say a device, or maybe say a satellite that is moving across the sky, whatever device it is. But then they're adding that thing is in outer space and moving at 17,000 miles per hour. You can't verify any of that.
Yeah, exactly. Most likely they have a trick version. So potentially they have a long distance, a long range, high, let's say, time drone, or just a platform. They could have a bunch of balloons and literally a whole platform that's being held up there where they can do a bunch of shots and pretend that's the ISS basically. But they can do a bunch of ways to trick people.
And then
we don't
attach
have to
the
necessarily
story.
pick out the right way they're doing it.
Then
Okay,
attach
so-
the globe story and the space story, because you cannot verify or falsify it. You can't go up there to verify any of that shit.
So,
Exactly. They never turn the camera around on the ISS. You notice that? They never turn the camera around ever.
if you're using a balloon satellite, they have never mind. It's 2,500.
There is no if. They're actually releasing.
No, I just misread the number. Don't worry.
If not the daily, the weekly, the monthly, they always releasing a bunch of these satellites, weather balloons, whatever satellites.
By the way,
for whatever reason,
and actually, when you think about it,
releasing them constantly. Go ahead.
No, it's true. They've got thousands of them, and then it would make sense how you can have thousands of satelloons all next to each other. They could even bump into each other, and it's fine. They're moving very, very slowly, if at all, and they would just gently glide past each other. And have you noticed, if you look at the maps of where they say these satellites are, they're all around the equator, right? Supposedly. Well, on the flat Earth view, that would be the fact that they're in the sun's path the most. If they're that high up, they would see the sun all day. And then if you have to be in that zone on the equator to get that sunlight. If you move too far north, you wouldn't see the sun all day. You see, so in the end, they're collecting sun's energy. They're working off solar power, right? And maintaining communications. They could be, and you could launch new ones up there without even having to check where the new one will go. It will just fit into it. It will just slot in. It's very gentle and very slow moving.
So you're saying all of the Starlink satellites are satellites? That's independent, right? So
yeah, it could be satelloons or another. Because remember, it's because there's already footage of NASA has a massive balloon program. There's like really incredible balloons they were making in the 60s, like orbs, like filled with special helium that would actually be able to go to those altitudes. So in the end of the day, we know they use balloons. They could potentially use the other stuff. They might be using drones or some other.
It could be also quantum logging.
All right, so I got a quick question for you. Do you believe in radar systems?
Bro, before you change the subject, can you just accept? That satellites aren't required? No, 1 second. Can you just accept that satellites aren't required for the world to be a globe? Because next time someone tells you about the flat Earth, don't say, "Oh, satellites," because now you know.
They're not required. You're right.
Hold on, but wait. Could you agree then that the existence of satellites or their non-existence doesn't prove a globe or a flat Earth either way? You understand that? Yeah?
Well, satellites do exist, so they would prove a globe, but they don't need to exist.
You must be not understanding. You must be not understanding.
I understand. They don't need to exist.
Dude, you can have a function of a satellite without a globe. Do you understand?
Yeah.
He just said he did.
Yeah, I do.
Not with the trajectories that they move.
Okay, but I'm just saying, yeah, the satelloons. The satelloons have a range, which I googled, of 2,500 miles. Okay, so if you believe in radar, you could set one up in the desert, and then
Believe in radar, bro? Why do you have to believe in radar? What type of question is that?
Well, can you detect a satelloon with radar signals? Like you can with a plane. You can detect a plane
It would
with.
depend. I think it would depend on the materials of the actual object you're detecting.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure there are. I think planes have to undergo a lot of scientific sort of engineering to be able to redirect radars and absorb them and
But we're
stuff.
talking about
So,
satelloons, right? Hold on,
yeah,
we're
and
talking
I
about
don't.
satelloons. We don't even know. Hold on. We don't even
But
know. For example, we don't even know how these satellites are made. What are their specifications? No one really knows this. This is again highly private, highly secret information. You see.
radar will actually debunk the globe as well. So you bring in something that will debunk the globe.
How did radar debunk the globe?
Well, line of sight. Imagine the radar detecting something that is behind the curvature, behind the ball. It's actually detecting something that is line of sight.
No, you're right on that, 100%. Some waves need to be line of sight. I remember hearing, and then some waves don't. So I think radar is one of those waves. Someone might probably will correct me. One of the engineering dudes, hopefully, will help here. But I mean, as far as I remember, certain waves you need direct line of sight, and other type of waves they kind of like bounce around. You don't like sonar. I think like that. I don't think you need line of sight for sonar, right? Something like that. But the point is, the lasers, for example, you need line of sight, right? And in order to your mobile phone to work, you're going to need a tower, for example. You're not going to be able to bounce it. That's not how it works. So this is all bullshit.
Crit brought up an interesting point. He said that where's all the pictures of them building the ISS, or like, or even pieces going by on the road, or like where are these pictures at, man? Like that's not important.
And why do they never turn a camera around when they're on the ISS? They could easily do it, like just a few seconds, a few minutes, when they're walking around.
Like the ISS just appeared one day, right? Like it just came out of fucking nowhere, really.
It was an easy thing to do. It was very easy. Let's do it.
But but why don't they do basics like show us around, swing the camera around when they're doing their walks and their spanners, they're like grabbing stuff. Why don't they just like walk up on the roof of that thing and just show us the other side? I mean, it'd be really interesting for the audience. They don't ever, and they never show you a full Earth ever. They just clip it, so it's like you don't really know what's happening there. It could be a curved camera lens, could be some CGI mapped onto it. You don't know. They don't zoom out and show you the whole Earth ever.
So you don't believe in like different galaxies and stuff?
No, I do not.
We can observe the luminaries. We see the phenomena of the sky.
Don't you
The
think
thing
that's
is that
kinda...
some people listen. Some people are attaching stories of Fantasyland into the observation, into the phenomena. So
That's
you
right.
and I can be next to each other, observing the same thing in the sky, and then you can make up a story about it, and I make another story about it. But how do we verify
That's correct.
that?
That's correct. That's exactly right.
I mean, I don't know how many people are actually here or how many AFK or whatever, but it seems like a lot of you support this flat Earth theory, and I'm the only one with some pushback. Like, I can't be.
You're looking for some reinforcement, sir. Wow.
Well, no, I just want to know if anyone else is on my side, basically. Yeah.
No, you want some reinforcements. It'll help you feel more confident because you are based on consensus. Everything you believe is consensus based.
Yeah, it's not a
your
side.
draw. This is your bro. This is like say the craving of your soul, bro. It craves groups.
Well, look, I just think your outlook
Listen,
is
codename. The codename. The thing is that we all grew up learning the same shit you learn, the same satellite stories, the same belief. We all know that stuff. We all heard the stories, bro. It's only that some people have realized and acknowledged reality and acknowledged that there's cartoons and Fantasyland that doesn't correlate to reality.
So you deny.
One second, bro. One second. Let me just say something, right? I'm going to speak for every flat earther in here. So I think they all agree with this. Every flat earther in here was a globe earther before they were a flat earther, unless it's some crazy fucking situation. I apologize to them, but I doubt that. Most of them would have been globe earthers, bro, just like you. And then they looked into it and they thought, wait a minute, bro. This doesn't really make any sense out here, dude. But you're not able to do that for some reason. You're like bouncing into the glass door. Like, bum, bum, bum. You can't walk through it.
Well,
you don't get it.
I think it's. I'll admit that I probably won't look at the original sources or the original evidence and all that, but at least my outlook allows for aliens, because there's
Get the
other
fuck out of here with your deviation. Fuck off. Do not do that.
I'm just saying, you don't believe in aliens.
the word aliens, right? When you
Go ahead.
look at the definition of the word alien, it means foreigner, someone from another land. If you, let's say you were born in the UK and you go to Africa, you are an alien by definition in Africa, right? Or if the African goes from Africa to the UK, he's an alien. So the other definition of alien is in the science fiction sense, in the fantasy sense, alien, a being from another planet. So when you hear alien right now, you're utilizing that word in the fictional sense of it. You're thinking, oh, alien, therefore beings from other
and
planets
most
that
importantly,
came
bro.
from millions of light years away
Yeah, of course.
and are coming here
Yeah, little
looking
green
for
men, bro. Yeah.
resources. Little green
He
men.
believes in
You're thinking
little.
about, real quick, when you think about aliens, you think the things that you saw on TV, on the cartoons, on the movie Aliens and the green men. That's what you're thinking about. Not in the
Yeah, but
realist
he's
level.
only bringing that up, bro. He's only bringing that up now as a deviation because the previous point he can't answer for. You see, and he's going to keep doing this.
Yeah, but I have to bring up the definition of the word alien because alien doesn't just mean what he's thinking in his mind as
we all know,
little
bro.
green
We
man.
all know.
No, he doesn't
know,
know.
but he
No,
doesn't know.
I'm aware what an illegal alien is. I'm not retarded, bro. So you don't need to
but the
talk
thing
to
is,
me
dude,
so condescendingly. Like, come on.
No, the
how
thing
is it
is,
condescending? You're the one who's being slippery. Don't you dare make other people look bad. You're the
but
one
I'm
who's
trying to bring the etymology of the word and the actual meaning because words have definitions and they mean things, right? So when you're gonna utilize the word, you have to know that you're using it in the correct context, and in the context that you're using it at the moment is fictional.
Well, that's because we all know why. Because he believes in the globe and other planets. He watches Star Trek, for fuck's sake. Of course, we know what he believes.
Bro, but don't tell me we know because I'm trying to explain it to him, not to you. I know you heard this before.
No, but hold on. But when he says aliens, he believes in that because of the
No,
globe
no, no.
Earth.
I
that he
don't
believes
I don't necessarily believe in aliens, but what I'm saying is, if you have a flat Earth, I assume that you don't believe in. You said it yourself. You don't believe in other galaxies. That really limits the possibility of aliens.
Yeah, all
Whereas,
life
aliens
is
from
here,
Mexico.
dude.
Let me
Hold on,
cover this topic. Let me cover this topic because you're not allowing me to do it the way I want to do it. So you're saying that we don't believe in aliens, right? Because you're thinking about it in the fictional sense. When in the realist level, let's say in the flatter level, realist level, when we talk about aliens, so people from other lands, people from other places, if there's other lands that we don't know about and they come to this area, those are aliens. You get it? In the realist level, there's going to be people traveling from other places to
Yeah,
this
but I'm not
area.
talking about
Those are
that kind
aliens.
of alien, bro. I'm
You're
talking
talking
about.
about the fictional size of aliens, the green
No,
men in
yeah,
the TV.
but it doesn't necessarily have to be, green things with it
Coming
can
from other
be just
planets.
another bacteria life form that developed on another planet. That's an alien life form.
That's the thing.
Exactly. You're talking about other planets.
Yeah, other planets.
Hold on. Dude, you're corresponding to your globe Earth, heliocentric, billions of miles of fucking stars, all this shit. You're corresponding to that, and you think some creatures could crawl out of that shit and fly here potentially. You literally believe that, but in the
Not
hold on, in the
necessarily, but
geocentric sense. Wait. In the geocentric sense, all the life is down here, and potentially, if you go further than the Antarctic ring, then potentially there's other people living out there, and they would be in outer space. That would be the outer space. And there could be aliens from there, i.e., people, humans from there. That could come here. Yeah, potentially. That's a potentiality, but they're not going to be in another
You can use
galaxy.
the actual definition of the word.
well,
When you
look,
put
I'm
it in
glad
actual
your model
context.
allows for some sort of mystery in terms of aliens, but can you show me a picture of what this flat Earth looks like? Because I'm kind of a bit confused. You said if you go past
Every
Antarctica.
photograph, okay, a picture is a rendition that can be drawn with charcoal or crayons. That's a picture, right? A photograph, any photograph that you take is of the realist level because it's a intake of light into the lens. So you're thinking that photograph, and when you're asking about photograph of the realist level, just take one photograph and that's the realist level. When you're talking about what you're asking for, the picture of the whole construct of this world, this universe, nobody has that. No one has it.
Okay, well, fair enough, but sure, show me a non-realist rendition. Show me a
You
Show
want to
me a
go to a
charcoal
cartoon.
drawing. It's fine. I just want to have
No one
a
can give
general.
you a real. No one has the dimensions, the whole dimensions. No one can have an outside perspective of reality. Take picture from there and bring it to you and present it to you.
Yeah, because you cannot go beyond Antarctica, which surrounds us in a ring. You can't go beyond that. You're not allowed.
And you cannot leave this medium that we're in, going outside of it, and have like God's
All right,
eye
I'm gonna look
view.
up. I'm gonna look. This is too confusing for me. What do you mean Antarctica
It's not
surrounds us?
confusing. It's not confusing. Stop pretending like you're dumb, for fuck's sake. You know what the rough flat Earth map looks like, and you know there's a ring on the outside. Stop playing dumb, man.
Okay, I'll look
Stop
it up
being
now
stupid.
because
People
I've
can see what
forgotten.
you're doing, dude. You're in a public place, man. Come on.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's ridiculous.
Fair enough. I'll look it up now on Google Images. Okay, so yeah, I suppose Antarctica could surround us in certain ways, but then you'd fall off the edge or something, or they'd have to be more beyond
Or
it.
it would extend. The plane would extend. Either there's a hard barrier or it extends. One or the other.
Okay,
it's not a globe, though, is it? And you can't prove a globe, which is what you want to get away from. You're pathetic. You see, you don't think. You seem to think people don't know what you're doing. You seem to think that.
Wait. Let me. Okay, so
you gotta remember
wait.
that
Let me find my place.
I'm looking at this script right now. I'm analyzing stuff.
Yeah, let me just have a look at
He's
my
coming from
script.
the-
And where do I got to go now?
Listen,
Yeah,
he's coming from the
because-
perspective that what has been fed to him, right? Oh, everybody else, you go into Google and you search Earth and globe, or you search flat Earth and you see another cartoon, and you're saying which cartoon I like better. Oh, the globe I like it better because I grew up with it. Oh, when I look at the flat Earth picture or cartoon, I don't like it. It doesn't make any sense. But that's not what reality is. Reality, you're not gonna find it over there in an image of Google, bro. Come on.
Yeah, remember we were talking about literally just like what is it, an hour ago or something, about the dystopian like information concealment and lies, the history, and how it's a lie. Remember, you got to connect the shit. You got to do some joined up thinking out here, dude. Seriously.
All right, so I went to China and it took me roughly I think it was like 24 hours. I went when I was like 7.
Are you gonna pivot again to something else? What's the matter with you?
I'm just trying to figure out. If you look at a map,
No, you're trying to find a way of pivoting because you're so just.
Wait. He's saying that he traveled to China on an airplane or what? A rocket?
Yeah, in an airplane.
Helicopter? Okay, on an airplane. You know that the engineers of the airplane, the aircraft has to be designed and constructed to be practically used and safely used for commercial purposes or even military purposes. It has to be designed for a flat motionless plane. The globe is
that's why it's called a plane.
Account to construct the aircraft that you use to go to China. So in the first place, your argument is dead right there. And then the pilot that operates the aircraft never takes into account or never is thinking about any globe or any movement of the ground under him. Because what? Because they're operating in the real its level, not on the fantasy level, the globe.
Right, but okay, so theoretically, if you flew a plane on the flat Earth model, you'd hit Antarctica. You'd hit a wall, or you'd go past Antarctica to unknown territory.
No, you're strawmanning the realist level. Think about it. You're going into a model, which is a cartoon, a projection, which is not reality. You cannot have a model of reality. You can't, because reality is reality and the model is the model. So you go into the model and say, in this model, airplanes or air travel should work a certain way, and you're constructing this soup of strawmans and then arguing from there, like you are in the strawman cartoon and trying to argue with us about that when nobody here is telling you, yeah, we believe in that soup of cartoons that you're trying to.
All right, well, let me just ask you a simple question. If you fly a plane in one direction and you don't turn around, what happens?
Nobody does that because every airplane goes from airport to airport. So are you ever gonna get in an airplane that is not gonna land in airport?
There are certain people, normal civilians not affiliated with any government positions who have pilot licenses, who could easily, if they wanted to, run an experiment where they fly a plane in one direction and don't turn around.
And then they're gonna crash and die, and nobody does that. Nobody's gonna get in no sane pilot is gonna get on an airplane and say, "Hey, let's just fly until we just fall and die."
Well, I mean, are you aware of what gliders are? Do you know what a glider is?
Why are you pivoting again? Why are you constantly just making up nonsense to talk about? Why'd you do this, dude?
The glider guy.
I was going to talk about gliders.
There's gonna be a field or an area that he's gonna land on, right? He knows that. He already planned his flight, or he has an idea.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's my point. And a sane pilot and a group of pilots that want to do an exploration, they're gonna take a lot of things into account. They're gonna see how much fuel they got. They're gonna take make a flight path, and they're gonna say, "Hey, we're gonna make it to this point, and then when we get like 60% of the fuel, we're gonna turn back because we have to go back to the airport."
So you're telling me that basically what happens is that you can't fly in a straight line because the ocean is too expansive and you'd run out of fuel and crash. So
No. I mean, in the oceans, nobody's gonna fly over the oceans without knowing they're gonna land on an airport. That's the same point stays. What you're trying to ask is that what will happen if we get on an airplane and fly forever and ever and ever? Are we gonna continue? Are we gonna hit a wall? Are we gonna hit a container? What's gonna happen? You asking that, but nobody here knows that answer. No, probably no one that you knows. No one knows that answer. What happens if you flying and flying and flying?
Well, I can explain.
You might hit a wall.
So
what, you're gonna do a circle?
Yeah, you go in a circle. That's right. You end up in
But
the
that's
same
due
place.
east. But that's due east. You can do a circle around your house, around your neighbor. You can do a circle around your county, around your state, around your country. You can do a circle, and that doesn't prove any globe.
No, but are you in a straight line?
exactly, no.
Okay. What
That's
I'm
dead reckoning. A
proposing.
circle is not a straight line. But bro, a circle.
Firstly, I strongly disagree that someone wouldn't fly a plane if they knew they couldn't land, because there was this one case of this guy who he stole a plane and he wanted to commit suicide, so he
knew he was gonna die. There you
he
go.
knew he was going to die there.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is there are daredevils within our society, and they can fly. They can say, "Oh look, I'm gonna fuel up this plane, fly in a straight line, even if I die, and I'll record the."
But that's why I add a sane pilot, not an insane pilot like that one.
Well, everyone's insane till they.
It's brave.
Yeah, it's brave, but like.
Bro,
What I'm proposing.
Listen, there's an answer to what you're asking, and it's been the Antarctic explorations. One example is Admiral Byrd. He was a military Navy admiral, and they did multiple explorations in the Antarctic region, and they took multiple airplanes to that region of the world. And in their accounts, they thousands and thousands of miles around this region of the world, and many mountain ranges and flat plains and between the ranges, and there's a lot of recording about this. But there is even Admiral Byrd is basically the Indiana Jones of real lives of America, right? You know Indiana Jones, the explorer of Toms and that guy. So the realist level Indiana Jones of the United States is Admiral Byrd, right? So they did all these explorations. They took military vessels, aircraft, and they explored all these areas. And I mean, that's what they did. They did what you're asking. They did that. But nobody is gonna just fly forever and ever to see what happens to the end of the world. That hasn't been recorded. I haven't seen a document saying, "Hey, let's just get in an airplane and go to the end of the world" or whatever. I mean, that the closest thing to that will be the Operation Deep Freeze 1, Operation Deep Freeze 2, 3, and 4. That will be the closest thing to what you're asking. for my knowledge.
But what about the British adventurer Sir Ranulph Fiennes? Sounds like a Jew to me, to be honest.
Well, look, I'm looking
his
up
link
the
up
fuel efficiency in planes first to see if it's even possible to completely fly around the Earth. But
You're asking going from north to south maybe, because if you're doing east to west, you're doing a circle around let's say you're in a table and you do a circle around the middle of the table. That will be similar to east to west, adjusting for north. But you're gonna follow a compass, right? And you're gonna be adjusting to north, to the middle of the table, and then you do a circle around that. You can do 1,000 circles. If your airplane has unlimited fuel, you can do a circle and another circle and keep going, and you're never gonna end.
I'm not talking about
doing circles.
I'm not talking about a circle, bro. I'm talking about a straight line. So
You're
like
talking about a straight line from where to where?
Well, from in any direction, it doesn't matter. What I propose is that if you go in any direction, you end up in a straight line, like a horse with race blinders on. You know, like you wouldn't turn the steering wheel of the plane left or right. You know, you keep the rudders heading forwards. You'd end up in the same place no matter what direction
So
you
the term
started
that you're
going
looking
in.
for is debt reckoning. That's the term you should be asking for. Debt reckoning.
What does that mean?
You're gonna go in a straight line without adjusting to the compass, without adjusting to north. You're gonna keep going on a straight line.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
I am saying that, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you eventually, let's say you go from England towards let's say the south on the map, right? You're gonna go towards the Antarctic region. You're gonna fly in that plane that has unlimited fuel, and then you're just gonna keep going that way. In the records, it shows that they call it the frozen lands, or the Antarctic region, which is a frozen tundra. It's minus 60 degrees average. So what's gonna happen? Run out of food, and maybe the aircraft is gonna freeze, the jet fuel freeze, and then what? What's gonna happen after that?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true, but I think this debate can go on and on, but I'm not convinced of anything.
That's not a debate, and nobody's trying to convince you of anything.
Well, that's good, because it's not, you know.
Yeah, I
It's
think
good.
someone went north to south, back to north, transglobe expedition done in 1979 to 1982. It was the first expedition to make a longitudinal north to south circumnavigation of the Earth using only surface transport. British adventurer Sir Ranulph Fiennes, or whatever, led a team including Oliver Shepherd and Charles R. Burton that attempted the Greenwich Meridian both over the land and water. Began in Greenwich, United Kingdom on September 1979. They traveled south, arriving at the South Pole on December 15th, 1980. Over the next 14 months, they traveled north, reaching the North Pole on April 11th, 1982.
Which
Traveling
South
south
Pole?
once more, they arrived again at Greenwich. What do you mean, which South Pole? The South Pole.
Have you ever heard there's 5 South Poles? There's 5 of them. So which one?
It just says the South Pole. The South Pole.
So there is a geographical South Pole, the magnetic South Pole, the spin. No, let me look for it. There's 5 of them actually.
Okay, well, here it defines South Pole. Ranulph Fiennes, Charles Burton, and Oliver Shepherd left London on the 2nd of September 1979, beginning a relatively simple overland trip through France and Spain. They boarded the ship, the Benjamin Bowring, in the Gulf of Guinea and traveled to South Africa. After preparations in South Africa, they sailed to Antarctica on December 22nd, 1979, and arrived January 4th, 1980. With help of Ginny, blah, 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 they traveled by snowmobiles, pulling sledges. I guess they meant
You know, there's
sleds with
also a
supplies.
ceremonial. There's also a ceremonial South Pole as well. That people go, look, we are in the South Pole, and it's a ceremony spot, but it's not actually the South Pole. It's just for ceremonies.
So it says undertakings that convinced sponsors to support the trip. They reached the South Pole on the 15th of September 1980. They remained in a small camp next to the South Pole Station Dome, where they played the first game of cricket at the South Pole, and departed on the 23rd of December. 1980. They descended the Scott Glacier, the third party to do so, crossed the ice shelf, and arrived at Scott Base in 1981 on January 11th, completing their Antarctic crossing.
So
North Pole.
You can cross from one shore to they said the
Another
ice
shore.
shelf. So the ice shelf, see, from one area, from one shore, then the ice shelf, and then cross to the other side of the ice shelf. That doesn't mean that they cross this South Pole of the world. But think about it. There is 5 South Poles, bro. The geographic South Pole, geomagnetic South Pole, magnetic South Pole, pole of inaccessibility, and the spin pole that is the imaginary pole. So maybe they cross the imaginary pole, right? Because that's probably what they call in the South Pole, or maybe it's the ceremonial South Pole. But that doesn't mean cross under the ball.
It just says South Pole.
Yeah, exactly. Which one? Which South Pole? There's 5 of them.
I don't know. You could look it up. You want me to look it up for you?
You're the one presenting the information.
You're the claim. It's your claim, right?
It's your claim.
So Ralph Fiennes.
You didn't even know that there is 5 South Poles now. You used to learn it today, didn't you?
No, I knew there's multiple poles.
5?
Yeah, I knew there were 5.
Look them up yourself, buddy. What are you talking about? Like, you knew there was 5 and you couldn't even remember 'em. So you're gonna call him out for not knowing that there were 5?
There are 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was his claim.
Dude.
He said South Pole, but he doesn't know which one. He doesn't know what it means. South Pole, a word on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Is
okay.
that what the South Pole
do
is?
you know how
A
paper is
word?
made? Like, yeah, that wasn't like the crux of his case.
Okay, this guy's on a meltdown. They take a knee, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it was been done already, so I don't know what to tell you.
What has been done?
The Transglobe Expedition.
The Transglobe Expedition?
Yeah, north to south.
Someone went from one position of the world to another position of the world and then turned back, and you're saying, yeah, we went across the globe because someone went to another point.
So he said, or it says the 14 months they traveled north, reaching the North Pole on April 11th, 1982. Traveling south once more, they arrived. Oh no, sorry, I started too late. They began at Greenwich in September 1979. Traveled south after arriving at the South Pole.
Towards a position, right?
Well, no, they're going south. They were just going south. They arrived at the
south
South Pole.
South doesn't mean you're going across a globe, bro. You think navigating across a ball.
They were going south. Okay, they're going south, and then over the next 14 months after reaching the South Pole, over the next 14 months, they then traveled north, reaching the North Pole again. Reaching the North Pole on April 11th, 1982. And they traveled south once more. Then they arrived at Greenwich.
Yeah. Post that one. That one sounds interesting. Do you have the map that they took?
I have the link there. the globe expedition map. Let me just Google a map. Here. Well, here's his thing for the where you cross the South Pole. But as far as the whole map here, let's see the whole map. So this one's kind of low resolution. Let me try and get a higher res one.
So you see, they went from port to port, from point to point, exactly like you should navigate. And you gotta remember, you can't navigate on a globe.
Dude, it happens all the time. Navigation happens all the time on the globe.
No, it never happens. That's the point, because it's impossible.
Yeah,
Impossible.
it happens all the time. You ever been to Europe?
Yeah, navigation is dependent on a horizontal plane, bro. That's what you don't get.
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
be doing navigation on a globe.
There are strong discrepancies in your story.
No, like even flight maps, they're all projections of round Earth.
Listen, when you start,
you can do a circle that is round.
When you,
it's a projection of a sphere. All those flight maps, these, yep, they are.
That's really interesting. Can you show us the sphere that your maps are projecting?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's actually got YouTube.
I think
flight
Gabby is trying
map.
to say something. Go ahead, Gabby. Get closer to your mic,
Yeah.
man.
So from his description, when the expedition started from the north towards the south, he described how that expedition made a few stops into Africa. I even heard him somewhere in Africa. And then they went further, reaching south. And now the story changed, got shortened very quickly. After they reached south, they started going north, yeah, and they reached north in couple of months, like next year. But makes no description about any stop, where they stopped, why, for how long.
Yeah, it
It's
does.
just
It says West
us.
Africa through the Sahara. They boarded the ship Benjamin Boring in the Gulf of Guinea, traveled by sea to
So
South
when they came back,
Africa,
so
and
when
then
they
wait. Then
came
they
back,
sailed to Antarctica. Then
yeah,
they built a base camp near the Sine 3 base named Camp
yes, and I'm
Rivingen.
interested
Then
the part where they leave from the south to back to the north.
yeah. So so I'm reading that. I'm getting to that.
Yes.
Then they remain at that base all winter in 4 huts. They became buried in the snow. And then Raffianas
for how
left
long
left Burton and
they-
Shepard for the South Pole. They traveled in snowmobiles, pulling sleds with supplies, while Kershaw flew ahead to leave some fuel deposits. They traveled and took 2-meter snow samples. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, the useless stuff. Many scientific undertakings. They reached the South Pole on the 15th. They remained in a small camp next to the South Pole Station Dome, where they played the first game of cricket, and then they descended the Scott Glacier.
Go
right?
forward. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they
So,
crossed
so you
the
see,
ice shelf.
now I found out that the South Pole that you're talking about is geographic South Pole, right? The geographic South Pole is the point on the surface of the Earth where 360 degrees of longitude converge, right? So it's a position based on a globe projection where the longitudes lines converge, right? It's a position on a map.
Mm-hmm.
Not on a realist level You're grabbing a map and grabbing that map on a ball with longitudes, right? And then you're putting a point on the convergence of those lines, and you're saying this is the South Pole, where these lines, these arbitrary lines, are converging.
That's why I wanted to ask him
Okay,
if it
so
is.
what would you?
I asked
Okay.
him, James.
Check.
I asked
That's why I was
him
going to ask him if we
to
could get a look at the
describe to
ball.
us
Hello.
back from the south.
So what would you can I wait? Can I speak? Is that okay?
Wait, someone is trying to speak. I think it's
Tell us, what's their first stop? Where was it?
That's all right.
When they
His
left South Pole, where was their first stop?
their first stop in the South Pole or in Antarctica?
When they left the South Pole, yeah.
When they left the South Pole, yeah, it was
they left Antarctica.
Scott.
Yeah.
It was Scott
They
Base.
embarked in their ship because it's ocean there, and they had to go back to a continent, to land, island, whatever. What was their first stop?
Oh, their first stop away from the South Pole.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. From Antarctica.
On the way back to North Pole. Yeah. What was
back to
their
North. Okay.
first stop in this
So
journey?
they went back. They went back to north.
Yeah. So yeah, they went. So it started in Africa. I know you know that already. And then they crossed, and then
You told me they reached Antarctica. They got to
no,
South
yeah.
Pole.
I
and
know.
they stayed
I'm just
there
giving the
and they
full.
left.
I'm giving the full context. I'm giving the full context. I'm getting to that.
Jump over that because I already heard it. It's irrelevant.
Okay.
So I'm
Yeah. So their first stop. Okay.
Don't
Their first stop.
don't cut him. Go ahead,
Okay. So their first stop. They
Gabiga is
reached.
trying to say something. You've been reading this the same thing again and again. Go ahead, Gabiga. You were trying to say something.
Yeah, so I'm interested the moment when they leave Antarctica and go back to North, where was their first stop? Because
Yeah.
they didn't go from the South Pole straight to the North Pole and they made no stop.
I'll tell you. They
stop-
departed. Listen, they departed the South Pole, and then he said they descended the Scott Glacier, right after they crossed the Ross Ice Shelf.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Arrived. Oh my goodness.
Scott Base.
After the South Pole. Go ahead.
Yeah, Scott Base, and then they left the South Pole, aka Antarctica, and they went to Therankwarry Fjord on a Boston whaler, and then on August 31st. Oh, so that was on August 31st.
Is it an island or what is it?
Therankwarry Fjord is located in the north coast of the Arctic archipelago. Wait, hang on, I'm on the wrong.
So from the South Pole, they started their journey back to the North Pole and they teleported directly there. They made no stop, no buying food, no nothing.
No, wait, hang on. Here is the Northwest Passage. Hang on. Oh. To hang on, there's a bunch of links and stuff. Because I don't know the names of these places, all right? To be fair, I'll give you guys that. So South Pole departed 23. Oh, Northwest Passage. Here we go. Okay. So they went sea lane between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic Ocean along the northern coast.
They made no stop?
No, yeah, they had to have made stops.
Where?
I mean, South Pole. It traveled
What continent?
north.
I mean, it should be the opposite of African continent, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find where they did the. It says they completed the Northwest Passage.
Northwest Passage.
Yeah, so
What
I'm
is?
thinking that's a common route that people take. So I'm trying to find out what that is, but I'm looking at Northwest Passage, and there's a lot to read. So hang on. Antarctic. Okay, so England called the hypothetical northern route the Northern Passage. The desire to establish this route motivated the
They got
European
back to
exploration.
England.
Hang on. No, it's no.
That's like canon shit you're reading.
England called it. Hang on. Water. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the actual like path. So okay. Sailing yacht. While sailing the
You think
northern
that's hard?
route.
If you think that's hard, just try finding the actual globe.
Well, you want to find the actual. He's asking for specific like points where people normally stop.
Yeah, carry on with it.
So here it says the Antarctic Peninsula then goes to Patagonia, so that's South America, then to the Falkland Islands, not the other word, and then South Georgia. So yeah, so they went from Africa to South America.
Yeah.
Across the South Pole. So here, yeah. So that's the Northwest Passage. So I guess the Northwest Passage is common in sailing. I'm not a sailor, so I don't know that. But yeah, so it says from the Antarctic Peninsula.
Possible journey.
But that's what it says here, and it
It's not. It's not that the journey
What was
is
the
not
first
doable.
country from South America?
Here it says in general Patagonia. So I'm looking at two different sources, right? I'm looking at the expedition that Fennies and Burton completed, and it says they completed the Northwest Passage, which I look up the Northwest Passage, and here it says it's from the Antarctic Peninsula. I'm assuming so it looks like they went
But this
from.
is, you see, even if you put this thing on a globe, it's actually like a V journey, not like actually going around the globe. Circumnavigation, you know?
Well, I mean, you would have to make a stop somewhere, you know?
Going from continent to continent.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
here.
In Antarctica, yeah.
So you would want someone to go from. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. There's a delay.
Yeah, in the case when you look at the AE map, yeah. So from Africa, you go down to the outer ring, part of the south, in the direction towards USA, you know, and you reach a southern pole base there. You have then you take a ride with snowmobiles and stuff, and then you reach another southern pole base, yeah, where they have another ship waiting for them and takes them to Southern America and USA.
Yeah, they need ships to, or they need supplies.
But
Yeah.
you see, even on that azimuthal AE map, yeah. They spent like walking on that ice, the ice ring, a portion of that ice ring between two bases, yeah. And then they left towards USA continent, to America. So it doesn't prove it's a globe, this journey, because this journey can happen also on a flat earth.
It can only happen in reality. It cannot happen in fantasy land. I mean, he's drawing a cartoon and say, I went from this part of the cartoon to the other side of the cartoon, and this is a cool story, but reality is not a cartoon. Reality is not a cartoon.
Exactly. The thing is, in the globe Earth model, the Antarctic continent is very small in size in comparison with the Antarctic ring from the AE map, the flat Earth. Yeah. So their journey, they ride with snowmobiles, with huskies, whatever. Yeah. I don't know. They spent like a few months.
14 months, yeah, crossing.
14 months. Wow, a whole year and 2 months. Yeah, and yeah, they had a lot of fun there. They visited many places, bases in the south. Yeah,
Isn't that fun, actually?
and then they left. So yeah, they traveled. What did they travel? What's the distance they claim they traveled on the Antarctic continent?
It
1,000 miles,
says
2,000 miles. How much?
my source does not say how many miles. It just says the amount of time.
Yeah, they don't give these details, which
I'm
is
sure it's
important.
somewhere here.
Yeah, I mean, you see, when you look at the AE map, yeah, when you go from Africa to the southern pole, like the closest you can get to southern pole, the shortest route, yeah, that will be like the radius from the AE map, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
So they would travel 1,880 miles, pretty much.
Yeah.
But they made a few deviations too.
But they didn't take into account any curvature. They just went from pore to pore, from position to position, and back.
You know what's funny, Jamesy? To me,
Yeah,
like
when you
the
go
shape
straight,
of
you
this
just
journey.
walk. You walk along the
One
earth.
moment. One moment. Let me say something to my colleague Jamesy. The shape of this journey looks to me like that Masonic compass, like a rhombus, you know.
It looks like a rhombus.
Yeah.
Got a question. This AE map you're referring to, do you mean the azimuth equidistant projection map?
Who, me?
Yes.
AE, azimuth equidistant. Yeah, it sounds like should be it.
Because that is a projection of the globe. You realize that, right?
Yeah, it's a projection of the globe, of course. Yes,
Okay.
I know. We, the flat earthers, we don't have world map.
You know the globe, the globe that you in is how let me put the words of your creator, your globe creator. Where is it?
It's Photoshop.
It
Yeah.
has to be.
We took the flat map and wrapped it around the ball. We did this so people would get an idea of what Earth might look like from space. It's not a photo. So people who want, like, hey, I want a flat Earth map, I contact NASA or DOD. They claim to have one. I want it from you. I'm like, well, I'm not NASA and I'm not DOD, so you're barking up the wrong tree. The best I can give you is like local maps at sort of an amateur level, and they will all be flat. They will all not have any comfort, curvature, or rotation.
No,
Yeah,
you can
NASA themselves told you that the globe that you believe in, the globe that they gave you and you believe you live on, they say, let's see. Then we the flat map around a ball. So they have to Photoshop it for you and give you the ball that you want.
Well, what you can do is you can look at flight maps, the exact flight maps that every pilot has access to, and it's actually, I think, publicly available. And you can stitch them together, and you'll see they project
You're
onto
jumping
around.
something very important, that the aircraft is being designed for a flat, non-rotating Earth, and the pilot is never taking into account any curvature or any spinning of the ball under the airplane, right? And then you're saying that the path of the airplane is proving a globe, but in practicality, the globe is never taken into account for any of these claims that you're making.
No, it is, because you have to take into account.
You heard what I said? The construction, the engineers of the airplane, the ones that make the airplane safe, practical, to work in the realist level, the ones that make the airplane in the first place, they build it for a motionless plane.
Okay, are you gonna listen to what I have to say?
Are you gonna debunk the airplane engineers?
Yeah, I actually can. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to, or
are you gonna say fly path?
Try. Give it a try. But
yeah,
we
because
heard it
debunk the practicality of the airplane.
yeah. So when a plane is flying through the atmosphere, right?
What
It's an
atmosphere? That's a
air.
contradiction on terms.
Yeah.
Atmos being air, sphere being a shape, air has no shape. You know that?
The atmosphere. Bro, are you gonna stop me like on every little?
Hey, but remember, you're using the wrong terminology, bro.
Do you know what the atmosphere is? Do you really not know what the atmosphere is?
The atmosphere is a term that is
I know
used
it's a
to
paradox.
describe
It's a
something in a
contradiction.
cartoon. You know when you have a cartoon, an anime, like a movie, and in that anime they have these dialogues and these terms that are based in the fantasy of the anime, and they have these words that maybe don't relate to reality, or make no sense in reality, because it's part of the universe of the cartoon, right? So then atmosphere is part of that cartoon that you're talking about.
So the gases that the plane flies through, right? Do you want me to say? You want me to not use the word atmosphere? I mean, I'm gonna get the same point across.
Air.
The air.
Right. Yeah. The air.
Yeah, that has no
okay.
shape.
Wow.
Airplane. Okay, it's not an atmosphere plane.
Oh my
It's an
gosh. All right. We can get. Do you want to spend
airplane.
10 minutes going through the semantics, or are you going to let me get my point?
Words mean things.
All right. All right. Well, if I can't say the words that I want to say, I guess it doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah, but try to keep it on the realist level, because I told you that
can you just try to let me speak? I mean, is that really that hard?
Airplane is designed to be used in the realist level, and now you're trying to
Okay,
portray.
I'm just gonna say my point. I know it's hard for people to just have a constant thread of thought.
You're gonna talk about talking.
So when the plane is flying through the atmosphere, right? It's an aerodynamic machine. It's an aerodynamic machine that has to interact with the air, right?
What's
and the air
atmosphere?
Pressure has to interact with the air pressure.
It's not entirely. Listen.
So the airplane is an aerodynamic machine that has to fly through the atmosphere, and all it cares about is the pressure above the wings and around the wings, and it will fly straight if those factors are the only things acting on
What
it, which
happens
they
to
are. I mean,
what
gravity is
happens to
acting on it too, but
what
the
happens
repelling
to
force of it flying through the atmosphere and getting through all the air and redirecting the air allows the plane to fly straight and level from the ground.
You know
So
what fun
it's
the effect
it's an aerodynamic piece of equipment that, yeah, when it's flying, it doesn't
really?
have to take into account the Earth,
So
the Earth's
what is the
curve,
fun the effect?
but when it's navigating, it definitely does. Because if
Listen,
you make
can
any kind of turn with an airplane at a specific degree, and those degrees aren't correct and don't take into account the globe Earth, then you will end up in places where you're not supposed to be.
you're
In
talking about taking
places
a left
way
and
off from where you
when you
thought.
left and when you go left and
All
right
right. Now that I've
that
got my
doesn't mean
idea
you're taking
across,
okay, you
I'll
you
unmute.
already said it. So you said that the aircraft is going left and right and up and down. That's globe, bro.
What'd you say?
You said you mentioned pressure, right? You mentioned pressure.
Yeah.
You cannot have in the globe. That's impossible on the globe because
Yeah, you can.
supposed to low
It's
pressure.
happening right now.
But
But anyway, are you gonna address my point where I said that when you're
what's the
flying, the
definition of gas pressure?
navigation takes into account the
What
the
is
globe
the
Earth.
definition of gas pressure?
I'm making a specific claim that it's the navigation that takes into account the globe
You
Earth.
said that the airplane is adjusting toward positions left and right, up and down. How does that prove the globe? That doesn't prove the globe.
It does, because if you navigate right at a specific degree and you have a flat Earth, right, and you have those angles, right, in which you are navigating to, dude, can you just listen? That you're navigating to, and they're off because you're flying according to a flat Earth, it won't work.
You know what
On
I'm
the
It
trying
just
flat
to
won't
say?
Earth,
work.
listen,
You will not
listen,
get to your destination.
listen to us now.
Mhm.
We heard you and we understood you,
Mhm.
but we have to bring
But
our
you're not going to address the
rebuttal.
point. It's all right. I get
Are
it.
you gonna
Yeah, we
interrupt
are
him again?
addressing the point.
No, you're going completely off. You're saying the pressure.
You're not listening.
All right, go
You
ahead.
didn't even let me
Go ahead, Gabby.
tell what I say. Yeah. So, in your globe model, the airplane doesn't fly in a straight. Yeah. It actually, even when it takes off or when it's landing, it's doing it in a curved manner. Yeah. And when it's flying from A to B, yeah, all this distance that it's flying, it's actually a curved path, yeah, around the globe. Now, on flat Earth, this curve happens only on takeoff and landing. And when it's flying from Europe to USA over the ocean, the airplane is flying at a constant altitude on automatic pilot in a straight line. And this is actually detectable. We can detect these things because it's an object moving through a electric field, electrostatic and magnetic field. Yeah, we have particles moving through a field in which these forces are manifesting, and we can measure them. Yeah, we can measure magnetism, we can measure electricity and electrostatic voltage, potential, everything. And we also have electrostatic radar technologies, yeah, which can detect anything that is flying, any physical object that is in the air, and what kind of it, which element. So against those radars, there is no stealth technology against those radars. Nothing is invisible for those radars.
Okay.
So how are you gonna show to us, yeah, that these Gaussian planes are actually curved?
Which Gaussian planes?
Yeah, the ground negative, the sky positive.
So the sky is curved. What are you trying to say? How am I going to show you that the Earth is curved?
Yeah. Listen, the
Yeah.
higher you go in altitude, yeah,
Mhm.
the electrostatic voltage potential increases.
Okay. What does that have to do
Because,
with?
because you need to have an energy input to reach a higher altitude. You
What
don't
do you
just
mean a
get
higher
higher.
energy input?
You
Like
don't
the airplane
listen,
needs a higher energy input.
listen.
Is
You don't get to the top of the mountain sitting in the chair in front of your computer.
okay. But what does this have to do with planes
You need to
navigating?
eat. You need to eat and start walking and climbing, reach the top of the mountain. So that is energetic input. And airplanes to take off, yeah, they need fuel to burn fuel.
Yeah, to push them through the air so that they can
And
fly, right?
also to maintain their constant velocity, yeah,
And altitude, yeah.
they need to consume fuel to burn it and
Okay.
create that jet that propels them.
Right, but what does that have to do with it? You're just stating things. What is there a
Well,
question?
when these things we detect, they are happening in a straight line. They take place in a straight line, and they are not curving. Yeah, that airplane when it's flying, it's not tilting his nose down every minute to account for the Earth's curvature.
Right. Because if it was flying truly straight and not along the curve of the Earth,
Well, with an
right?
airplane, when you fly, those instruments in the airplane, they show you when you are flying straight, when you are
Right.
flying upwards or downwards, it shows you the trajectory, yeah? It
Mhm.
shows you if you take a sharp turn or light turn, yeah?
Right. Yeah, I know this. I know this. I play flying games. So
So when those instruments are showing you are flying in a straight line,
you're talking about a straight line up and down, right? You're not turning up or
yeah,
down. That's
yeah.
because you're at a constant energy output, right? At a constant atmospheric pressure, and you're flying along that pressure gradient, along that exact
Okay, I'm not
pressure.
talking about small air turbulences or
No, no,
like
no, no.
this.
This isn't
Those
small.
are
This
deviations of
is
20
the
centimeters.
this is the
transmitter.
air that's lifting the entire plane. This isn't a small, right? So it's hundreds of thousands of pounds, every second that's lifting this plane, right? So you have to provide that much energy with your thrust in order to maintain that at whatever altitude, right?
No, it's
And if you
not
go too
100
high up in the air, you'll start to go
direction.
down, or if the pressure drops, you'll start to go down to where the pressure is high enough that you can maintain that airspeed and you can
To
maintain
reach,
that throttle position.
listen, to reach the speed of 600 kilometers an hour, yes, you need a thrust of hundreds of thousands of pounds, but
No, you
once
need
you reach
lift of
that
hundreds of
speed,
thousands of pounds.
listen, I didn't finish. Yeah, to lift and reach that speed, I said. of 600 kilometers an hour, up to 700, anything between. Yeah. So to reach this speed, you need that kind of amount of thrust. But once you reached it, yeah, the airplane doesn't need that thrust to maintain flight, because the airplane is making use of quanta effect and aerodynamics, yeah.
Yeah,
And
but you
at that
still need
speed,
you still
at
need
that
thrust to
speed,
maintain your speed, right?
at that speed, it's is designed to have lift.
Right. But you still need
Yeah,
thrust, right?
yeah, you still need
what up,
trust, but
Gabriel?
not that amount you said. Much less,
No, you need
and that
hundreds of thousands
flight
of
is a
pounds
straight line.
of lift, right? To make sure that your
Yeah,
plane doesn't
once
fall out
it's
of the
flying,
sky.
it's not lifting anymore.
It is
Once it's
lifting. If
straight
it's not
line.
lifting, then it's falling. If your airplane has no lift, then you're falling. That's definitional.
So what about if the ground is falling away from you or is curving away from you, why isn't the airplane adjusting for the curvature to stay at the right altitude?
Because
Yeah,
it doesn't have to. It's maintaining its pressure, its location or height in the atmosphere. So if you're going through the atmosphere at a specific speed, let's keep it really simple, like 200 or 300 through the atmosphere, not with reference to the ground, because you have airspeed and you have ground speed. The higher up you go, the airspeed gets lower because there's less air flowing past your wings. So if you go too slow in the airspeed,
The airplane adjusting to the curvature of the air as it goes through hundreds of miles.
I'm explaining exactly why. Okay, you want a two sentence explanation?
No,
All right.
Gabby get. Go ahead, Gabby get.
All right. Oh, okay, so you don't want to know. So it was
It
not a
sounds
good.
like you don't even know.
No, I do know.
Or you don't know.
I do know, but you just don't want to hear it. It's all right.
You're making a claim. You're making a claim that the airplane doesn't have to adjust to the curvature of the Earth.
It does not, no, because it's
Yeah,
flying. It's flying through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is giving it lift.
then it will fly off of this world, because your world is a globe. When the airplane is flying in a straight line, it will be flying off from it.
Well,
Oh,
he
it
knows
won't.
that
That's how
he
gravity
knows.
works.
Yeah, he knows. Okay, gravity chance later. He knows that if he says flying through the air, he has to account for it. But if he just goes back to his atmosphere chance, he's good.
Yeah.
No, I could say flying through the air just fine. If it's
Okay,
flying through the
air, why is it not curving with the Earth?
or why it is curving with the Earth. So the reason why it does,
other than your chance of it, yes.
no, it's flying through the air and maintaining the same distance between the ground and the Earth, aka following the curve of the Earth, because the air pressure.
Because you say
All
so.
right, you're gonna let me
Okay.
finish? It's
Gotcha.
great. It's great. It's great.
You're
Just
already
interrupt my
finished.
point.
You're already
No,
finished.
no, I'm not
You were
finished.
finished
I'm
2
not.
hours ago.
Because you
I
haven't
wasn't.
let the other guy
Yeah,
speak. Come
because
on.
I keep getting interrupted. Thank
You
you.
have diarrhea of the mouth, which is a different thing.
No, you guys just have to jump on any little thing and just interrupt me, but it's
You
okay.
know better than everybody in here. Like you
All
think
right,
you're
I'm
teaching
gonna
people
mute
stuff.
you again. I'm gonna say my point, right?
No,
So
don't
you're
mute
gonna be
him,
muted
because
yourself.
he's
Well, he's
moderator.
continuously interrupting, so
He has the
Let
right
the
to
man
interrupt
finish,
you because
please.
he's the moderator. We are his guest here. You cannot mute him. It's not just.
It is a bit unfortunate he didn't get the chance to finish his point, though.
Well, his point seemed to be that repeating the claim, chanting that it's going around the curve, is accounting going around the curve.
Unfortunately, we don't know what the end of his claim was because he's
Well,
not able to respond to it.
he had already done it. That would have been the third or fourth time that he had done it in the last 15 minutes.
Well, let's say he's an expert at flying since he knows a lot about it. Well, I don't know what his background is, but it would be at least interesting to hear him out.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. So I'll explain through the air.
Through the air.
So
you cut out.
all right, I was muted again. So I didn't cut out. I was actually muted. But through the air, the pressure stays the same as it follows the curvature of the Earth. That's it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Then why in my city, when they show weather on TV, they also tell us the atmospheric pressure, the air pressure in my city when they give us the weather, and they give us the weather also in a nearby city, like 200 or 300 kilometers away, which is not at a higher or lower altitude, is the same altitude as my city, and they have a different air pressure in their city in that day.
Well, I mean, weather exists. Yeah.
Well, you said it doesn't exist just now when you're talking about airplanes. You said that air pressure is constant. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If when the air pressure is
You
constant, the
contradicted
plane.
yourself. You contradicted yourself.
No, it didn't
just now.
contradict.
Yeah.
If the air pressure is the same, the airplane will not deviate from that altitude above the ground along the curving Earth. That's just it. If the pressure changes, the airplane will go down. Easy as.
So you think a higher pressure will make the airplane go down?
No, higher pressure will make the airplane go up. That's why you have turbulence. If you've ever been on a plane, you're hitting pockets of high and low pressure.
I just told you this way now in detail, and you auto-corrected yourself, and you keep using to do so.
Well, I'm sorry that a 2-sentence explanation didn't include, oh, well, the weather also changed. I mean, you guys were mad that I take too long, so I just wanted to keep it short.
You see, you speak with double or triple meaning.
I mean, did you want a long explanation? Or did you want a
No,
short
just
one?
don't talk out of both sides of your mouth.
No, I'm talking out of one side of my mouth, and I can't say everything in one sentence.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so
the entire explanation of all the universe cannot come out in one sentence.
Well, the problem is what you do is you make a statement and you act as if it's to be treated as gospel without giving any supporting anything. You just state it again.
Yeah.
Well,
Again.
that's the explanation. I mean, that's it.
So how is that airplane actually with that curved path? Why do the instruments in the airplane show you that you are flying in a straight path? And trust me, they also do have instruments. They measure the air pressure and they know the outside air pressure in an airplane. The pilots, they see that.
Yeah, no, I know that.
It varies only when they are close to storms and stuff like this,
Well, it can vary.
Otherwise, it's overall constant.
Yeah, it can vary around mountains and stuff. Like
yeah, but they are still capable to fly in a straight line, and when they see they are flying in a straight line, they are actually flying in a curved path.
Yeah, I mean, they take into account the pressure, and the autopilot does too. And it's kind of a feel thing,
Yeah,
like,
but
in a car. You just feel like you're going up and you feel you're going down. You see your instruments and they maintain the altitude.
Listen, you're saying that air pressure can help me not to feel when I take a turn in my car, when I drive my car and
No,
take a
that's not what I
turn.
said.
If I have a higher air pressure or constant air pressure, then I will not feel that I'm taking a turn, like moving in a curved direction.
No, what I meant was there's a feeling aspect of flying, just like driving a car, where you feel like the road is pushing you a certain way, or even the wind can push you off in a direction or whatever with the car. The same thing with the plane. The air pressure, you can feel the airplane rising, and you can also see in your instruments.
You can also feel it in your ears as well,
Yeah,
air
but the
pressure when you're on a
curvature,
plane.
Yeah.
like when I fly, because I have been with the airplane, and I even sat on 1A seat, in the
In the front,
front.
that's a good
Yeah.
seat. Did you talk to the pilots or no? Because they're friendly. You literally talk to them.
Yeah. And you see, when we took off, yeah, I felt that. But once you're flying in a straight line, it's just like going with the tramway, any
I say it's
other.
even smoother than the tramway. Usually flying is.
Not really. It's very loud. It vibrates and stuff.
Don't forget,
So
inside a plane, you're in a kind of a pressurized chamber as well.
I know.
Yeah.
Now, when the airplane actually started taking a turn, I felt that. Yeah. When it started moving in a curved line, in a curved path. Yeah. So when it took a turn left, right, I immediately felt it, instantly. And also, I instantly felt when we started descending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, I didn't feel when we were flying line. I didn't feel that we are going in a curved path.
I mean, yeah, with you're maintaining a constant height. You're not going down at all. You're
No,
maintaining a constant height.
I didn't feel I was going in a curved line because I was not moving in a curved line in reality, and that was the reality. That is the reality. I was going in a straight line. But when the airplane started to actually take a turn, yeah, left, right, up, down, I immediately felt that. The slightest curve that it took, I felt it. Now, you're saying that when I'm flying in a straight line, I'm flying in a curved path and I don't feel it.
May I add something to that, or would you
You
like
are
to respond
calling me
first?
you are calling me a feelingless person.
So
Are
so
you that
get
rude?
so
Yeah.
let me ask you something. When you're flying, right, at a constant
Yeah.
height, right? Like let's say
Yeah.
30,000 feet.
Yeah.
30,000 feet, you're flying 30,000 feet for an hour.
Yes.
At any point in that 30,000 feet of flying from that hour, did you go down from 30,000 feet, the altitude, or not?
Well, if you are a fanatic now, extremist, like you want details if that airplane change altitude within millimeters or centimeters,
Well, no, I'm talking about like, did it go from 30,000 feet to 20,000 feet at any point? Or was it flying at 30,000 feet for that whole hour? Because if you didn't
Well,
change altitude, you wouldn't have felt anything.
it took off, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That takes like what does it takes? About 10 minutes until you reach in the clouds, above the clouds, yeah.
Yeah.
And from
Well,
there it flies in a straight line. Some flights were even 3 hours, yeah. And 3 hours, I mean 2 hours and a half minimum. It was flying in a straight path. I mean, straight line, but there were some places where it took a few slight turns. Yeah, and I felt those.
right.
Probably the airplane had a trajectory flight path uh, close to some cities, and yeah, they have to follow their paths. Or if another airplane is nearby, yeah, they have to adjust, and yeah, they have a traffic control. Now, I felt those, but you see, on the globe, yeah, the airplane is flying in a curved path. And when you are moving in a circular manner, yeah, you are in a constant acceleration frame.
There's many things to unpack, if I may respond. I understand your feeling about the flying. Now, first of all, I would like to establish that a lot of commercial airplanes fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet for multiple reasons. It's for fuel efficiency, to avoid thunderstorms, severe clouds, or other planes or incidents, birds, and things like that. Now, during a flight, they try to always stay at 40,000 feet, but they can drop to 39 or 45,000. And they do it at a slow pace. It's not like they're gonna lift up their nose high up and climb unless there's an emergency. Why is that? It's because of fuel reasons, and abrupt maneuvers kills off efficiency. So they
Yeah,
will drop their pace or
this
speed
is
up.
not the subject of
But no,
discussion.
it comes to a point that I'm making a point of it. Just hold on,
Yeah,
I'm
but
explaining the
these
context.
details are irrelevant to.
Yes, because now here comes the conclusion of what I'm going to say.
Yeah, and then they cut you off right before you conclude. It's all right.
Yes. So what they do is they slow up, they slow down, or they speed up to gain or lose altitude at a slow level, couple of feet by time. So you almost do not feel it. So they are changing height slower and going high. Important also to add to that is that you're in a pressurized chamber in the plane, which also gives you a loss of feeling of what's going outside.
Stop
I'm not
spiraling.
spiraling.
Stop
I'm giving you the explanation. Please be respectful. I listen to you as well.
Nobody asked you for an explanation.
Well, I'm pointing out why you don't feel planes that are quote unquote going in a straight line that are actually not going in a straight line. I'm explaining it to you.
Do you know what the argument is between me and this man?
You're asking why you don't feel the curvature. Yeah, you're asking why you don't feel the curvature going around the globe when you're flying in a plane.
That too, yes. But
which he answered.
What do you feel when you take a turn? When you change your
Yeah, you feel a change. You feel your inertia, right? You feel your momentum carrying it forward.
change your vector of motion, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel?
You feel your inertia or your momentum carrying you forward.
No,
you feel the movement.
Yeah.
No, you don't know physics, like 5th grade physics.
Okay.
I think you have an issue with scale, my friend. I think that's the issue.
I think I explained it quite well. Do you
You
care to
feel
explain it?
acceleration. You feel acceleration.
Yeah. Acceleration of
Yeah,
what?
acceleration.
Due
That's
to
what you
what?
feel
Due to
when
what?
you move with a constant speed and you change your vector, yeah, your direction.
Yeah,
Your
you feel your
vector,
momentum.
not momentum. You feel acceleration in a different direction.
So the momentum.
Yeah.
That's what
So
you're
the
saying.
momentum, by definition, the momentum. But thank you. I appreciate it.
But it's a hoax that planes just fly on 40,000 feet on a straight line. That is not in practice what happens.
Yeah, they have vectors and lanes and stuff.
It is what it happens.
Well, if the plane makes indeed
When
an abrupt
airplanes
movement
fly
like a
in a
turn,
straight
you will feel it,
line,
of course.
they fly in a straight line. They are
Look,
not flying in a curved path.
look at go to Flight Aware. This tracks I don't know if it's every flight in the world, but definitely
Yeah,
North
I
America, I
don't
know.
go there. Listen, and let's get back down to earth and tell me how you can how can you measure that curvature? Where is it?
Well, so you're admitting you're lost this part of discussion and you take the L and you want to move on. Okay.
No, but it's irrelevant to. It's pointless to continue this conversation and argument because you guys are scientifically illiterate.
Can you point out
Right.
what was wrong in our analysis? Because we explained it very clearly and properly. We
No,
did
you
not
didn't.
explain about the Earth being
You
round or
don't.
flat.
I asked you basic questions of physics, which even a fifth grade will know, will recite the answer like a poem when they
We
are
gave
Do
you the
you
asked.
correct
think
answers.
But
do you think the
no,
same
none
fifth
of
grader
you.
you think the same fifth grader will say the earth is flat? Or you think they'll say the earth is a globe?
Listen, don't put words in my mouth because
I'm just
I'm
curious what
gonna
you
ask
think.
moderators to take care of you.
You're sort of highlighting how embedded this is all in your psyche. So the problem is you're unable. You want to bring up some app that shows arc flight paths.
Yeah.
Well, it's what it's showing is the same sphere that you've imagined and presupposed. So you're kind of highlighting your naivety, thinking that that would be help for anything. So that's why.
Well, if I can go back to my original.
Well.
All right, continue on. Continue on.
No,
Please
go ahead.
continue, Ram, please.
You interrupted me. You interrupted me. You must have something very important to say. Go ahead.
I do, in fact. Well, as I was stating before, after we took this kind of tangent on the flight path vertically, the flight path horizontally, though, as in the azimuth in which you make changes to your flight path, those specifically require flight paths and maps to take into account the curvature of the Earth, or else you would end up in places that that you're not really expecting to be in. So, for example, if you had a leg that was like 1,000 miles, made a 90-degree turn, and a leg that was another 1,000 miles, you would end up in a wildly different position in a flat Earth than where you actually end up in reality.
Yeah, really extend out that adverb. That'll help you. Again, what I'm saying is it's so embedded into your psyche that you're and on top coupled with your arrogance, it's impossible for you. So thank you for acknowledging those two things. So that's what you need to work on. You need to work on having the conversation outside of this myth that you're embedded within.
Right. Okay. So so what I have to do is just agree with you, and then we can have a conversation.
No,
that makes sense.
You tried that earlier. What it is, you have to, when someone else is speaking, listen to them, process, and then respond.
I think we have on a very polite way. To be fair, our friend was interrupting us, and the problem is we cannot.
You guys are proving my point. You guys are proving my point.
Actually,
I'll shut up with this. What you guys do is you don't listen You wait to talk.
All right. Well, I think waiting to talk might be better than interrupting people, and at the crux of their point.
Okay, well,
you know.
take your own advice next time, because you're the one who's been doing the interruptions that you complain about.
The problem is we cannot change the physics how a plane works and how they fly. That's out of discussion, basically. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I know. And the Wright brothers even found a prairie, didn't they?
Well, they were not flying on 40,000 feet in the air with their plane.
Oh, now you're going to throw the Wright brothers under the bus and the prairie they worked
No, they were
in.
very important for the history of aviation. They were the founding fathers. They were
Okay.
very important.
And did they depend on the Earth being a globe?
Well, then we go to the scale argument. And if you're flying 100 feet
Okay,
above
there
the
you
air, or
go,
40,000, we
there you
have a
go.
different thing.
He knows the bicycle mechanics had nothing in their brain about a globe when they were building their plane.
Again, because airplanes, when they're designed to fly, they don't take into account a globe Earth because they don't need to.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right. They don't need to, because whether or not it's on a flat Earth, whether or not it's on a round Earth, whether or not it's on a what's it called, cylindrical Earth, the same physics apply with the atmosphere, right? You could be curving up, right,
Now-
over
and now
hundreds of
you're-
thousands of
and now
miles.
you're
You wouldn't know.
presupposing- And now you're back to presupposing globe with your atmosphere
No.
change. That's my original point. You
Okay,
don't
fine.
understand.
Air,
You don't
just
understand how
air.
embedded. You don't understand how embedded it is in your psyche.
Okay.
Sir.
All right. Let me change the word for you. Air.
Although the atmosphere
When
has
you're
been
flying through
proven.
the air, when you're flying through the air,
And welcome,
it doesn't
welcome
matter.
again for the third or fourth time over the last several hours. Welcome to Flat Earth, sir.
When you're flying through the air, whether it's on flat, round, cylindrical, conic Earth, the physics of the air stay the same. It's dictated by the air pressure, right, and the altitude.
And there is a
the-
link
you
between
have-
air density and drag for a plane, so we actually have to take it in account when we develop a plane. The higher we get, the denser the air gets, and it has an effect on drag on a plane.
Right. The effects of a globe Earth or a flat Earth or any, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. The main thing that affects an airplane flying through the air is the air.
Welcome to
That's all
Flat
that
Earth,
matters.
sir. And,
Right.
and as long as you're
But
not
hang on.
presupposing it flying through the air over a curved water ball,
Hang on.
you're in the clear.
Hang on. But when you start talking about navigation, when you start talking about,
Drop it.
there's a
Stop.
huge delay. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's a huge delay.
Stop it. Don't continue. It's irrelevant. We are not interested.
Okay. All right.
Question
let's close
for
the
you.
argument.
Listen. Question for you. Quick. Quiz.
Quick. Oh.
Can airplanes fly without quanta effects?
Without
Sorry,
what
could you
effects?
repeat that?
Without the quanta effect.
I
Quant
didn't understand
effect.
what you were saying. Could you please type it in chat, please? I think he means COANDA, quanta effect.
Yes, quanta.
It's the gas stream model, basically.
Yeah. Can they fly without it?
No, that's how the wings work. So I'll give you the context. The quanta effect has applications in various high-lift devices on aircraft, where air moving over the wind can be bent down towards the ground using flaps and a jet sheet, blowing over the curved surface of the flying top wing. The bending of the flow results in aerodynamic lift. He's talking about aerodynamics, basically.
Oh yeah,
To
as it
simplify it.
folds across the top of the wing specifically,
Yes,
or
that's what he means. Yeah, and that's the quote-unquote. Well, that's the quanta effect.
yeah. I think it has another effect where like the air sticks to the surface.
It could
I
also
forget
be a
the
reason
other-
why a plane can stall or spin out of control, things like that. But that's more of the extreme characteristics, of course.
Yeah.
You had help.
Oh yeah, I don't know specific Kondo effect. I think I know it by another name.
It's important to help each other out. If somebody doesn't know what it is, we can explain it to each other. I think that's a positive thing.
There is no
Yeah.
other name for it. I believe I can fly. There's a globe because I don't have any evidence.
You are rightfully, you can believe whatever you like, sir, and we all have to respect that. If you believe the Earth is flat, more power to you, to everybody.
I don't believe
Yeah.
the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is flat.
Just
so there is
know
a
that the
huge
navigation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Don't listen. Don't use your help to assume what's inside my head or my heart. Okay? Never do that. If you want to know something about me or what I think, ask me. But don't make assumptions on that because it is not polite thing. And if we were face to face, there would have been consequences for
Stuttering
such.
is not a solution, my friend. Why would you do
Yeah,
that?
I
That
know.
doesn't
I
help
know
your
that
character.
you have these kind
I
of
will.
problems
I
in
will
people.
Get out. Let's shut out somebody. Shut out to all military forces who never ever account on curvature and Coriolis and rotation. Shut out to
Oh, really?
all military. Oh, really?
Okay.
Bravo, Sasha. Bravo.
Does that aeroplane account on the curvature and rotation?
No, but artillery does.
Does that? Okay, great. No, we will come to that now. Does that aeroplane account on the curvature? Does that aeroplane account on the curvature rotation?
Navigation does.
Navigation, absolutely, yes.
Okay, that means that people who are shooting want to shoot that aeroplane, also counting on that.
No, they wouldn't.
Why? Why?
Because the flight time of any kind of ballistic is not going to want to navigate, thousands of miles.
Yeah. I know,
It's
but
about
there is rotation.
predicting the path.
There is rotation of the Earth. There is a military airplane. It's not. It's maybe 2 or 3 kilometers above the surface, or maybe less, even less. And it's going, 1.2, 1,200 kilometers. It depends. Sometimes some of them is going 2,000 kilometers
They go
per hour.
supersonic. Yeah, they fly
Yeah.
supersonic.
Could you give the feed, please? That's
Yeah.
easier when you're talking about flight paths.
Now tell me what that guy is accounting on. What is shooting that airplane?
Well, shooting the airplane? Oh,
I don't
trying to
follow
shoot it down?
discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just mainly accounting for the trajectory. Well, it depends on what weapon system it is. If it's guided, if it's unguided. I'm assuming you mean guided.
And what he's and what he's accounting on.
The atmospherics and the like immediate flight path of the vehicle. So
And modern anti-aircraft systems are based on navigation and heat signature, so it's all automatically guided. So basically, at this point, they lock on the target and it goes completely by itself. Like
yeah, they
the
go
time
by
for
themselves.
we're using Flak 88 guns shooting at airplanes are over.
Listen,
But I think I know what he means. Like what that missile is doing. Like it's just looking at where it's going to be in a few seconds.
Artillery is not guided.
It's not being in use anymore.
Artillery doesn't shoot down airplanes, man.
They used it in Serbia.
Old Flak 88 cannons still in that era? That's surprising.
Anti-aircraft artillery they used in Serbia, and they shot down a F-117.
That's a lucky shot.
The stealth, no, it wasn't a lucky shot. It was a precise shot. One shot, one down.
Well, if you're going in military history, which I'm more of a buff of, using old style artillery against a plane is like shooting
If you want to know, that's
it's a lucky
true.
shot.
That's true. Serbian take them down, one of them. Yeah, that's really true.
Yeah, but is it
Yeah, it's a
artillery?
rocket
Is
shot.
it anti-air gun fire?
It
That
was
I
an
cannot
anti-air
tell you.
gun. I googled it already.
It was an
I'm
anti-air.
googling it right now. Anti-air gun used in Serbia.
Yeah, that's
Serbian war. Give me a second.
No,
I'll pull it up.
but
The
but
Zastava M55. It was a Yugoslavian triple-barrel automatic anti-aircraft gun developed in 1955. It was not using hardware or anything. It's basically was shoot and get lucky.
Yeah.
no,
Get lucky.
no,
It was like
say
predicted.
no,
so,
no,
get
no.
lucky.
That's not true because I was in military using that M1955.
So you should know it's
Yeah.
very inefficient in modern warfare.
Yeah, I will tell you. That means you have a that aeroplane. It's coming from some direction, you know, and then
Mhm.
you have like a 20 of these weapons shooting that one airplane, not one.
Yeah, it's accuracy through volume of
Yeah,
fire. Yeah.
yeah, and then you have you need to account to the speed. That means that you need to somehow recognize the enemy, and that means the airplane. That means you need to say, okay, this airplane will go from 1.2 Mach to I don't know, and from that you need to count. Is it that I don't know now? It's past 30 years. Is it that two angular size, one angular size in front of airplane, and that's all. Not even
The problem of his analogy is the effective fire range of that particular models is and of the most anti-aircraft that's still manually operated is 2,000 meters or 6,000 feet maximum in the air. So yeah, it's shoot and get lucky.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
negligible.
and what will
The
happen?
curve of the earth.
What will happen
There's
with
a lot of ballistics involved with that kind of shooting.
what will happen with the airplane if it's going 1.2 Mach above the surface? Let's say 30 meters.
Oh, how high? Sorry.
30 meters.
30 meters
That
altitude.
would crash. If it goes at that speed, it's going to crash. It will
Yeah,
crash.
probably
Yeah.
crash something. But
It will crash.
assuming there's nothing for him to crash into.
If I post you video that
Military fighter airplanes, they can fly very low altitudes. Very
Yes,
low.
they can, but if you
2
go
meters
1.3
from
Mach
the
speed at
ground.
30 meters, it's a suicide run.
Yeah, it
No,
is
not
suicide.
suicide.
It is suicide. But can you now let's say measure the speed in distance and tell me how much is that in 1 minute? 1,000.
Yeah, you could. You just need a watch that has a tachymeter on it. It's not that hard. If you know the distance, you use a tachymeter, push the chronograph, push the button, and then you can figure out the speed. Yeah, you can. You just need two markers. For example, a mountain and another and a high tree or something, and you know it's gonna pass. You know if it's a kilometer or a mile, then you can calculate it. It's a
I
math.
will tell you I will tell you something. Calculate that. Calculate how much it's aeroplane above the sea level, how much speed it is, and calculate in which and how many times he has to account on curvature when he's going with that speed, with that height.
I tried this too, Sasha, with them. It doesn't work.
Doesn't work, huh? That you need to change maybe in 1 second. You need to change immediately.
Yeah, every second you have to account for the curvature. But
Or maybe even,
or
maybe even less.
In their heads is all.
Well, the answer is very simple actually, because you're filling into taking into account its scale. You can, if you maybe just a distance from like 1 kilometer or 10 kilometers, yeah, there's a skill issue.
Okay, you were speaking
Pretty simple,
about
actually.
aeroplane. You were speaking about aeroplane flying. I don't know what height. What if I show you the drone aeroplane flying 200 kilometers and didn't change elevation about 50 meters in that flight?
That's perfectly possible.
It's the same thing. It's not ballistic. It's aerodynamic, right?
Did you hear me? What did you hear me? Did you hear me? What did I say? Did you hear me? What did I say? 200 kilometers above the sea level. Sea level and aeroplane change elevation only 50 meters in 200 kilometers. That means the surface of the air down, it changed only 50 meters in 200 kilometers.
Because the air pressure is somewhat constant along that
I
whole
don't care about air pressure. I'm
distance.
speaking about surface of the earth. I'm speaking about surface of the earth.
I know, but
Yeah, the surface of the earth is not
airplanes
equal. We have different
use
sea levels.
Airplanes and air pressure is above the sea level.
I
Is
understand
it?
that.
Yeah. If I have sea level here and sea level after 200 kilometers, that means sea level is down because it's curving, because it's going to the center of the earth. Is that true?
Yes, it's curving. Yes,
Yeah.
but
If it's curving, that means if I'm flying 50 meters, only changing elevation, only 50 meters down plus that curvature, you know?
listen, Sasha. So
What?
so when a plane is flying through the air, right?
Yeah. Yep.
The only thing the airplane is interacting with is the air. The air keeps it at that specific altitude, regardless of how fast it's going. Right?
Yeah.
Regardless of how fast it's going, that pressure
What is
across the
altitude?
surface.
What
Huh?
is altitude? What is altitude?
Altitude above the water.
Yeah.
You're saying above the ocean, right? Yeah.
Okay. If he's traveling 200 kilometers, why he changed only 50 meters of altitude? And he's even going down after that. He's not going up.
Because the air pressure was pretty much the same along the whole way. That's why.
And surface? What was with the surface?
The surface was flat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
As you're taking a short distance, it's not that hard to understand. I think you have an issue in understanding scale.
200 kilometers flat on the this globe. That's tonight enough for me. Thank you.
So what happens is along the surface of the water, the air pressure is the same along all that 200 kilometers.
Yeah.
And so you stay above the ground, or not above the ground, above the water.
Yeah, but you
at a
said
specific.
I'm okay. I'm satisfied. You said it's 200 kilometers flat surface. That's okay. All right.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
pressure-
flat surface, as in there's no like
you have-
bumps or
now you have-
ridges.
How many?
It's water basically. There's no elements in the way, or maybe a ship if you're unlucky. A very big ship, but that's hard to find.
maybe if you were to understood what you just said, you said that this is flat. Then the aeroplane hasn't changed its altitude. It hasn't started to descend to go and account for curvature of the Earth. The Earth's flat, then, right?
It can't. If you're not putting any inputs right on the airplane's surface, on the airplane's air control surfaces, it's not going to change altitude.
No, none of it. No, it's not, because
However, a modern airplane will compensate itself. Hello, Higgs.
Sorry, what's the pitch angle of an airplane? Maintain altitude.
Huh? What'd you say?
Could you repeat that, please?
What is the pitch angle of an airplane to keep its altitude?
It depends. That really depends on a lot.
Especially
Depends
payload.
on the speed of the airplane, the altitude.
Yeah, but it's usually about 2 to 4 degrees, right?
That's a number you pulled out of your ass, man. You could be flying.
Hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's definitely not an angle I pulled out my fucking ass.
Okay, what specific airplane?
Listen
Right.
quite clearly. If the surface below the aircraft is curving down and away from them, there's no direction to fly around the curve of the Earth.
Well, pitch angles can be
Yeah, there's
corrected
no
to like
correction.
100 points if there's a need for it. So it's more than 2 or 4.
So there's no correction to curve the aeroplane around the curved surface.
No, there's no need
to do that.
Weight of the Earth.
Just maintain altitude. That's all you
You
need
just
to do.
you maintain the thrust, right?
Yeah.
You don't deviate in any direction, and so long as the air pressure stays the exact same, the airplane will maintain that specific altitude. That's it.
Awesome. So there's no aeroplane flying around any curve then.
No, they're flying around the curve. They're maintaining. Yeah. Look, listen.
It's important to say the pitch he's saying is basically for airliners at a certain
Yeah.
altitudes.
You're maintaining an altitude, right, above the surface. right?
Yeah.
At all points, along that curved surface, you do not change the difference from that curved surface.
But you're flying above the curved surface. Can you point to me in any training simulator where they fly around a curve? Show me the R value in the program of the training simulator.
They don't need to.
Ah, so they
Yeah,
don't, need to.
No.
No.
Awesome.
It's
So
in
no one's flying around any curvature. There's no curvature in
There
a
is a
simulator.
curvature. There is a curvature.
Dude, go and get me the R value out of a simulator right now. Go and get the
Dude.
program. Show me where the Earth is above in a training simulator. You'll
You
find
don't
there
need to in a simulator. You
Oh, you
don't
don't
need
need
to.
No,
Yeah.
you definitely don't need to. Because the
but
surface of the Earth isn't curving.
No,
Oh,
it is.
actually, you need to account for curvature when flying, because when you're flying over long distances of aviation or space travel, it's important to account for the curvature of the Earth. These curvature affects factors like especially navigation and the Earth's
Jedi.
rotation and the shape of the flight paths. Pilots can use various calculation navigation systems to ensure accurate and efficient flight routes for that reason.
Thank you.
And we're not talking about routes. Right? We're not
Yeah,
talking
but
about
that's
where
why
we're
we
going.
need to do it.
No,
That's
hold on.
where
We're
it needs to
talking
take an account.
Listen, why are you talking? Why are you talking? Because we're not talking about that. We're talking about maintaining level flight above the surface of the Earth. Training simulators now, where in the training simulator, the Earth isn't a ball that we're flying around. It's a perfectly flat surface. You understand this, right?
Yes.
No one's flying around a ball. We can give you at least 50 to 60 aeronautical manuals that describe to the pilots that we have to treat the Earth as a flattened stationary plane. It is necessary to do so. No one's flying around a ball, my friend.
That's why we use trims in planes, so we can trim to stay straight. And planes, when they fly in a straight flight over like 200, 300 kilometers, they will trim.
Well, I mean, the trim is for different things.
Yeah, indeed. But I'm simplifying it.
Yeah. So Fe, look, Fe Jedi. Can I just call you? I can just call you Jedi, right?
Yeah.
So the main thing is, you're not worried about the curvature of the Earth, right? Because the only thing maintaining your level flight is the air and the air pressure. That's the only thing.
Yeah. So when you fly through the air and your pitch angle is up 2 degrees, for example, you're not having to correct that pitch angle to maintain level flight with the surface that should be descending down and away from you. You're saying it's just
You use your speed controls for that.
Pardon
No,
me?
you don't have to. You don't have to make any adjustment because it's the pressure, the air pressure that dictates how far up above the surface you are.
I stand corrected. You're right. Sorry, I was wrong. You're right, dude.
Thanks, bro.
You see, you can all make mistakes.
So,
Jedi, can I make a short interjection, please?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he said that there is only one thing important which dictates this thing, and he said that air and air pressure. So it's actually two things that makes that airplane fly over a curve as in a straight line. So how does air make the airplane do that, and how does the air pressure make him do that?
So with the air pressure,
you have to explain two separate things now, because that's what you did. That's how
I mean, I've
you
already explained it, but if you want me to go back again and explain it,
According to you, the air pressure is making the airplane fly around a curved surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
And then
saying.
also the air.
Really,
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. And moreover, that's exactly
I
what's
really
happening.
do think.
Man, you need to be
I
a pilot.
really do
Yeah,
think.
okay, so tell us the difference between the air.
I really do think. I really do think. I really do think.
Like me to answer why air
But
pressure
I
affects?
really do think. I really do think that the Earth is actually a sphere.
Awesome.
Dude,
Well done.
that's actually pretty cool, bro.
No
Pressure,
aircraft
please.
planes.
Oh, wait, no worries.
Yeah, but I really do think that you're a retard if
Someone
you believe that the
burn
Earth
this
is flat.
one.
Oh, Jesus
Awesome.
Christ.
Right, so everybody else settle down. Let's address this man who thinks we are quote unquote retarded if we think the Earth is flat. Should we address him?
Yeah.
No, no,
Should
I
we?
never said you guys are retarded.
No,
I never said
I
that.
said, no, I said it. I
Why are
said
you
it. I said
talking?
it. Let them
He
talk.
said,
Yeah.
let's see how retarded we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, let's go.
Okay,
So
what
what's
is
the
the
first
question?
question? Flat Earth.
They switched off on me quick, huh?
Yeah, I said,
Right, you two
that.
guys. Sorry, my
All
French.
right,
The two gentlemen that we
mate.
just.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
Chava, calm down. Address the point, thank
All right,
you.
bro. No worries. No worries. I'm just going to tell the other two gentlemen to calm down, and it's going to be you who has the floor. How about that?
All right. Thanks.
So
Okay,
come on
okay.
then.
So,
Your question is.
yeah. All right. So my question is, why do you believe that the Earth is flat, and what's your proof for this?
Best question. You are the
Okay,
one who
so
never
4
asked
points.
that question.
The Earth is observed. The Earth is observed, measured. Sash.
What do you say?
The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used with regards to navigation and engineering as a stationary flat topographical plane. So
Okay, and
observed,
can
measured,
you
and used as such.
and
On
can you prove
navigation.
this? Yeah. Can you prove this claim?
The Earth is observed. Yes.
That's not proving the claim. That's just repeating the claim. That's just repeating the claim. Prove the claim that you are making. Yes,
Let's
you
be
did.
patient.
Yes, you did.
We've only
You
just
said.
started talking. We've only just started
You
talking.
said.
So I'm
Wait.
laying down the groundwork
Yeah.
for you.
Okay,
Laying
great.
it down for you.
But
Awesome. So
you
which one
made
of
a claim.
those
I'm
4
just
points would you like to
registering.
address? Yes.
I think we
So
should address.
which one
I
of
think we
those
should
4
address.
points? Which one?
Can you
Why are
leave?
you talking? Shush. Which one of those 4 points would you like to address? Observation, measurement, navigation, or engineering? Which one?
I'd like to address navigation and engineering and observation.
Okay, which one first?
Observation.
Okay, we see the Earth as flat.
Great. Great.
Awesome. Yes. So you said first thing.
Now,
that's how we experience
anecdotal.
The Earth. It's not anecdotal.
Yeah, it
it's
is.
a base
It is.
axiom.
No,
It's a base axiom.
Because
It's a base
anecdotal
axiom. Do you know what
evidence
a
is
base axiom
evidence derived through personal experience. All right. Just because you see the Earth as flat doesn't mean it actually is flat.
Well, awesome stuff. So it would be beholden on those who claim outside of our experience to prove something else, wouldn't it?
Wait. Did you see my profile picture? Do you know how the Death Star looks like a sphere from space?
I mean,
The
that's
Death
completely off
Star.
point.
So as you can see, if you look at the Death Star is a sphere, which means that the
Man,
Earth is a sphere.
Man, can I ask you
If I
honestly
gave you a
something?
picture,
Jedi will lead you. Jedi will lead you if you're. Jedi, can I only tell him?
if I gave you a picture of a sphere, I mean the Earth is spiral, you fucking idiot.
Wait, calm down, flat brain.
Well done. Good retort. Awesome stuff. So base axiom. This is how we all experience the Earth, especially over distances of water. It will be beholden on them to make a claim against our obvious reality and prove that obvious reality, correct?
Yeah. So do you notice how if you put a small camera on a basketball, it looks flat, but not flatter than your brain? Retard.
Excellent. Are you going to keep? Oh, awesome. Well done. So attacks against me, but not against my point, and you brought up something that's completely sidetracking. Well done, you. Go on, keep going.
Well done, you, mate.
Do you know what water is? Do you know what water is?
What
Right?
do you say? Yeah. I know
You know
what
what
water is, and I know your head is full of it.
Awesome.
Jedi, this is just rolling.
It's okay.
So,
He said that you said, man, that you.
Conversation's going nowhere.
I think we should get back on track, Jedi. There's no point of this conversation.
There's no point of you.
Yeah, you guys are talking. Guys, you're talking to a Somali pirate.
Sounds like he's wanking.
Wait. Who's talking? Some British
man.
Dude, are you
that
wanking
is.
yourself right now?
Also,
are you wanking yourself right now while you talk to us?
Exactly what I was thinking. Fucking gay.
yeah, always be respectful. I don't get that bullshit.
Oh my god.
Right, so he's been muted and he's left. So we get back to the last conversation.
Was it about air pressure? I forgot what it was about. Someone needs to help me out.
Apparently, according to you, air pressure makes aeroplanes fly in curved paths. According to you.
Yeah.
Yes, I have my answer ready. So maintaining straight level in flight in airplanes involves several key factors: aircraft thin, aerodynamic forces, power management, altitude control, reference points, constant monitoring, and also air
Provide us
pressure.
some academic citation for that.
Sorry, the mic was cutting out a bit. Can you please repeat that, please?
Can you provide an academic citation where it states that air pressure makes airplanes fly in a curved path?
Yes.
I think I can find it. I will post it in the site at the moment I have it.
Please.
Please do.
A source, a credible source, verifiable.
Jesus
All right,
Any-
give me a
any
bit of
avi-
time for
any
that.
aviation authority, any aviation authority, that would be brilliant. Being as I'll be able to post you at least 53 references from aviation authorities from around the world who don't mention this whatsoever at all.
I was at to altitude. That was the original question, right?
Yeah, air pressure
No,
makes airplanes.
I asked to provide the citation. Why, if it's common knowledge, such basic knowledge, aeronautics and stuff, it should be out there in military academy of aviation where they train pilots, teach them. They have those science
Get,
books
no,
where
get
they
me get.
learn from. Yeah.
No, get it. There is no such thing. That was I am thinking how it's working.
It's going to
Or
be like
even
this, Jed. Sorry, get me
.edu
going.
website. Go ahead, Jedi. So, yeah.
It's no problem. I do apologise, mate. It's just lagging a little bit, or maybe it's me. See, the thing is,
I
gentlemen,
was
air pressure's got fuck all to do with what you're asserting. So we will assert that you're just pulling this out of your ass, unless
No,
you
I
can
was
reference.
saying it relating to altitude. That was my mistake.
So altitude maintains the level flight of the aeroplane around a curved surface.
There is a link between. I said no. I think I misunderstood the question. I was saying about air pressure and as a correlation with altitude. I misunderstood him about the curve.
Okay. So what corrections does an aircraft or an aircraft pilot have to make to fly around a curved surface that is descending and away from him?
They don't.
Yes,
They don't
because the
have to.
surface of the earth is flat.
No, then we have an issue about scale.
It's scale now. All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
Scale, my
So, no citation, nothing, no source.
About altitude, I just linked it.
Do you know that there is another question for that? If is that real what you are saying? How will it be opposite?
Sorry?
How would be opposite of that if is that real what you're saying?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand your question, mate.
If you're saying if you're saying not changing altitude and it's coming to the target but it's curving, how what is position if it's flat? What is then happening when it's flying airplane?
Well, if you're flying and you have to take in account curvature, yes, when flying over listings such as aviation spirit, it's important to count the curvature of the Earth. The curvature affects certain factors, most importantly, the navigation. Also, the Earth's rotation and the shape of the flight paths. They need to compensate for it a bit. Pilots and engineers use various calculation navigation systems to ensure that it's the most accurate and efficient flight.
But it's flat.
No.
No, it's not. It's curving. Now I'm questioning
It's
you.
the perception of being flat.
What?
It's a perception because of his scale thing.
Perception is a fact. Okay, my question is now: if let's say if he's really flat, how will it look like? Perception.
Even
It
though
will look
the
curved.
nose is picked up.
Well, we know we are limited by our
Even
eyes.
though
That's why we have instruments for that do that for us. We can
beautiful.
observe things as a human. I can stand and look to my city, and I will perceive the Earth as flat. Yes, does not mean it is flat.
How would it look like if he's really flat?
And
Because
when I
this is what
look
you're
at a
saying.
hill, wait,
Because
You
when
my
I look at
perception
the
can be
hill,
misleading.
dude, when I
This
look
is
at a
incredible.
hill and I see the hill is being curved, that means it's not curved, it's actually flat, right?
Yeah. Because you're perceiving curve, but it's flat.
Yeah.
But if you perceive flat, listen this very carefully. You cannot even put it flat if you perceive it flat. It's
The
impossible to be
perception that the Earth is flat is a misconception that has been largely
Yeah.
been built over the last centuries. Well, the problem is we have a limited personal
Yeah,
perspective.
the last
For
century.
a human scale, the Earth
Like
appears flat because the curvature is minimal over
a
short distances.
like
The
a
flat
like a
for
flat
us
like
is a
a
curvature difficult to perceive directly.
like a
And
elevation
interpretation
like
of observations as well, like
yeah like
flat
an
for
elevation
players
angle.
often misinterpret observation or misapply everyday
Like,
experience supports their beliefs.
can I
And
say one
it's about
sentence?
subjective information.
Can I say one sentence? Like an elevation
Jedi
angles
was about to say
distances.
something.
That kind of perspective. Elevation angles perspective. Because
Well,
that's like a
again, we go to the first point.
elevation angle perspective. That kind of perspective. Like 4,000 miles of perspective. Not
You're
small
still limited by your personal perspective. That's the issue.
of course.
That's why you perceive the Earth as flat.
Yeah, I know. Sphere is always flat everywhere.
How many clowns are needed?
It's fine. It's fine. Whatever you believe. It's fine.
No, it's fine for me
No,
also.
you
Whatever
believe.
you believe. I will stay with this. I will stay with this.
Listen.
For me, flat will be flat. For you, flat will be curved. Let's continue with life.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Sasha,
Okay.
And especially if
one
you're
moment.
friendly, respectful to each other, it's good.
For me, okay. For me, perception of flat is flat. For you, perception of flat is curved. And let's go with life. Everything is okay.
Dude. Yeah,
We agree to disagree.
Stop telling us that we believe, because I asked you for a academic citation, a source, a verifiable source for the information that you are telling us, and you are not
I
capable
gave you
to
the correction.
provide any.
And I gave you the correction. I misunderstood the question.
So
That
you
has
are
been
the
stated.
one. Listen. We can provide you citations and sources for the claims we make in here.
Empirical proof would be amazing. That's not anecdotal. I would love to read an empirical study about it. And
Yeah,
if it can be
we
proven,
can give you
empirical
also
study with pleasure.
measurements, empirical measurements.
The
And
problem
methods.
is I've been
And
in the Flat Earth
listen,
server
if
and I
you are
haven't
a
found it yet.
if you are a rich Indian, then I can guide you what kind of instruments you need to buy and actually do these tests yourself with the highest precision accuracy that can be done with modern technology.
Well, we already have instruments that proven that our Earth is round.
Yeah,
But that are
listen,
very precise.
my friend. Do you realize that nowadays we have optical linear encoders?
Yes, we also have satellites in space.
You don't know. You never held a satellite in your hand. Yeah.
I've been to a
Or
few launches. I've seen them being launched into space.
you never
I've actually
hugged.
seen them working.
Listen, you never touched a satellite. You
or
never
better,
seen it live.
I've seen
what would be
satellites actually. I have
what
not
would
touched them
be
because they're way too expensive to
No.
touch.
what would be for you enough that you let's say what would be enough for you that you don't believe in the sphere?
Well, an empirical study from a credible source would help. That's one of the things that would convince me.
What for you will be okay? This is the thing. If they show me this, I will believe that Earth is not a globe.
An empirical study from a well-recognized organization.
That you are waiting for that.
With hopefully some photographical, videographic evidence from outer space. I think that would be the best proof for everybody, no?
Okay. I will tell you the answer. In this moment, I don't think that we have that organization. That means you need to wait for that. I don't know if you will be ever, but you can wait for that. In this moment, nobody from us didn't go to the space. That means we cannot even give you that. That means.
Can I ask a question about that?
Okay,
like,
but
there's no organization.
I didn't finish. If is that
Please
true,
continue.
the best, if is that true, the best reasons for you or best how to say proof, that means that you will not get that from us. Did you get that?
Yeah, that's fair enough, and I understand the complexity of the problem. It takes a lot of funding to create a space organization or whatever you want to call it. On the other hand, I've read a study that there was over 10% in the United States alone that believes the Earth is flat. Which is a lot of people. They all chipped in $10, for example. Like at this point, the community is big enough to fund the program, or am I wrong?
No, it's okay. Maybe I told you. Maybe something will happen. Maybe something will make organization, whatever, you know. But I'm telling you what that answers we will not give you, you know, because we are not organization. That means you are waiting for some organization. We are not organization. I'm Sasha, you know. I'm speaking with you. I can tell you something about geometry. I can tell you some stuff. Some other people can tell you even more than me, because they are more clever and they have blah blah blah. If that thing is not enough, like a Jedi, for example, Jedi can tell you a lot of things, and if that's what Jedi tell you is not enough for you, I think that's my personal opinion. You don't need to spend time even here, because I think you will not get more than that what Jedi has to tell you about flat Earth. You can go everywhere. You can go. Let me finish. You can go everywhere where you want, but you will not get more than that what Jedi will tell you, for example.
Isn't there like any organization or like there's like so many of you? There should be something at this point.
I'm telling you now, you will not get more that knowledge that Jedi has in this moment now.
What you can get is Bob Nodell buying a ring laser gyroscope and detecting spin.
Yeah, you can get more pseudoscience on that story if you want. That I can give you also.
Bob Nodell is a flat earther, by the way.
I know.
And he accidentally.
I don't know him personally.
I'm saying only.
But hasn't he like failed?
And listen this very carefully. Jedi will never. Jedi never. It's not only Jedi; it's more persons. I can tell you about something. I'm not so clever, but other person can tell you everything. And one thing for sure will not be. It will not be pseudoscience in any case. In any case.
But didn't with all the respect using these words, fucked himself by doing an experiment that cost him like 20,000 euros, and he disproved his own claims?
He didn't disprove. You fed yourself with the propaganda against us. Yeah.
Because I've seen the documentary. I watched the documentary and I saw his experiment. And now that I see the name and I watched the clip, and he shot himself in the foot, basically, unfortunately.
My friend, there is an organization, a Flat Earth Society organization, which has been founded somewhere in 1950s, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not from yesterday. And this organization has been officially registered, yeah, at the order of governmental officials, and the members of this organization are governmental officials, but they are not like made public. They are members of it, registered members, you know. So the government itself created this organization to actually create controlled opposition. So the purpose of this organization is to make the most ridiculous claims, everything that's the most stupid, yeah, and mockery. So any person that hears about flat Earth and searches on internet about flat Earth, he is immediately taken to this flat Earth society, and he will see that bullshit that is written there, yeah, those ridiculous, which none of us are making, and we are actually saying pretty much the opposite of everything they say. And now a person that comes into contact with this, immediate reaction will be, oh, these are a bunch of clowns, lunatics, loonies, yeah.
They are not a
So
big society. It seems
they
here
are
they only
not
have 500
worth.
members.
He's saying these kind of people, they are not worth any time to spend
But is that an issue with
on or
Flat Earth
with them,
society that it's
you know?
very decentralized and there's like no governing body?
Sorry?
It's so scattered. Is it like an issue for Flat Earth? It's very scattered all over the internet and then over different organizations. There's no cohesion.
Who cares?
Well, it's a matter of credibility, though.
Dude, we're not the Flat Earth Society, right? That's been addressed. We
Yeah,
are not there.
we're not.
We're not the Flat Earth Society, mate. We don't think the Earth
Yeah,
is in motion, and definitely not a disk that's rising up to give us
yeah,
gravity. That's not us, bruv.
that's bullshit.
But the problem is, we already had other people in here who made that claim as well. So what's the truth?
No real flat earther says the Earth is in motion, so definitely not rising up.
Yeah.
What?
But who says you're the correct flat earther, not them? That's an issue.
But the Earth isn't moving. If the Flat Earth Society is saying that, then I guarantee you that what's called still
I
organisation.
told you.
But
Those
Earth
are
is
making
moving.
ridiculous.
The pendulum proves it.
Hold
And
on.
that's not only arguing about the shape of the Earth.
It's only an issue for people who are, I guess, too lazy to go research the origins of Flat Earth Society.
Pendulum proves it. The fuck?
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum.
Awesome. So that's a claim of two reference frames, the Earth spinning underneath the pendulum, right?
Yes.
Awesome. So this would be the Coriolis effect. That would mean that everything that left the Earth's surface would appear to deflect as we observed it. But it doesn't. Aeroplanes would have a change in flight time from east to west and west to east. If Foucault's pendulum is demonstrating Coriolis, then everything
They do
would appear.
actually.
Dude,
They
I know.
have different times.
Listen. If Foucault's pendulum is true, then everything that left the Earth's surface would appear to deflect. There would be a difference in flight times from east to west and west to east. If you're traveling from west to east, the airport will be going away from you at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. But if you're traveling from east to west, the airport will be coming towards you. You, standing on the Earth, the rotating reference frame, would watch everything in the sky appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour. But we don't observe that, do we?
We actually do.
Do we? So we see aircrafts appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour, do we? We see helicopters not being able to hover because the Earth is moving underneath, do we? Is that what we see, is it?
I think you have a misconception how the pendulum works.
I
But
think
hey,
you have a misconception.
I'm willing to have this discussion with you tomorrow.
I think you have a problem with understanding the claim of two separate reference frames. The Earth moving underneath the pendulum is the assertion. That would mean everything would move above the surface of the Earth if the Earth's surface was moving, as I've just described. Do you know what the
I
Coriolis
don't think
effect
you
is?
understand how the pendulum works. I think there's the
do.
key issue.
I do. I
It seems
do.
not.
But
I'm
if
sorry.
my God, why won't you listen? Third time of telling you. If that claim was true, then everything would appear to deflect. Aeroplanes.
That's the wrong conclusion.
So the Earth is not moving underneath the pendulum?
The Earth is definitely spinning.
Awesome. So everything would appear to deflect, being as Coriolis is claiming two separate reference frames. So two separate reference frames. The Earth spinning underneath everything that left the Earth's surface. So everything would appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour as full quartz pendulum
The
suggests.
problem is as an observer, you're making the wrong claim. The pendulum actually proved the oscillating and rotating frame. It does.
Okay. Oh, sorry. What's the rate of deflection? How fast?
I need to look it up. I don't have it on me.
I'll tell you. It's 15 degrees an hour,
No,
obviously.
it varies by latitude.
Yes, so on the equator, whatever, doesn't matter.
It
Ultimately,
does actually. It proves how the ball is spinning.
Also, that's fine, but your friends just helped you out. So an
Yeah,
apparent
I'm not an
deflection.
expert on everything.
Yeah, an apparent deflection. Full quartz pendulum demonstrates Coriolis effect on the Earth, so that means that everything would appear to deflect then. Aeroplanes, helicopters, clouds, birds, bumblebees.
I'm afraid you don't understand the basics.
Fireworks.
Awesome. So you don't understand is basically your retort, even though this is the claim of full quartz pendulum, and I'm just pointing out that we don't observe this anywhere else apart from in full quartz
I'm
pendulum.
sorry. I cannot help you. You're making a wrong conclusion about it. It's sorry.
8 years into this, my friend, I know full quartz pendulum very well, and it's demonstrating two separate reference frames.
It's sad you don't understand it. Then I'm sorry. Yeah,
Why am I
that's all I
sitting
can
here
say
having to
about it.
explain it to you? And why are you standing there having to cope? I don't understand.
I'm not coping. I'll send you the research paper. It's not a problem.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Full quartz pendulum demonstrates two reference frames. The Earth rotating underneath the pendulum, so the pendulum appears to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. So that would
Depending
mean
on where it is.
everything else that left the Earth's
It's incorrect.
surface would appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour.
The beginning of your statement is already wrong. If you put it on the North Pole, you get a completely different result.
So we don't observe any deflection then? Just in the pendulum then?
I'll make it easier. I'll send you an article. Please read it, and we'll get back to it tomorrow. It's not a problem.
Read it 15 times, my friend. Of course, you will say, depending on your your latitude, that the deviation will change. Okay, but still a deviation then. So everything in the air would appear to deflect as you were standing on the rotating reference frame. But we don't observe
Again,
this in the natural
analysis.
world. Listen, we don't observe it in the natural world, just in the pendulum.
That's why it's called the experiment.
Show me something else in the physical. Yes, an experiment that should be observed in the physical and natural world. So show me somewhere else in the physical and natural world when we stand on the Earth, something that's in the sky appears to deflect. Show me that.
Well, in 1852, he did a bit of gyroscope experiment to further demonstrate the Earth's rotation. So
why are you not listening?
Answer.
Why are you not listening?
You asked for another example. I'll give you another one.
Why are you not listening?
Again,
I'm going to have to say this for the 5th time. If full quartz pendulum is true, everything that was not attached to the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect. Go and
That's
show
the
me
wrong
something.
conclusion.
Listen, go and show me something in the physical world that appears to deflect. Point something in the natural world.
Here's the whole report.
Pardon?
I linked it for you, especially in the side chat.
Why don't you tell me?
Because I cannot do it justice. It's better to give you the research paper with all the details, and so you can see what the error in your argument is.
That would mean that everything that was not attached to the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect. Why don't you get this? It's very simple
You
to
made the wrong
understand.
analysis. Yeah, and it's that wrong.
If this is the claim, listen. If this is the claim that full quartz pendulum is making, the Earth rotating underneath the pendulum, then
It's not a
everything
claim,
else.
it's been proven.
Why are you talking? I don't get it. Do I have to do this for a 6th time?
Well, I think if you do it 20 more times,
Yeah, of course, because your ignorance is invincible. Just invincible ignorance, mate. That's all it is. Just invincible fucking ignorance. You don't understand the claim of full
You don't have to admit it. We agree to
well then.
disagree.
You're just
He
an idiot
just
and you don't
found
understand the claim of
Foucault
full potential.
now. He never knew. He never heard of Foucault until now. He found it on Google.
No, actually, I had that argument about last week as well. With you,
Awesome.
I
So-
believe it was you, Jai, or somebody else. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. So what's the claim of Foucault's pendulum? Very quickly, 2-3 sentences. Off you go. What's the claim?
I just linked you the whole study.
I'm asking you, my friend, for the audience and everybody on YouTube and wherever else we're live streaming. You tell me what Foucault's pendulum is doing. You tell me.
I'll give you the abstract. In February 1851, Léon Foucault published in the Compte Rendu his famous pendulum was performed at the Observatoire de Paris. This ended 2 centuries of quest for an experiment demonstration of Earth rotation. 1 month later, the experiment was reproduced at a larger scale in the Pantheon, and earlier in the summer of 1851, it was repeated in many places across the world. The next year, Foucault invented the gyroscope to get a still more direct proof of Earth rotation. The theory relied on the masterpiece Treatise à la Place on celestial mechanics, published in 1805, which already contained the mathematical expression on the force that would be discovered by Gustave Coriolis 30 years later. The idea of a fictitious internal force proposed by Coriolis prevailed by the end of the 19th century, as it was conceptually simpler than the Laplace approach. The full theory of Foucault pendulum, taking into account its unavoidable imperfection, was not until 3 decades later by Camille Onnes, the further discoverer of liquid helium and the superconductivity. Today, Foucault's exceptional creativity is still a source of inspiration for research and the promotion. The resume. In 1851, Léon Foucault published the Compte Rendu sa fameuse perruque pendulisée réalisée à l'Observatoire de Paris. Cela mettait fin du siècle de 82. Oh, okay, you wanted me to stop?
Yeah, because I want you to tell me what Foucault's pendulum is demonstrating. What's it demonstrating?
Well, I was saying, but I'm building it up.
I thought you would have read this, so you know this, so you should literally be able to tell me what Foucault's pendulum is demonstrating.
Well, a pendulum is a body suspended from a fixed zone so it can easily swing back and forth under an influence of gravity. The time it takes for each complete swing, called the period, is constant. Pendulums are used to regulate the movement of clocks and to demonstrate rotation of the world. The word the pendulum comes from the Latin word pendulus, meaning hanging. If you want the definition of it, fine.
I want you to tell me what it's demonstrating. I've already told you 5 times.
You have the whole study, my friend.
I've told you already 5 times. Foucault's
And
pendulum.
I already told you a few times as well.
Listen. Foucault's pendulum is demonstrating Coriolis effect, the Earth moving underneath the pendulum, so the pendulum appears to deflect at 15 degrees an hour. Right? Correct.
Well, you can believe whatever you like. Yeah.
It's not believe whatever I like. It's what Foucault's pendulum is demonstrating. This is your fucking claim. So we must reach an agreement about the claim. Do you understand the claim?
Yeah, it's not a claim. It proves the Earth is rotating. It's not a claim.
Pendulum, dude, being as Foucault's pendulum is demonstrating, quote unquote, that the Earth is moving underneath the object, then everything else in the sky would move at a deflected rate over the object of the Earth. Everything else would appear to deflect, but it
The
doesn't.
Foucault pendulum provides direct visual evidence of the Earth's rotation, and its motion cannot be explained by any other factor. It's pretty simple.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. That would mean that everything else that left the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect to you, the observer, standing on the rotating reference frame, the Earth.
That's the wrong conclusion. And if you are happy with that conclusion for yourself, that's fine, but it's wrong.
Well, point to me something else in the physical natural world that I can observe appearing to deflect. A cloud, an aeroplane.
Pendulum, you can do it yourself. It's not hard to do. If you want, it's a proof of the nature force. It is. That's the whole experiment. You find
Something
it's
other
actually
than
true.
a pendulum.
A gyroscope could help you if you want something else.
We're not talking about a gyroscope. The claim is that everything that leaves the Earth's surface appears to deflect. That's what
And
full
that's an
course pendulum
incorrect.
is.
That's incorrect.
Why are you not? Why are you not listening? You
Because
don't
it's incorrect.
understand. You
Look,
don't
Jared,
understand the comparison. You
I have
don't
a
understand the
proposition.
comparison.
We're not getting anywhere. I think we
Yeah,
can
because
agree on this.
your ignorance is invincible, my friend.
So maybe it's good we push this discussion for a later date and move on to something else because I think we're having a lot of time.
No, I'm going to rub your fucking nose in it because you're an idiot.
Well,
Coriolis
you could be.
effect.
I could say the same about you, but let's be respectful.
Define the Coriolis effect.
I
Define
could
it.
call you asshole, but that's not a good. That would not be productive for everybody in here.
Oh, so you're going to
Let's
run
not
away
do
behind
it.
your feelings. Let's
No,
talk
I'm not.
about full court's pendulum for the 10th time. Full court's pendulum is
You calling me a
demonstrated.
dumbass?
Well done. Full
It would
court's
be productive
pendulum.
for everybody.
Brilliant stuff. I'll demonstrate it again. Full court's pendulum is making the claim that the Earth is moving underneath the pendulum, so the pendulum appears to deflect at 15 degrees an hour, which would mean everything else that left the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour for the observer standing on the rotating reference frame, the Earth, but it doesn't. This would mean Coriolis, the Earth moving underneath aeroplanes. So there would be a change in flight time from east to west to east, but it doesn't.
It does. Again, wrong conclusion. I'm sorry.
Awesome. So point to me that in one instance an airplane is moving, sorry, an airport is moving away from an aircraft that's traveling after the airport, flying
It's
from
called
west
flight
to
streams.
east. Pardon?
It's how the climate and the wind works, and how flight streams work. Yes, there is a difference. If you fly on an airstream that goes in the right direction, you will have an impact on flight time. It absolutely does.
It doesn't. The only
basic
thing that
flying.
impacts.
That's why, for example, if you fly from the UK to the States or vice versa, there might be a difference in time or a different flight path.
What's faster? Is it faster traveling from London to New York or New York to London? Which is faster?
I need to look it up. I don't have the times on my schedule, nor do I have the flight paths on me.
I'll tell you. It's
East
faster
is
traveling from
faster.
New York. It's
Thank you.
faster
Thank you for the
traveling from
answer.
New York. It's faster traveling from New York to London because it follows no known trade winds. If the Earth was a rotating reference frame, though, it would be faster flying from London to New York because New York would be coming towards the aeroplane.
And unfortunately, you made the wrong conclusion. Why are you calling me? I don't call you an asshole. Let's keep it friendly.
Which way is the Earth spinning? Which way?
On its axis.
Which way is the Earth spinning?
East to west or west to east?
I thought you believed the Earth was not spinning. Now you're asking me.
You can't feel the wind whooshing by you. Dude, that's not proof of spin.
So you're asking me which way the Earth spins, but you don't believe the Earth spins.
Well,
so what does
being
it
as
matter?
Just keep talking. Being as you're claiming full court's pendulum is demonstration of Earth rotation, then you must know the direction of Earth rotation in comparison
west to east.
Awesome stuff.
Spins from west to east.
So you would understand an airport, sorry, an
It's
aircraft leaving.
counterclockwise.
You would understand that an aircraft leaving London to New York would be coming towards the airplane, right? Don't you understand full court's pendulum very well?
Sorry, I was texting somebody. No, you still made the wrong conclusion.
You haven't even got.
No, you still the wrong conclusion.
Yeah, well,
It's just
it's a Coriolis
ignoring
influences the global wind patterns and ocean currents, which influences the flight time. So yeah, from east to west. So yeah, that's what the pendulum also kind of proves, indirectly, of course, because that was 1851. We're not really flying a lot at that time. It was not the goal of the experiment.
Do you understand what the Coriolis effect is?
Yes, I do. Would you like me to give a definition as well, or?
Yes, please.
Amazing. The Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection of the path of moving objects caused by the Earth's rotation. The cause is that the Earth causes different points on the Earth's surface to have different rotational velocities. When an object like, for example, water moves horizontally across the Earth's surface, it can appear to deflect from north to the left in the southern and to northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Deflection deflection is the Coriolis effect. Consequences of the effect is that in the atmosphere, it influences the direction of global wind patterns and rotation of storms, such as hurricanes. In the ocean, it affects, of course, the currents. In ballistics, it impacts the trajectory of long-range projectiles, such artillery that we already discussed a little bit earlier, and of course, navigation. The magnitude of Coriolis effect depends on the speed or the moving object, its latitude and direction in which it's moving. The Coriolis parameter is often use mathematical models to quantify its effect.
Awesome stuff. So let's have a quick definition then. So I'll define it for you.
I just gave it to you.
Imagine you're on a merry-go-round. Yeah, imagine you're on a merry-go-round and you've got two friends standing at either ends of the merry-go-round.
Excuse me, that's not a definition. That's pretty dumb. That's an example. That's not a definition.
Yeah, I'm going to give you an example now, so we
No,
understand.
You wanted to give a definition. You can give me a counter definition, not give an example. You have to use the same standard. You cannot be an idiot and you ask me to give me a standard and you're not giving me the same standard. No.
Being as you've conflated Coriolis effect for Coriolis force.
Well, give me a definition then.
I'll give you an example, and we can go from there. Whilst I'll find the definition.
Of course not. You wanted the definition, so your argument is about definition.
I'll tell you what. Just to shut you up, you're fucking annoying. I'll go and get one. I was going to give a brief description for you, an example, but being as your invincible ignorance is strong, I'll go and get you another definition.
Sorry, you have a dildo up your ass, but still.
Just poke a little bit harder sometimes. Fine.
Can you summarize it in your own words instead of reading it off a piece of paper like you just did?
He's not capable of that.
Coriolis deflection. Let's imagine I'm on a roundabout, and so are you. But we've got two friends that are not attached to the roundabout who are standing at either ends. They've got a football, and they throw the football between them. The path of the football is actually straight as those two gentlemen throw the ball between them. But as me and you are on the rotating reference frame, as we look at the path of the football, it appears to deflect. Correct?
It appears to go in a circle. Yeah.
So, being as that's what full quartz pendulum is trying to demonstrate, that would mean that everything that left the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect for the observers standing on the rotating reference frame. The merry-go-round in the example is akin to the Earth. Being as we don't observe that, that's a problem. Yeah, well, he's dipped out anyway. He's gone and run away.
Yeah.
You having a party, Jedi? I wasn't invited.
Welcome, Miggy.
What's up,
Welcome
Mayhem?
And I said, you're having a party? Invited?
Well, yeah, there's always a party going on here, bruv, and you're always invited, mate. So pull your chair up. This is fun. The invincible ignorance has been strong.
Yeah, yes. I was gonna jump in, but you were on one, so I allowed. I didn't want to.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
I always, cause I know how it feels. So you gotta get it out before they run away.
You scared him.
Good. I mean, he was claiming earlier that the atmospheric pressure was the things that changed the motion of an airplane to account for the curvature of the Earth, so that airplane went around the curvature of the Earth. I've never heard anything so retarded in all my life. Fair enough. So, do we have any more contenders? I see the live stream is filling up with people all the time. If you've got new questions, you've just joined the conversation. We urge you to ask those questions. If you've got some kind of heliocentric religion that you want to defend and die on the hill for, then please, by all means, not a problem at all. But the floor is open at the moment, guys. So if anybody's new or got any points of conversation, please bring them up. Mayhem's in the house.
Hopefully they got returns because I'm gonna shellac him once he comes back.
Absolutely. Just having a quick look through the live stream, see if there's any names that I don't recognise. Lots of names that I do. So shout out to all the flat earthers in the house. I hope you're all doing well.
I'm here now, guys. So if you have a little bravado, a little gusto, jump on the mic. I want to hear it. The more, the merrier. Who thinks the Earth is a globe? Open up your mic right now. Let's talk about it. Share your pain.
Yeah, definitely going to go and make that coffee, so I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'll see if anybody pops in while you're doing that. Anybody else in there? Just me and Jedi? Crit, you here? Car, what's up, brother? Beget.
I'm here, Mickey, but yeah, I'm doing stuff, listening.
Grizzly, shout out to Grizzly. What else we got in here? Old Haas, what's up, bro? Cyclone. What's up, dude?
What's up,
Yeah.
Mick?
Anybody have any questions about the Earth being a globe? Chime in.
Oh, I'm unmuted. I posted a Red Bull video, and it's real video, and you can see that it's clearly a globe.
You posted a
What do you
Red
have
Bull?
to say about that?
Hang on a
What do you have to say about the Red Bull space jump? That was a big deal.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. What is that? Is that a real image? Is that a
No,
an image of flat? Is that a flat Earth that we're seeing as he's coming out? It looks like it could be a disc. It's hard to tell if it's a
all right.
sphere or a disc, but it
Before
sure
you
is.
turn into a total asshole and a douchebag, let me just remind you, because you stepped in it. You didn't even know you did. But check it out. There's a guy you might know. His name is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's pretty popular as a scientific communicator.
And you take his words out of context, and he said
No,
something that.
we're not taking his words out of context.
Well, before you bring up that faggot,
all right,
address the video.
So
boy.
here's what we're gonna do, bro. Let me see. Okay. Oops. Yeah. Stay on mute, dude. Because just relax, bro. You're getting a little too hot and bothered under the collar. You just no need for that. All right. So basically, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he went on a forum and he spoke to a group of people, in the forum, and he said, you know that guy Felix Baumgartner from the Red Bull space jump, the edge of space jump. He looked like that into the crowd, kind of doing a little bit more for emphasis. But needless to say, he said he was jumping from 120,000 feet, and he's like, at that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. Now I did that with a little bit more gusto, so you can understand what he's trying to say there. That people have a misconception of where you can see the curvature of the Earth. Like you being a total, dummy about it, you didn't even know. So you stepped in it. You thought, hey man, people can see the curvature of the Earth from Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull space jump. Little do you know that you can't see curvature from 120,000 feet. Now, I know you didn't know that at first, but coming in here and just firing your both guns off and just shooting at things, it's not going to work, bro. You need to understand the argument. Okay, so when we're going to unmute you so you can answer, but the question to you is going to be, at what height can we see the curvature of the Earth? Now, remember, the gondola from the Red Bull space jump is 120,000 feet. So if you're claiming, if you want to stay on that hill and die on it, it's up to you. But I'll give you a mulligan, and you can go again and see if you can figure out at what height can you see curvature according to the globe. Now, that being said, we can unmute the guy and go ahead and answer. I'm not going to answer any other questions. You need to answer that one specifically. It pertains to the globe. Okay. Let me see. I'll unmute him. All right, your turn.
Okay, well, I have, don't mute people and expect that they're just watching the thing. But anyway, because
They are. They are. And
No,
listening.
because I'm doing other stuff. Are you saying that that video isn't real? I didn't come in shooting guns. I simply asked you. Look
We're
how
not.
fucking defensive you got.
Yeah, we're not talking about the video, sir. What we are talking about is at what elevation can people anywhere see the curvature of the
We
Earth?
can talk about that in a minute.
Yeah,
I
but keep in.
asked you. I said I
Yeah,
told
bro,
you
they say it's a fisheye lens. They say it's a
and I
fisheye
left it
lens.
very
Pretty
open
simple.
ended. I didn't come in
Pretty
shooting two guns
simple.
and whatever fucking idiom you used
Guy,
about.
guy.
Oh,
It's a fisheye lens. They've already said this. It's acknowledged. Even on the globe side, it's not curve of the Earth. You've been fooled. Smarten up.
it's you can see the entire thing from that jump. That has nothing to do with
They said it's a
fisheye
fisheye
lens.
lens. It's not curve of the Earth.
I
This is
already
admitted on the
explained that
globe
your
side.
fisheye lens argument is you guys use that
That's their
about the
argument. That's the
horizon.
globe side's argument. You
Sandy,
fool.
listen, no big deal, bro. It's no big deal. Okay, you might have got that wrong. That's fine. Okay, that's cool, right? You got it wrong. That's all right.
First of all,
what we're asking for is at what height can you see the curvature of the Earth according to the globe math? You know, because we got some math.
no, I'm not sure. I'm not here to fucking answer your little quiz questions. This
These
isn't
aren't
proof of like
Sandy. You have to realize
your little. This isn't none of what
relax,
you.
relax, brother. I'm trying to
Now
get
he's
through.
spiraling.
Just relax.
Wigger, calm down. You're the only one that's hyperventilating here.
What?
Sandy vagina. Stop it. You've embarrassed yourself.
So
Please
I just want to get this. I want to
Hey,
get
dude, what the
this
fuck is wrong with
cleared
you?
up.
Just
I
be a
don't know
human.
how high. I don't know
Be
what
a
answer
human.
you want
All
to
right,
that.
all right. But
Are
see,
you
that's
telling me that the video is fake?
okay. We're getting somewhere there. You said I don't know how high I can see the curvature of the Earth. We're getting somewhere now. So the video could have been real.
Wigger.
Dude,
Quit talking like a fucking wigger.
Why do you gotta
Smack you.
sparkle, bro? Why does it always gotta go there? Like you don't have to just relax.
Because you sound
Because they're
stupid.
pussies. They're pussies, and they know they don't have an argument for the globe. So they say, "What about the TV I saw? I saw this thing on TV,
Bro,
and
all
it said
you
that
gotta
the
do
Earth
is
was a
relax.
globe. How could it not be a globe?"
I feel you trying to be frustrated right now, but I'm not trying to frustrate you. I'm really just trying to get to the point where.
By the way, I just want you to know you're live right now. You haven't answered the question. I posed a simple question. I can just replay it if you want.
I'll answer it.
I already
Yeah.
What
answered
is
it.
your
It's a
response to
fisheye
that video?
lens.
The
Someone
video
I
that he
already
else,
was
answered it. Right, I already
someone
answered
else
it. It's a
talked
fisheye
about
lens,
a
and no
fisheye
one on the globe side, no one on the globe side
lens.
is claiming that that's evidence of curve.
Thank you for
Who's the
telling us we're
person?
live. Do
Who's
you
the
know
person
do
squawking in the?
you
I'm
know that
asking
you
the
know that
bigger boy.
you're a dumbass, dude? Because you don't know how to stop talking. Do you got diarrhea of the mouth? I was just gonna tell you that we are live streaming all the time. We're 24/7 live streaming. So thank you for your audience who's listening right now. But I'm sorry, audience, if you're backing this guy up, he's a fucking dumbass because he doesn't tell you at what elevation can you see the curvature of the Earth from. Now, it was already stated to him that the video is still a real video, but it was using a fisheye lens, meaning that the video that you're looking at when Felix Baumgartner is jumping out of the gondola is from a fisheye lens. It is a real video using a fisheye lens. Now, he fails to remember that I asked him the question, okay, it's fine if you think you're seeing the planet of the Earth, but if that were the case, then you're looking at planet Arizona because the whole picture is taken up by Arizona where he was jumping from. So, no, that is not the curvature of the Earth. And he is not seeing a globe like the gentleman wants you to think. If he's live streaming for you guys, please don't follow this guy. Like, he's going to lead you in a fucking pit. Like, let's have some sense. He doesn't know how to calm down. I'm going to unmute him one more time. If he overtalks, he's just going to probably sit here on mute until he
I
learns
think he
how.
already spiraled out.
Did he leave?
Mm.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he was triggered as soon as he arrived.
Well,
he was lashing out.
Well, he was sitting there, I think, for a little bit before he opened up his mic.
Yeah, just getting madder and madder, seething.
He was
like, just wait till I show them this Red Bull jump.
He wasn't necessarily saying the N word, but I guarantee you, if some of his followers would pipe in there, because he was saying wigger, that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
He could. They could still get him for them. That's still akin to saying the word too. So I'd be careful if I were him.
Yeah, that's hard on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, they're so emotional. They try and dress up their emotions like they've got an actual question, but you can hear it in their voice. It gets louder, it gets more high pitched. You asked for a definition, so you have to provide a definition.
No, he's he's pretty crazy. I wasn't.
You look up. He was just losing his shit.
I don't really get too crazy. There's only a certain few people that actually push my buttons, but he was just he's a bit high strung. That's all.
We had to get rid of him. He said some TOS violating words, so we gotta ban him for that, or else we get in trouble.
Well, that's good.
So yeah, just so you know, if they do that, just don't bring him back.
Oh, as in unban him or unmute him? Or...
Yeah, just he's got to go on mute, I think, for 40 minutes when we do that.
Well, the ban only lasts 2 days anyway. So he's going to be back in 2 days, still spiraling.
Yeah, he'll be back, but he's in the bin for now.
Is he a regular? That guy?
I've seen him before.
I really want to talk to the guy that the other guy was hyping up yesterday. I'm interested now. Newt or whatever his name was that he goes by, 300 IQ or something.
Yeah, he's been in here before. He had nothing either. He's just spiraled out as well.
The guy was. He's like, oh man, this guy's a god of debate. He's like, what?
Yeah, Cyclone. Did you notice Newt being anything special? I didn't.
No, not at all. And then I even asked that guy who was saying it. I was like, okay, well, what's his best globe argument? He said, oh, I don't know, something about the universe and the comprehensiveness. I'm like, right, so he doesn't have an argument either. So what are you talking about?
Something about the universe and it being a nice story. Brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, right, so that's fuck all then.
He's just learned a lot of sci-fi lore. Doesn't help him prove any curvature of the Earth or geometric horizons or any of that.
Hey,
that's the hilarious thing.
Well, about an hour ago, we had a Death Star.
That's the thing. They think if they've memorized all the planets and all the distances and all the sizes, there's no way they can lose to a flat earther. And then they quickly realize that all of the lore is undermined by basic principles like curvature and motion.
Yeah,
that shit's even real. And they're like, oh, fuck.
We had one, he told us, you know how the Death Star is a sphere, right? Like that's what he asked us.
So like literal sci-fi.
That's a story within a story. Like what the fuck? Yeah. It's like, dude, you're so far in that it's not even like we can't even a search party can't find you, man. You're like way in there.
Yeah.
It's bad enough you think you live on a globe. Now you believe the lore of a fictional. Wow, dude. At that point, I'd be throwing my hands up and like, I'm done, man. I can't deal with this. Shoot. That would be
blurry for them because I mean,
it'd be impenetrable, invincible ignorance.
Yeah, because they only ever see space on TV. It gets confusing as to what's supposed to be the fiction and what's supposed to be the non-fiction. So they'll grab a bit of Neil deGrasse Tyson, they'll grab a bit of Star Trek, throw it all together. Think they have an argument.
Yeah.
Wax on about quasars for an hour and a half, like that proves curvature of the Earth.
Black holes.
I know you love those kinds of conversations, Heretic. When you're just listening to them, I bet you're just rolling your eyes at every time.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I like it when Indio's talking to them. Well, everybody likes that, but I mean, he can take them apart basically from any part of their story from within.
Yeah, he's a ninja.
That was an absolute pleasure having Indio earlier today. That was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, of course, you know, like the thing to do most of the time is just bring it back to the 3 central points. But it's so awesome to listen to him because it doesn't matter which way they want to go. He can just take them on basically any front. He knows more about it than they do, and use it against them. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. And your calm demeanor also helps too. Like it's almost like they don't know how to get away, man. Like as you do some classic moves, man. Oh, like you, I want to say it's almost like not condescending. It's like
sarcastic.
Sarcastic. Yeah. So now we live on a globe. Like the way you talk to them, they're like, no, that's not what I mean. They get all fucking frustrated, man.
Well, you just say back what they said to you, but in simple terms, so like the stupidity of it is like laid out. And they're like, no, that's not what I mean.
Yeah, he's like, no, that's not what I said. You're like, yeah, you did.
Yeah. Yeah, when they hear the ridiculousness back, they're like, oh no, I didn't say that. But I get triggered sometimes too.
I guess it would just depend who it is. Some people don't really. Well, Great Angelo doesn't trigger you, not like he does other people.
Yeah, he's just goofy.
That dude
Well-
is a goofy dude.
Yeah. Old Man River. Who do we add in here? Anybody else that wants to chime in? If you guys think the Earth is a globe, anybody in here? Chime in. That guy Sandy was waiting for his moment to pounce. He just popped on the mic.
Nobody?
Anybody? Somebody has to believe the Earth's a globe in here. I see some new faces, so I know y'all all don't think the Earth is flat. Come on now. Come on. I hear you breathing.
Where the globers at, man?
They're hiding in their shell right now. They don't know how to address the conversation. Dude, if I speak up, I'm gonna sound like a dumbass. So I better not. I gotta wait till it calms down. There's only 1 or 2 people in here talking about Star Wars. Then I'll jump in. Or they'll wait for their champion. Some fucking loose cannon comes in here and starts acting like he knows what he's saying. Yeah, what he said. Like, just back him up.
Any questions or anything from Globers? It doesn't have to be a brawl.
Hell yeah, it does, dude. Instantly. Let's get in the ring now.
Saitama,
I'm
relax,
I'm
bro.
I'm a flat Earth centrist. You know, I think that both sides have valid points, but I'm unconvinced either way right now.
Well, who said that? Who's that?
I'm like kind of on the fence right now. I'm kind of a centrist when it comes to flat Earth.
All right, but check it out, man. If you think globe Earth has any evidence, then what would you think that be? Because I'm gonna try to find out what it is that you.
Probably the ship mass coming over the horizon. That's the one that convinces me of globe.
Okay, so bottom of the boats are obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, it
That's
makes sense,
basically what
I
you're
guess.
saying in reverse. It's not the ship mass; it's a hull. Like as it goes away. All right, so if that's
it's front.
Yeah, but I'm saying if that's what you're thinking right now, that means that at a certain distance the boat would get obstructed by the curvature, correct? Hello? Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
What happened to the guy?
Fell off.
He's still
over the other side of the
here.
path, mate.
Yeah, I was asking him a question. I don't know. Did you guy? Did you hear me?
His name's Deidre. Or Deidre. Deidre?
Deidre, did you hear me?
I think he's climbing to the top of the ship mast so he can get reception.
He's in the crow's nest.
Yeah. I think the name is Deirdre.
Deidre.
Okay. Did he just like radio silence, or why? Did you just stop in the middle of his conversation and decide not to speak anymore? What do we got going on?
Yeah, he stepped into a manhole or something, man. Just disappeared.
He wasn't paying attention. All these millennials, see what happens? Looking straight at your phone, not at what's going on around you.
Maybe he got a call or something. Who knows?
He walked into a fucking wall or something, knocked himself out. Oh well.
Dude, you really are like Saitama.
I'm telling you, dude. Like I'm waiting. Nobody stimulates anymore. It's like, you guys are just like the guy that Jedi was talking to. I was like, I want, Bab, just let him have it. Like I don't fucking, because he's like, well, you give me a definition then. And I'm like, I want to jump in, I do, but no, I don't want to, because I'm like, I'll ruin Jedi's fun, because I know he's not gonna be able to get to the end of his point if I jump in. So just let the other guy, not Jedi, let the other guy kind of run away. And he did too. He ran away. I thought he was gonna stick around, but he didn't.
It's funny. It's almost like a rap cipher, right? You like letting him get in.
Yeah.
Just like can't ruin the flow. Wow.
It's all right. It's all right. You gotta every now and again just give him a little rope. Last night I stayed up till like about 2:00 in the morning, dude. I didn't even know what time it was. I was slicing and dicing. You know when you went to the gym, then
Yeah.
I looked at the time. I'm like, oh shit, I've been on here that long. Like, fuck.
Yeah, you were up late. Never up that late.
No.
Fucking Grizzly and I had to deal with old man Angelo.
He came back in last night.
Yeah. Yeah, he was ridiculous. He was like, "Oh, why are you personally attacking me?" And he fucking posts my bio in the chat. Like, okay, bro.
He said that to you, and then he posted your bio. What a
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
And what were you like? Oh yeah, old man, it's on now.
I was just like, "Why are you complaining about personal attacks that you post my bio?" Well, I posted it because you were talking about stories. It's just like, and then some other fucking kid was like, "Listen, I've been playing video games the whole time, but like, you're not getting him a chance to talk." I'm like, "Shut up, dude. Like, go back to playing video games where you're not listening to the conversation."
You should have asked him, what did we just say then? You should have just paused his ass right. What did we just say then? Repeat what we just said. Like next time somebody does that, dude, I was playing the game, but I heard everything you said. Or repeat what I just said. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh,
Like,
sorry, I had to get a package. Okay, so there's a few arguments that convince me of flat Earth too. Like,
oh crap.
I un
Oh
I
no,
un
no, no,
like
yeah. But hang on, because you got
yeah.
the. I was asking you a question, so I don't know what
Sorry,
happened.
I apologize. I
You're good.
yeah.
You're fine. But check this out. Remember, I said that. So you still think that it could be the obstruction of the Earth's curvature that gets in the way, so you can't.
Yeah, and then you said hulls, and it's plausible.
Okay.
But
Okay.
say more, say more, say more.
All right. So we're on to the logical road right here that we're on. All
Yeah.
right. So the next step would be, how far away do you think from point of observation, like where you're standing on the beach,
Yeah.
see that happening, to the distance, the target distance where that is actually taking place? How far away would that?
I mean, we can see light up to like,
Mm.
I mean, really far away, like up. I mean, like planets and stuff and stars, and whether that's like straight up on flat Earth or like straight out on globe Earth, I
Mm.
think that we can see that stuff pretty far away, right? Like, so
Well,
then it just follows that there must be like something in the way. And I mean, my hypothesis, my best guess so far is that it's the curvature.
okay.
I mean, it's like plausible. I'm not super decided, like
Yeah,
a
but
lot of
that's
a lot of the government stuff and the conspiracy stuff is like really suggesting like cover up, and you know what I mean. It's like
but what we got to do though is eliminate the things that are not what it is, right? So
uh
okay, so if we do know at least that if it is, if like you said, plausible, it could be, right? How could we find out a definite sure if it is or not? What do you think we can do?
I mean, we know that
Specifically about the ships, not anything else, just the ship.
oh I mean, we could try to create a scale model based on the flat Earth theory, and then create a scale model based on the globe Earth theory, and then kind of compare the physical perspectives and the way those mechanics
Yeah.
would work out, and then
So
try to
right.
compare it to our lived experience.
But what I'm thinking is, like, wouldn't it be better to go out into the field where we saw the occurrence. You know, I think it would be better for us to go and stand there again and say, like, okay, some ships
Okay.
are coming out of the harbor. Like, let's see when we start to see that obstruction. Wouldn't that be better? Because creating a model, all that's going to do is give you a reification of the thing that you think is happening. It isn't really
Yeah, I suppose we have to go observe, right?
Sure, right? I mean, that's what
Have we observed the edge? Or like, I mean, I know there's like, I know it exists in.
Hang
Like,
on a second. Let's not swing off to another topic because this one's most important.
Sure.
So the reason why is because our minds need to be focused on really knowing or not knowing. So if it's possible that we can attain this information somehow, let's try and do the best we can to figure out how.
Okay.
Because it's not just like, well, my plausible understanding could be that the ship's being obstructed by curvature, but let's go talk about the ice walls now. No, let's figure it out. I mean, obviously, we're in 2023, bro. I mean, there's obviously some technology we can apply or
Yeah.
something.
I mean, drones can, we get pretty interesting perspectives from drones. Like people hike mountains and then do drones, and then we can get pretty high up.
Well, that's good. That's good. But let's do a line of sight test. I don't know. That could, right? So a line of sight test would include us getting our elevation height, right? From where we're going to use our optics, either our eyes or actual, camera or binoculars, whatever. And then we're going to see into the target distance. I would say this, okay? Let me propose something to you. Let's get something that demarcates a distance, a known distance.
Sure. Yeah. Get on the operating definition. Yeah.
I meant you can use an oil rig, or you can use a peninsula, or
Sure.
something that can
Point
show.
A. Point A. Sure.
Well, point A is where you're standing. That's point of observation. But point B
Okay.
is
And point B.
point B would be the target distance, but the demarcation of the distance would be in between. So what our target distance would be let's say it would be the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So that's our target distance. But what we need to define
Like there's a
is
threshold where that visual effect would happen. You're saying.
yes. But
Okay.
you're getting what I'm saying, right? The target distance would
I
be
think
that,
so.
right?
It's
But
kind of like the Dusty Globe test, right?
I don't know. I've never heard that. That's a new.
It's where it's like to see whether your mouth is calibrated around my dusty globes because they're kind of dusty and you need to slurp them.
What?
Wait, what?
Slurp my nuts. Those are globes.
It's just got really weird, and I feel uncomfortable. What the fuck's going on?
Globe Earth for life.
You could
weird.
I don't know. You don't have to do that though. Honestly, dude. You could relax.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on. I'm pretty sure me telling you to suck my nuts makes more sense than everything you just said. I'm sorry. Like real talk.
All
Are
right.
you LARPing?
If you're gonna be that way, that's fine. Listen, dude. Like, we're just trying to relay some information to you. But if you want to act like that,
You
that's
guys
up to
are. Life is a gift, and
you're wasting it on being an asshole. I know. We understand.
You're wasting it on being a flat
So,
earther.
so it's up to you. But dude, just sit down and be silent then, and you can learn what the other people's conversations are.
It takes way more muscles in your face to frown than it does to smile, my
Yeah,
friend. And I'm smiling.
You know useless information, but you don't know critically thinking information. You don't.
Look, it takes much more energy to be mad than it does to be happy. You should just be happy.
Oh, I am. I sleep like
You should be happy on this round Earth, on this globe Earth, an
bro.
oblong spheroid Earth.
Intelligence has gone by the wayside, and you're attributing to that. You don't have to, bro. You don't have to act like that.
Has
You don't have to.
anybody ever observed
Nobody's
the edge of
laughing.
the? Has anybody
Nobody's
ever
laughing.
observed the edge of the
Not
Earth?
you're a young person. You have
Has
your
anybody ever observed the edge of the Earth, sweetie?
Wow.
Gonna keep fuck. It's just awkward. Just mute the idiot. Why are you giggling like that? This is weird. We're trying to address one thing, and you keep jumping to other things. Now you're talking about the edge of the earth and giggling like some I don't know prepubescent child.
Man,
Shut
that's
the
all.
fuck up.
That's all he could take.
That
Poor
was
guy.
wild. I did not expect that to happen. That's crazy.
Well, no, I actually
I recognise the. I did.
You recognize?
Yeah, it feels like I've had a
Yeah,
conversation with him.
that was Deirdre the Transformer.
Oh, that was the chick, wasn't it? Quote unquote.
That was a Decepticon.
The sense of so crazy.
The one who does the voice changer and it's like, but the stars in the sky do this and blah blah. Like the soft, sultry voice, that chick or guy, whatever.
I'm not sure. No. It gets on camera sometimes. It's a bit butch, this thing, but
I
yeah,
should have seen
it's a
that
bit of a
coming.
mystery what sex it is.
What a shame.
Yo, has anyone seen the core of the Earth?
That sounded like a snide remark.
Well, I mean, we're just asked for evidence of the edge and the dome and all this, while they get to just make baseless claims on the core and stuff. So,
We don't usually bring core up. It is a part of one of the things that they can't verify, but it doesn't need to get brought up in the case for the globe because it's already curvature is the main go-to because that's actually on top of the surface and doesn't it. It's something that can be verified and falsified, so we go straight there. Where's Zero when you need him, dude? He's always like, dude, I see nothing but nice people come in here, and they're always treating you guys nice. You guys always have to be mean to them. He wasn't around for this guy.
That was wild.
That's all right.
It was wild.
Yeah.
He said, "Globe for life." He's like throwing up gang signs or something. What the fuck?
If only he realized that he wasn't part of the gang.
He's like, nobody wants him in that gang.
For real.
It's what's that effect when you side with your oppressor?
Stockholm syndrome.
That's what he had.
Yep. Exactly what it is.
These guys are just mocking you guys, and you love them so much. Wow. AK's back in the house with more fallacies. More fallacies brought to you by AK. He's just respawning. I think he's got amnesia, dude. What? Nah. Let's talk about the curvature again. Like, dude, we shellacked it like four sessions ago.
Is he talking?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I can't hear anything.
You were like, oh, did he mute me? What the hell?
No, like if well, I mean, like he wouldn't be if I'd say that'd be on my end for me to not hear him unless there's something going on. Here, do you want to hear his definition of scientific law?
Yeah.
So here's the real definition. One thing a scientific law doesn't explain is why the phenomena exist or what causes it. Here's Pickle Rick's definition. Scientific laws are quantification of the dependencies found. Scientific theories, when they are good, have scientific laws as a consequence. Commonly, though, our dependencies are known earlier than the theories, because we can quantify dependencies simply by recording results and variables without understanding why this occurs or predicting how it will develop. Often a theory will reveal a law that's been established by trial and error, like that is inaccurate. However, if the understanding of the theory provides a well-established, annotated, with a well-established, okay, I'm not sure. Okay, it will also allow to interfere with why the law has been able to be established incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to look it up, but there was a lot of spelling and grammar errors, so I figured like, oh, that must not. He's actually speaking from the heart there. That wasn't like a Google it. I'm like, did someone tell him that, or is that like his? So I mean, it's okay. I mean, I thought like it's a quite interesting take.
Yeah.
So in his mind, the theory is higher than the law because the theory has more science behind it. I'm like, that is quite impressive how you wanted to change everything around and reorder science because you don't like the way that science is structured right now. It doesn't fit your worldview.
I have a question for AK. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe, AK? Let's say 1 to 100, 100 being 100% sure. How sure are you the Earth's a globe? AK. Hmm? AK.
Come on, AK. Come on.
I know you're breathing. I hear you. All you gotta do is unmute yourself, man. You're not muted. How sure are you the Earth's a globe? 1 to 100. You're not sure? Okay. Oh, he's in the chat. Dude, why are you in the chat? All you gotta do is unmute your mic. We're right here. We are right here. AK. Come on now.
Be shy.
Don't be shy. What else we got in here? Let's see. Manufactorum. He hasn't chimed in a while, has he?
Manufactotum.
We got Mark J in here. We got Mark in here. We got Firm Grisp. Who else we got? AK's not gonna be one to talk right now.
He looks like he wants to talk. Just chatting it up.
We got Sappy GG. Scigraphy. Let's see what else we got. That it looks like they could be Globers. I don't know. Snall. Snall's in there. He's got the little Nemo fish. And we got Zen